Hello, mic test,
Interesting, but
test.
I was just thinking, so.
Hello, hello, check, hello.
Wants us to cut it back.
nice nice lang kayo check pa ni.
Yeah, I think it's the main organizer. Sean Thompson. Yeah, he did. Everybody to cut it short.
Hello, mic test.
Hello, hello, check, hello. Hello, hello, check.
Yes, shorten your talk, but I think with my father's book, that's not a good idea.
இங்க தானே உள்ளே தானே எப்போ ஒரு நைட் வா
Yes. Yes. The young man and the poor guy after him had to cut his suit. It was a shame. 'Cause
But this topic had
Yes.
he had two pieces and he wanted to club both the pieces together towards the end.
Yes.
So that started
Yeah, that
getting,
was-
it was not necessary. That's where brevity is the essence of wit and message.
Yes.
Let's try to
And the chair should ask it brutally cut it off.
yeah, I would say that it's talk to them in this.
Westerners are good at that, Indians are too nice.
Indians are generally nice, and especially the chair when you come from the school and all.
Yes.
That's more. I mean, you know that idea. Let it happen. Whatever. I mean, this was supposed
Yes.
to go this way.
You have a Westerner there, he'll have a book.
Pull you off the stage. They have a book that
ஆன் பண்ணியாச்சு.
I used to, now I'm just going there. I'm ready.
And also, should they get my, the presentation that I emailed to you?
6-7 hours.
Thank you very much.
I will lie, I'm not. No, I can't fly. I was Bangalore then. 2-hour taxi. They have some fixed-based operators down, and they have Canadian ultra ones, and they're very, and they're being made in India. And very affordable. Ultra light.
Well, I haven't seen this picture. Suji, but the roads here. Just one lane west. And then there's like 4 lanes.
Well, this route to the hotel.
Yeah.
So that's different.
Yeah.
It's a very strange route.
Yeah.
So, Vanakkam, Namaste and good morning once again. Welcome to the second and concluding day of our conference on ontological distinctions between mechanical, chemical and biological systems. Of course, we did give a subtitle to the conference, that is, we try to use the philosophy of systems, systems philosophy and perspectives. So, in this session, which deals with a philosophical view on understanding life beyond mechanics and chemistry, we have 3 speakers. There is a change in the order of the presentations. So we will have Judith Rosen going up first, followed by Sushim Dubey, and followed by Balram Singh. Okay? A very brief introduction to this session. This follows from a question asked by Balram Singh yesterday. What would a molecule say about us? You know, that's, in short, that was the question. I think you can even read the question specifically. That was a very, what would a molecule say about life if we could hear it? See, the one of the challenges for us is, I'll just take a minute and of an opening remark. One of the challenges for us is that we try to define and characterize many entities other than us. I'm making an assumption that we can characterize ourselves correctly. I'm not sure about even that question, whether we can characterize ourselves fully and correctly. But even if we do make that assumption and go ahead, we try to identify and characterize other things or other entities, other beings in our reference frames. So the question of a reference frame becomes very, very important. This comes about because of the philosophy that there is a spirit, Paramatma, which pervades everything in the universe. One of the finest explanation, I wouldn't say explanation, one of the finest descriptions of that idea is in the Tamil version, which comes when Hiranyakashipu, what do you say, Rakshasa king, he asks his son Prahlada, whom he wants to kill, where is your Vishnu, where is your Narayana? Of course, the characters are mythological, whatever, it doesn't matter. The idea is more important for me. Okay, so Prahlada says, Tunilum irupar, Turumbilum irupar. He'll be in the pillar and he'll be in every speck of dust that you can imagine. So we are talking of a very subtle being that pervades everything in the universe. So obviously reference frames become important because we do not know completely, or we can at best surmise that perhaps that board there is following its rules of nature. And its rules of nature is to only respond to certain of things that we give as stimuli. We write and it reflects the writing, or rather it portrays the writing. We do not know what else goes on. We do not know its consciousness. Okay? We do not know what it would like to say. So sort of an attempt to respond to Balram Singh's question. So we can only talk about ourselves with reasonable confidence, knowing fully well that perhaps we have not identified and understood and characterized ourselves completely. In fact, that's, I think, the journey of life, that we discover ourselves is, I think, the great journey of life. So that's where this thing starts, the whole session, a philosophical view of understanding life beyond mechanics and chemistry. As a last point, I think human beings as a species have the concept of a guru. I'm not sure whether a robo will have a guru, or let's say whatever molecule, a benzene molecule will have a guru. So the concept of a guru is very unique. But I have read that even animals may have the concept of a guru because that behavior is seen in some places, okay, in our reference frame again. So that's a very interesting starting point when we look at the philosophical view of understanding life beyond mechanics and chemistry. A brief introduction to Judith. Judith is the daughter of Dr. Robert Rosen, a theoretical biologist, in fact I would say a legendary biologist, who had focused on the question, why are living organisms alive? The question of life. Of course, I'm giving a brief introduction. His work on anticipatory systems is very, very popular and very well known, very highly respected in systems philosophy. And Judith, after Dr. Rosen's passing away, has been the keeper of his intellectual legacy, if I may use that term. And she has had very close relationships with her father, and she has been writing and speaking about Dr. Rosen's work in all her meetings with intellectuals and other audiences. More importantly, she's tried to keep the work intelligible to different audiences, which I think is a great contribution. So, and she's continuing to develop his work on anticipatory systems. So Judith, welcome, and you can start your presentation. And in order to, we learnt a lesson from yesterday. So anticipatory systems started working. Yes. And what we will do is we'll give more time for questions and answers. There's a lot of people who are desperately wanting to ask questions, and yes. So we will do that. So maybe we'll reduce the time. We had originally scheduled about half an hour per speaker. My request is, if all the speakers, Sushim is also here, I think Balram is also here, we will cut 5 minutes from 30 minutes and add 15 minutes from, that is 5 into 3. For the questions and answers. So I hope that will be all right. So please do.
I will try.
Please, yeah. I know you would have prepared for half an hour. Yes. So it's more a request, and if you can do that, that will really be very helpful to everybody. Yeah. So,
otherwise, I'll make myself available for questions.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
The other thing is to streamline this, take pictures of slides that interest you.
Yeah.
John had told me to read them.
Yeah.
But if I read them, I'll go over my time.
Yeah.
The microphone.
Yeah.
So
you can use the mic.
my voice usually carries. So. Yep. So is this? There we are. So, is there a?
Yeah. The clicker. I mean, the clicker. Yeah. It's here.
Where? So which thing do
I'll sit here.
Okay. So,
about me.
what my father discovered when he was looking for what is common to all life, not just human life or intelligent life, but all life, he found that it is not just reactive. It anticipates. It behaves in a way that brings the future into the present in some sense. And since most life is not intelligent in the way that humans are, he felt this must be models, encoded models that are involved. And so that is the signature of life. So did I do that the right way? No. Okay, let's see, there. That's him in his office in Halifax, Nova Scotia. Now, so instead of me reading this, if you want to, I'll skim through, but if you want to take pictures of slides to look at later, go ahead and do so. So an anticipatory system, in order for a non-intelligent life form to be able to predict future events, it has to have models of its environment encoded somehow into itself, which means it has information, encoded information, that it uses to decide in the present or to navigate in the present according to some event which has not yet happened, but is encoded into its environmental models. So it gets ready to either avoid or to exploit a situation before it happens. Trees where I live get ready for winter in the autumn. When it's still warm enough to photosynthesize, they start dropping their leaves and putting all their sap into the roots and so on and so on. And he discovered that biological systems do this at all levels of biological organization. It isn't just something that the whole system does. It happens in our cells. It happens in every level of organization. So because these are anticipatory systems, there are certain things that have to be true. Now, the modeling relation is another thing that he studied explicitly, and I think the next slide I have is a diagram of it, and that's the thing that John Kinnaman has been trying to develop the ontology of. Like, if organisms are doing this, it represents a law of nature. It must be a law of nature, because you would not be able to do it unless the universe entails it. So certain things have to be true for a system to be an anticipatory system. They have to have a fundamental model for self, a fundamental model for health, which is based on self, so health of self. And then there becomes a whole spectrum of the optimality scale. And every organism is always trying to maximize its options. And so it's looking for good and not bad. And we have these evaluations in our own bodies and minds, too, for what's better or worse for health of self. So each organism is the center of its own universe, and everything else is about it. That's kind of the biological perspective. So there is this diagram. Now, N stands for natural system. F is formal system or model. And the arrow number 1, the causal entailment, it should actually have the word entailment there, refers to everything that makes that system what it is. All the causal entailment that is involved in it being what it is. And arrow number 2 represents us trying to learn about that so that we can encode it into a model, which is arrow number 3. Arrow number 4 often gets forgotten in science and elsewhere. It's checking the predictions of the model against what the system is doing. And if you don't do that, you have no way to know whether you've done your job right with your model, or if your model is still, even if you did it right initially, as change flows through the universe, it's going to, the system will change and your model will no longer be accurate anymore. So what he said was, this represents a law of nature, and the only time you can rely on the predictions of your model is when it is in this relation with the system that it represents. So you have to make sure you've done it right and it stays, keep it over time. So one of the questions I often get asked when I give talks is, what's entailment and how does it relate to causality? And the way I put it is, entailment it represents what can happen in the universe, what is entailed by the laws of the universe. And causality is what does happen. So entailment is a much bigger category of information. But anything that we see happening in the universe, anything that we study, that kind of entailment is natural. And for me, the definition of supernatural is an event occurring which is not entailed by the universe. It goes against the laws of the universe. So from my perspective, that doesn't exist. Anything that does happen is entailed. So the modeling relation, we can prove it, is entailed, and that is why my father called it a law of nature. It's not a law of science. It is something we use in science, but it is something that is entailed by the universe. And in fact, he said, living organisms have the kind of system organization that incorporates that capacity, that ability into itself in an active form, and that is what creates this anticipatory signature of life. So for him, information, that is his official definition of information. Anything that can be the answer to a question. And it sounds very vague. A lot of scientists I know get very frustrated by that definition because it's not technical enough or specific enough. But there's more going on in that answer than just thinking about asking questions. In order to ask a question, you have to be an anticipatory system. That's what senses are for. They're for asking questions and getting answers. It's for information flow. So from his point of view, information comes into being with life. It doesn't exist until there is a life form that needs to know. What season is it? What time of day is it? What's the temperature? Where's the food? Where's the sun? All of these things. So question askers are living organisms. And information comes into being as soon as there is life. So these are certain aspects that he sort of came to see as being part of biological science. And as I've been working with people on his work and just following the logic of his work, I have come to see humanity as a dual anticipatory system. It's like we have evolved a second anticipatory system in our heads, the mind, and it doesn't always agree with the body. And so this is kind of pulling in two different directions for optimality, because self is different, health of self is different, so optimality is going to be different. Maybe. Sometimes it's the same. Like if you see something on fire, your mind and your body might want to take you in the opposite direction. But when it comes to what's good for you or what's bad for you, or even how you define good or bad, a lot of things that hurt are good for us. And we know this with our minds, but our body doesn't like that. So there's a lot of what I call anticipatory dysfunction in humanity, and I think a lot of it comes from this. The concept for imagination, our model building with the mind is in real time, whereas most species only have somatic anticipation, and they have to use evolutionary time to change, because if their environment changes too much for their encoded models, they cannot recognize that they're in error or fix it. So they tend to die. And this is the beginning of extinction cascades. When there's a comet that comes and changes the climate too much, it puts living organisms at very, very high risk. And the more species that are removed from an environment because they've died off, the more it changes that environment for those that are remaining. So humanity may not be destabilized by loss of some huge number of species, but eventually the changes that are being wrought to our environment by loss of species are eventually going to rise up and interfere with our somatic models that we don't even know we have yet. So one of the concepts that is kind of inextricably linked with models is error. And in fact, that's one of the proofs that we're running on models, is that we can fool them. They can be wrong. It's not prophecy, it's prediction. So my father even felt that senescence, aging, is caused by too much change between our somatic models and what they are trying to represent. And so that cumulative amount of error is what causes just collapse, death from old age of an organism. So error is guaranteed in model-based systems. And that's even when the model was accurate to begin with. So I find that pictures like this tend to have people realize what I'm talking about better. You know, the times when you thought you knew what you were seeing, and you start to act based on what you think is going on, and then you realize it isn't quite what you thought was going on. That happens with us a lot. But it happens not only with the mind, but the body. So these are somatic examples of error. An allergy is an error by our immune system. It's recognizing a pollen protein or a food protein as some sort of nasty invading pathogen and behaves as if it is. And so I have a brother that is so allergic to peanuts that it can kill him. Just the tiniest amount of peanut can kill him because his body freaks out and his lungs fill up with fluid and he can't breathe. So jet lag is another one, which I am dealing with right now. And then there's pareidolia, which is this tendency human beings have. This is a mental one, but maybe brain, not so much mind, I don't know. But we see faces and things. That is a cross-section of some sort of a mollusk, and it looks like faces in it. I mean, this is a very persistent human tendency, and our AI systems are starting to manifest it. So we've accidentally built it into our like facial recognition software and stuff. Now the skull-looking seed pods are snapdragon seed pods, and they really do look like that. That is a tree in a forest in Europe that had ordnance from World War II, and it's slowly swallowing that ordnance. But this one, the caterpillar, is an example of using the models of other species in its environment. It is trying to make them think it is a snake, not a caterpillar. And they even incorporate the movement of a snake or, certain behaviors. It can be very, very intricate. So you've got species which don't have a human mind evolving together, and they're trying to use the error capacity of other species to protect themselves or to maybe sneak up and eat another species. So it's an interesting thing to realize. If we want to understand evolution, if we want to understand ecosystems, interactions in ecosystems, we need to take into account the fact that it's not just these species physically interacting, it's their models also. Interpretations and fitness can act on that ability as well. So back to what happens with human mind and body, with our separate values for self and health of self, our separate values for what is optimal. You can get all kinds of autopilot behavior patterns. If you've ever moved a clock in your house that you've had somewhere for a long time and you move it, it's not where it was, how often you find yourself looking at the space where it was, even though you're the one who moved it? It'll persist for weeks and weeks. So these autopilots are things that can happen, and we don't have really conscious control over them. So when we talk about society and the troubles in society, a lot of them are model-based too. We use a kind of a shorthand for categorizing our environment, and that includes categorizing each other. Women are all this way, men are all that way. It can go, it runs the gamut. And the machine metaphor of Descartes was a bad model. I think he thought it was useful at the time because he was trying to avoid the church. So if you say that all systems in the universe are like a machine, the church doesn't get as mad at you. But this is the consequence of some of what happens when we use a lousy model to categorize each other. And just a picture of, if you type intelligence into a Google image search, a whole bunch of these pictures with gears in the head to represent thinking and intelligence, that's all directly the legacy of the machine metaphor. And my father actually said, the machine metaphor is not just a little bit wrong, it is entirely wrong and must be discarded. The trouble is that in science, often nobody revisits the foundations, they just keep building workarounds at the other end. And we can't really do that. Because whenever we want to get scientific about something, such as agriculture, we start treating it like a factory and making a factory out of it and thinking we can simplify down that plants don't need all the ecosystem of a healthy soil. We can just supply the nutrients that they need or chemical fertilizers. And so we end up creating problems with this oversimplified thinking. This is what we do with education in my country. They start teaching to the test. They start standardizing kids' minds. And if you can't fit into this little narrow set of measurements that they're using, you're defective. And they fail you, and it affects your whole life. So we see this then in the economy. So the profit motive becomes the almighty optimality, value that we're going for. And then what happens is every single area that we apply that to stops being about what it's some functional need that we have. Food is kind of important, health is kind of important. But when you only focus on profit, it doesn't matter about health anymore. It's how you make money that way. So education stops being about learning, agriculture stops being about food, medicine stops being about health. And in that box, they're saying that if people stop getting cancer, we stop making profits, so we need to focus on the cure, not the cause. And the trouble in the United States, or North America generally right now, is that at universities where research is happening on cancer, it's being funded by pharmaceutical companies now. And so most scientists that I know that are doing that kind of research have to get their own funding. They're not getting funding from the university anymore because they're caring about profit too. So they don't fund research. And when pharmaceutical companies are funding the research, that's the kind of thinking that's going in. They won't let you look at the cause of cancer. They want to know about the cure. So oversimplification like that, when you start treating a living organism as a machine, you end up losing most of the information you need to understand the system in the first place. And I call that a Darwin Award. That's kind of, you could do an image search on Darwin Awards and see all the stupid things people do that are going to get them killed, where they're balancing on, some precarious thing 20 stories up. But in this case, he fell into some sort of a pit, and rather than climb out, he feels, I'm going to be stuck here. So he starts burning his ladder pieces. So it's kind of important to remember, you can only rely on the predictions when your model is in that relation, and if it goes out of that relation, it's dangerous to ignore that. If you have evidence that your predictions are off in any way, even if they're just a little bit off, that's a symptom that your model is now going out of this relation and is not going to be safe to rely on. And you can't tell from the predictions. That's one of the troubles, is you can't tell from the model. If this whole thing, the only thing that's going to tell you is that arrow. All the rest of this, you can know all of that, and if it doesn't match, if the predictions don't match what the system is doing, you're not in that relation anymore. Or you're applying it to something that you didn't encode in your model. So you need to, that's another area that it can go wrong. And I think this is my last slide. But with our dual anticipatory system situation and our body-mind interactions, it's easy to get lost in our head and confuse that with reality, because it's often right. We're so overpopulated, it's right a lot of the time. Well, it's easy to think that the map is the territory, but GPS is a really, really good example of what happens, because most people use it and they know that if it has not been updated in a certain length of time, it begins to be dangerous to, you need to double check when it tells you to turn left in the dark in some place you don't know where you are. It's wise to maybe get out of the car and look, Don't just trust it, because it could be wrong. And nowhere is it more dangerous to just assume than with the human mind. So I use that as my cautionary tale and the reason why it's important to care about the modeling relation. I think that's the final one, yes. So I'm on time. Woo! So, questions?
Judith, we can take the
You want to wait until the end?
As we did yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Judith. Yeah. And thank you, John, because you were prompting her beautifully, in the sense that, he was showing up 10 minutes more, 5 minutes more. No, but that's very nice, very, very nice. Yeah. But thank you. That was a wonderful presentation. We'll get back to the discussions. Yeah. Very happy to introduce Dr. Sushim Dubey. Sushim, here's your thing. And he holds an MA and PhD, and he's been a school and university topper in his studies in philosophy. He has taught yoga and philosophy in Rani Durgavati University, as well as in the Morarji Desai National Institute. He's published a number of books and papers and has given a lot of talks. And he's now working for and at the Indian Council for Philosophical Research. Sir, the stage is yours. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Ganeshji. And to begin with, a philosophical and ontological understanding of consciousness and unconsciousness with reference to Indian philosophical systems. So perhaps not going to so picturesque as like the last presentation, because philosophy concerns with the abstract and abstraction and schematic understanding of whole life, world and existence. This is what the philosophy, and from where I am, Indian Council of Philosophical Research, little bit about it also, because it has funded this program also. Indian Council of Philosophical Research is a body under the Ministry of Human Resource Development, which gives the grant for seminars, conference, fellowships, projects, travel grants, publications and varieties of things as like the UGC does, but we do specifically in the field of philosophy. So we have done other program also with our respected Bhakti Vigyan Muniji and Shantaji. So it is our endeavor to go further with this, our endeavor to bring out the philosophy, spirituality and science together on this forum. So I am quite glad with all of you here, and with this little introduction, what we can think of philosophy, particularly with reference to the theme of this program, which is very much with the ontology of mechanical, chemical and biological system. Actually, in the philosophy, let me demark also, because here, as I perceived yesterday also, more scientific things or medicinal ground of things are going on. We in the beginning of the history of the civilization, an effort was made to understand what the whole human existence is there. And it starts with the hypothesis, or it starts with our own experiencing, our own reflection of our own mind, our own body, our own thinking, our own ideas, our own ethics, our own society, or whatever can be achieved maximally within this body, within this whole existence. Those all realms, those all things covered in the field of philosophy. As much as far as beyond, as long as it is testified with our own methodology, our own speculation. In the previous presentation we have seen the generalization that it comes into the realm of science that we have been making, that the machine model was also shown. But what remains further from the physics to the metaphysics, that is in the philosophy. And here I have tried to show in this presentation about the various ism or system of Indian philosophy since the beginning up to the now, what they have thought about the consciousness. About the consciousness means whole existence of the human entity, human being. This is what exactly my presentation is. So this is the brief about it, so that since I have only 4-5 slides, not beyond that, and I have to explain more about it. So this is the presentation, and this is how the word conscious is coming from the etymology Latin, and it is coming from come and scare, that is together with knowing. And I have told that philosophy is the love for wisdom and wise, and wisdom prevails not only in our daily life, but guiding beyond the life also, if one is interested, and thereby and therefore, and there is the spirituality. In fact, there is a difference between adhyatmikta and spirituality also. So thereby we come to know about the adhyatmikta. And the famous philosopher Descartes is used for reflective knowledge. It is the time in Western philosophy where the renaissance of modern Western philosophy, Vaisesik Sutra, in our Indian philosophical tradition, that is the intellect, pleasure, pain, desire, aversion, effort, are perceptibly by the internal organ. It is again our own an internal happening inside the body, or our own feeling, like those kinds of things. And Buddhism, permanent self as its existence denied, and doctrine of momentariness is advocated for the consciousness. Panch Sanghat, it is told in the Buddhism. I have summarized in this tabuloid format what we have been understanding the consciousness. It is more or less history, but it doesn't means rest with the history only. It is that we have been doing in whole Indian culture since civilization to now, and the whole wisdom of India, or our repository, and a rest on these ideas, because consciousness is that where everything evolves and experienced and realized and live upon. So Upanishads are there, and here we have the word Satyam Jnanam Anantam Brahma, and the Brahma word again linked with the expansion of our own existence, like Brahati, Brahmati, Brahma. This is the one word where from the philosophy begins and where the philosophy ends. How and why? It is in between to this is the process of realization, and realization in a direction to understand, to know, to achieve, to aspire, and to become what? The Brahman itself. Our own definition of the consciousness also, that it is expanding. The human existence is expanding. We don't want to delimit, or it is delimiting is a false, or it is not a proper realization. This is a theory of illusion also in parallel to these. So the Upanishad theory for the Brahman, and we have the Mandukya Upanishad, where the 4 level of consciousness. This is the Jagrat, Swapna, Sushupti and Turui. This is the Jagrat means awakened stage, Swapna is the stage of dreaming, Susupti is the stage of sleeping, and Turi is the further state of consciousness that is beyond these 3 states. And this state has been described as beyond all categories. In the Jainism tradition, a live tradition is still, we have means they have described it as a nature of the Jeev. Jeev means who is there in the, who is embodiment of the body. Its characteristic is the Chetana, means Chetan is awakened or conscious. That is the definition of this. Maybe this word seems to be a simpler one, but whole Jaina philosophy is rest on this. Because when it says that Chetana Lakshma Jiva, then this consciousness is to be achieved, and for that we have the whole process of the Jaina philosophy, from the whatever the norms are there up to the Triratna. Samyak Jnana, Samyak Darshan, Samyak Charitrani, Moksha Marga. And in fact the word Jaina itself, it says who has been the Jitendriya. They have overpowered, overcome their own shortcomings up to their own existence, and has gone beyond to achieve what could be the achievable in this life. This is what they have become the Jaina. The word originate from. Our tradition is the Buddhism. The Mahayana, it is the group of Pancha Sanghat, and the nature of consciousness is not the permanent but the existential. It is ever changing nature of the consciousness has been defined. And the Charvaka tradition, which is the naturalistic tradition, naturalistic philosophy in Indian philosophic tradition, it is since beginning of the history of civilization. It says like the nature of the consciousness is material substance is produced without other factors, and the nature is existential. Another interesting thing is the Sankhya philosophy. Sankhya philosophy is very interested in the sense, it is the basis of the yoga philosophy currently in the much debate, discussion and practice, not only in India but globally also. And it has described whole universe into the 25 elements, and pure consciousness or the Purush, they have given the word to it, and apart from it other whole unconscious, other than conscious element, there are 24 they have enumerated. And what its correlation with our mechanical, biological and chemical system, because it doesn't seem to be that what philosophy has to do with that. It has described theory of 3 attributes or 3 gunas, sattva, rajas and tamas, and these gunas further related with the theory of food also, ahar, sattvic ahar, tamasic ahar and rajasic ahar. And these 3 factors all playing for making, thinking a person or a whole means whole behavior they are governing, not only from the day-to-day life up to the life of religious experience to the spirituality. In what ways? How does it is changing chemically? How does it changing when we talk about the yoga, it talks about the yama, the practice part of the Sankhya philosophy. It starts with the yama, Satya, Hinsa, Asteya, Parigraha and Brahmacharya. Well, it is a very common, very simple and very general terms and seems it is a just ethical words. No. When you rest upon the truth, it's not possible in beginning, but a definite, a decided, a motivated and restive spirit, it will start to change your chemical existence also, because you have to have, in the long run, you have to have the food according to that, you have to have your maintain your biological system according to that, otherwise you will not rest upon it in the long way. This is what is the Indian Sanskriti, which is there from the time immemorial to up to the time immemorial in the future also. And I just invite for going deeper into this and giving the introduction of the philosophy here with this tableite format, and later I come to the Vishishta Advaita also. And Vishishta Advaita, the philosophy where the consciousness is defined as the Chit, that is the Jeev disqualified and dependent on the Brahman, on Ishwar, and its nature is defined as the universal. We have the Nyaya philosophy. Here it is the self, soul, Atma Chaitan, and nature is defined as the accidental, many. Again, the Descartes is there. He has defined philosophy like I consciousness, that which cannot be negated. Negating process itself proves its existence. However, he defined the nature of consciousness is imperishable, many. Western philosopher Leibniz, the whole name of his work, very famous, is the monadology, and he defines the nature as the monads, and nature of consciousness is immanent, that is immanent, Immanuel Kant. And this is the last slide, because I come to the Vedanta philosophy or Vedanta darshan, and the nature of consciousness is defined as the Brahmanubhuti or Brahma. The word Brahma is not a word that is not a scientific. It is the more scientific, or we can claim that we have come up across the theory of Big Bang now, but the theory of the Brahmanda, theory of the Brahmanubhuti itself is given in our tradition long back with this. The word Brahmand is given in our tradition, and the meaning of the word itself is coming from the excel or energy level from the Brahma and over expanding. How does means I was discussing prior to coming here that how our own existence, our own means in the process of expansion of human energy, human existence, philosophically, or we can think of it, how we can make it as chemical, biological or mechanical system trained in a way that a next level of energy, next level of achievable can be realized. We have the theory of Purushartha, where it says it is the whole theory of value system in Indian ethics, and the theory is that how means in what ways the Purusha or the self achieves its real meaning, and this theory has been given in the four forms of from the economical value, from the part of worldly value, and from the part of religious value, and then spiritual value, and fifth values have been added as per our discussion, and it is there in the bhakti purusharth. So this is how it is, means we could do deeper into it. This is how it is changing from the from the experience, from how for any work we aspire, we start with a desire, then we require a system for fulfilling it, we require a means to fulfill it, and this is the economical value, and means a mean value, and then we have to regulate our own desire, our own system, and this regulation is the dharmic value. And this word dharma is again not to be confused with any kind of religion something. Dharma, simple meaning is the dri, that is the dharan, that is to own whatever moral, ethical, scientific, x, y, z, anything, to own, and then to become, from it is being to becoming. This is whole the dharma, and this is the value which is regulating and regulating the our desires, our means whole, our all kinds of mean, whatever they can fulfill your desire or object of desire. And further in the question answer session, if there is any question, we may see how it can be changing or affecting or uplifting our whole three systems and changing the whole existence. It is not that I can show in one slide, but it is depending on the particular states of mind or state of experience. And whole Indian philosophy, morality, ethics, or XYZ in the other system also dealing with this. And science is the one part which is telling what has been proven upon with the scientific methodology, and they are the particular cases that we have been witnessing. The philosophy itself is dealing with the whole abstract and abstraction of the ideas. So I think I have taken around 25 minutes, and I should finish it here and may continue with question answer session or anything. Thank you so much, and thank you so much for listening me and giving me the time and inviting me particularly for this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you, Dr. Sushi. We've been following this. We have 2 or 3 speakers and then take the question and answers. That's what I was alluding to. Yesterday we learnt that we need to give more time to the question and answers. So that's what we've attempted now. Okay? Check. Thank you, Doctor. Our next speaker is Professor Balram Singh, an award-winning teacher researcher, and he has 2 modes of his life. One is in science, and particularly in biochemistry and biotechnology, and the other one is that he's an executive mentor in the School of Indic Studies, and he works at he's a professor and president at the Institute of Advanced Study at Dartmouth, and he has also been associated with the University of Massachusetts, Harvard University, Georgetown, and several other universities. He's also a fellow at the Institute of Advanced Study in the Jawaharlal Nehru University, and he also heads a company, president of Prime Bio. So a very colorful and I would say very interesting thinker who is here to share his views today. Okay, Professor Balram Singh, over to you. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, clear and loud. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Professor Ganesh. Thank you, Dr. Shanta, for giving me this opportunity. I apologize that I'm not there physically. I just had to come for an assignment here. So, but I'm still very pleased. I did watch most of the proceedings yesterday, and certainly since this morning, and it has been wonderful to watch and listen and learn from the presentations. Yeah.
Video on your screen a little bit right, so that your PPT is not, obstructed.
Oh, okay. Will do. Let's see if I can do that. Yeah. Okay. All right. Keep that in mind. So I know there is a limited time, so I'm just going to move on with the presentation of my topic, the Vedic approach to develop ontological elements for mechanical, chemical, and biological systems. The one-liner is that there is really it's very difficult for us as human beings to address anything ontologically, because we always have our own perspective, and that's just the bottom line of my presentation. And there are ways in Indian philosophy, I just heard the previous presenter, that there are ways in Indian system that it can be addressed, but most of us, I would say, do not address that. And so talking about it may be a problem, but it's certainly bade chitta bodha. So I think that's the process we are beginning to do. And let's see. I'm stuck with, okay, there it is. So one of the slides, I wanted to make a point that scientists, majority of scientists are affiliated some kind of religion, and those who are not associated also are cannot be said to be unbiased, because most of them are against religion. Ideal scientists would be who will embrace all the religions and non-religions. And so that is not the case. This is a old data from 2003. Nevertheless, I think it's useful. Most of you know what the science is, but I just want to make a point. So I will just go through the definition, general definition that people use, which is, 8th grade middle school definition is systematic study of a topic, subject, or problem, which provides some consistent results. That's the very minimum. And then Newtonian definition of scientific truth is non-falsifiable explanation, which means we should try to undercut our own ideas and see whether we succeed. If we do, that would mean that that's not scientific. And finally, the objectivity is something that has been very prevalent in science, and that purpose of that in compared to subjective is to remove the bias. But there have been several studies that objective studies also are biased, and there is a possibility that even subjective approach can be unbiased, and which is where the problem I think need to be addressed. I picked up this from a book, Physics and Philosophy, written by Werner Heisenberg, and actually this is from the foreword written by Professor Northrop of Yale University, where he thinks that the modern science derives, the instruments of modern science derive from its theory and require a comprehension of that theory for the correct use, and then theories rest on philosophical as well as physical assumptions, and when comprehended, these philosophical assumptions generate a personal, social, mental, and social mentality and behavior, which is quite different from points sometimes even incompatible with family, caste, tribally centered mentality of Native Asian, Middle Eastern, and African. Obviously, this is being centered in the Western world. So obviously, Western world science in terms of philosophy will be very different than Eastern worlds. That's the point that Professor Northrop is making, which I think is generally true, which makes my point that everybody has some perspective, and even as a human being, overall we have a perspective together. And so scientific concept, there are methodology. I'm not going to go into details except to say that there are many ways to approach this. Observations, or making hypotheses, or making assumptions, and eventually collecting data and come up with some understanding. We formulate some understanding as we are trying to do in this topic. And an assumption, hypothesis, they could be ontological or they could be epistemological. Ontological, referring to subject matter of scientific knowledge independent of its relationship with the perceiver. As an example, theory of relativity, because it uses the speed of light. But the speed of light is also created by human being, and also arbitrarily use that as a standard. And epistemological, of course, where the perceiver has an effect on whatever we are observing. As an example, the paper published in 2009, where believers' estimates of God's belief are more was found to be more egocentric. And what it does actually, if you can see my cursor, that they were asking the question about on moral values, whether your moral values are different than typical American, and they found that if you see these spots, that would mean differently. They were not asking this question, they were just monitoring the brain. And they asked whether your moral value, a typical American moral value and a God moral value are different. Actually, they find more difference. And when they said that your moral value and God's moral values, they found no difference. So this just basically says that, it is egocentric. And one could say that, this refers to Aham Brahmasmi in their own way, without even understanding what Brahm might be. But, at least there is a basic, a very primitive nature of human being to think of, whatever they think, this world is really whatever they think. And this is, of course, Upanishadic value that Schrodinger referred in his book in 1964, that Atman is same as Brahman. This may be true, but it's not easy to realize. These two are, I would say, far apart in their realization. But nevertheless, the idea is that a very primitive way also you can feel the same way, and at very high level also you can feel the same way. But it is this you who is feeling this way. This feeling and awareness and all that is really this consciousness, which can be approached in many ways. Physical sciences, life sciences, social sciences, and arts and aesthetics, mathematics, and everything. And so we are looking at some aspect. I'm going to try to use couple of these aspects to see whether I can make some sense about this consciousness, which then will be seen as whether that is the one which is elaborating for us as individuals or as a group of human beings as to what we see this world is to be. And so I'm looking at here physics and biology apart, bridged by the chemistry, which is supposed to be the central science. Tries to explain the physical laws and explain that how the biology might be working. I know that most of the presentations yesterday were saying that it's not possible to explain biology with physics laws and chemistry using chemistry. But I'll try to see whether there is a label at which this can happen. Physical reality, as we know in science today, is classical physics and quantum physics. Classical physics obviously explains certain big items, large objects, and quantum is used for tiny particles because we cannot really observe them, we cannot perceive them directly. So we come up with a methodology that we can see the effect of it and make some assumptions as to what that might be using mathematical representations. But perception of reality is in this way, something that is real, whether we are making indirect observations or direct observations, if that becomes regular, I see the reality regularly, then it becomes regular, and if other people also see that, it becomes common, and if they see long enough, that becomes normal. And when if it is normal and everybody then expects it to become a standard, and that people then enforce that, if somehow you're not doing that, so you're substandard, and ultimately if it sticks to the standard position for a while, it becomes ideal. And that's how we see this world, that's our own perception. However, many of the current scientific ideas, including quantum thermodynamics, genetics, evolution, equilibrium, etc., have reached the state of ideal to explain reality using this sequence. But if you really look at each one of them, you will find there are a lot of assumptions made by human beings for our own, either for our own understanding or ability or our limitations. So quantum physics, for example, this paper came out about a year and a half ago, that says the quantum mechanics fails in consistently describing macroscopic systems. So this does not have the unified system to explain what's going on. Quantum reality, the consciousness is in its most expanded and extensive form, encompasses all, recognizing nothing separate, and thus simply is just being. It may in fact be opposite of the concept of quantum, which primarily separates even the energy into packets of, or quanta. What if that is not the feature of the physical world, rather a feature of the degenerated consciousness? If mind were the quantized consciousness, then the physical reality just is a reflection of that perception. Erwin Schrödinger actually had alluded to this possibility by saying that the consciousness precipitates for some processes that are repeated, for example, genetic material. So now what I want to focus on whether the matter, molecule, and man can follow the same elements, and that will be saying that we can ontologically they are all the same. And so I take advantage of Vaisesika philosophy, where there are 9 elements of substance, which is kind of close to orange comparison of what we know in chemistry today, which is elements, and then we have energy, and here we have the Panchabhutas, and then we have time and we have space, but we do have here self and mind included, so that the reality, Panchabhutas explain almost everything in terms of matter, but time and space is important, and I'll try to make a point out of it. And of course, self and mind gets involved, so consciousness and human perception becomes part of that as well. The goal again here is to see whether matter, molecule, and man are similar. And this is one example. I work with my basic area of research, as Professor Ganesh was trying to pronounce this botulinum neurotoxin, and this is also Botox. So this molecule, highly toxic, most toxic substance in the world, is 100 billion times more toxic than cyanide, but it is also Botox, some of you might be knowing, and makes people look beautiful. So it has this behavior change in this molecule, and I want to use this molecule to make a point from Vaisesika that it is question of space. If you give the molecule more space, it behaves very nicely with you. If you give it less space, then it creates problem for you. And so it's really question of space from Vaisesika philosophy. The question is whether same thing can be done with the human being. So I'm trying to represent here on the left with a nice office sitting one person, and then here a crowded people. And for example, your hall, it seems like you could have maybe 100, 200 people sitting there, and only maybe 30, 40 people sitting comfortably. But if you put 2,000 people, just imagine what will happen. That's exactly what happens to this toxin molecule when it is in a very crowded space, which means in more molecules, less space, like 100 nanogram causes the toxicity, 100 picogram, which is 1,000-fold less, causes as a medicine, as a therapeutics, and as a cosmetics also. The same is not only for botulinum molecule. Actually, there was a teacher who had a bet to eat half kg salt, and as you all know, we need 10-15 grams of salt every day to have our neuronal system work. And but if you in this case, it was only half kg, which is 500 grams, and that teacher died by the evening. So the molecular behavior is similar to man's behavior, and that's what I'm trying to tell, because both of them have this, whatever matter they have has some fundamental behavior that is also described in the Vaisesika philosophy. And it is very interesting philosophy because it is very iterative. Everything, 7 of these, many of you probably know more than I do about this, the quality, action, and substance. As you can see in the earlier one, quality and action really changes just by space, and space is one of the elements of dravya, and dravya is one of the items of these padarthas. So each one of them, they affect. We could discuss this actually perhaps for a week or something. This is such a wonderful philosophy, but I'm just trying to make the point that using this philosophy, one could look at matter and in terms of molecule and man to be behaving in a similar way. And this is very complicated. Even gunas there are 17 gunas, maybe even more. So it's not that simple to address, and maybe for that reason science is not able to take all this because science still is mostly in reductionist view because we have very limited control over what we can examine and observe and make use of. So we do not really look into that, but I think this is where we need to go. So approaching the mind, one has to understand chemistry of the mind. This is one of, by the way, the topic of course that I taught at University of Massachusetts for 15 years, which you can look at individually, you can train and practice. It is universal, and you can create neurochemistry and epigenetics basis of some of the behaviors. And then one can create a scholar to bridge the consciousness physico-chemically by Sesika School of Thought I just mentioned. And one could measure consciousness, and I will, my next few minutes that I have, I will be talking about the measurement of consciousness, because most of the time people don't expect that. And my hope is that in that, after we are able to do that, we might be able to advance the scientific concepts. So for the measurement of consciousness, one of the sutras that comes from Sadhya Suktam, where it says the existence of pure consciousness without any vibration. And so the world starts with this vibration, that one thing breathed by its own nature, and that's how the world starts. And using that, the concept, I have devised a way where pure consciousness is in the center, and as we become ignorant, go far away from the center, and this arc is the one which gives us the sense of time. And that is one of the ideas of consciousness, to have a sense of time. Do not have that much time to go into detail, but if there are questions, I will come back to this. And I use this idea to, again, without going into detail, measurement of consciousness by expressing time in terms of temperature. And which is, I use the kinetic theory of gases to make the connection between velocity and temperature. And finally, making some of the assumptions here, just like we normally make in sciences, come up with a constant called consciousness coefficient, which making again some assumptions of 1.4 kg, which is the size of brain, and the average lifespan 75 years, and speed of lights and other things, and R values. I came up with a consciousness coefficient of 5.054 times 10 to the power 17, which is really the maximum. If you are really a elevated, evolved person, it will be less than that. So this is the C max. And the idea of this temperature and time comes from one of the real experiments published, although it's funny, done by Albert Einstein. And I got this from Scientific American article, but actually originally it was published in Exothermic Science and Technology. Hopefully you have already by this time read the couple of sentences written there, and probably had your own laugh. And so I'll move on to show you that this consciousness is very important, very practical, and happens all the time. There was a paper published in Science in 2006 where it actually said that most of the people, when it is a complex decision to be made, make it unconsciously. And there is a difference in attitude towards when things are very complex. The attitude is much higher to make unconscious decision, or maybe you might call it, some people make gut feeling, or the decision based on their gut feeling. Now all this can be understood, that consciousness is there, and this can be measured using modern scientific ideas. It can be quantified to a certain degree, but ultimately that is the game of mind. And to go beyond mind, one has to go through this idea of chakra system or yoga system, which connects us to our existence both at physical, subtle, and spiritual level. And that idea of going through this is to create certain what is known as Sat Sampati, which is Samadam, Uparati, Titiksha, Shraddha, and Samadhan. These are known as Sat Sampati. If one is able to practice and create this, one could get to the level where one does not have to deal with the only physical level, and that is where the unity comes. And the ontology of all of this, that idea I am talking about, is just there, and this is the where you have the your sense organs, karmendriya, gyanendriya, and this is basically from Sankhya philosophy, where eventually you get to avyakta, and this is the truth for everything that we have and everything that we deal with. In terms of chemistry, it does similar thing. Chemistry has this idea of ideal or noble gas, and everything is trying to get to that. Every molecule, every creation that we have really gets to that molecule. The ideal noble gas, they are inert and they are free. They have noble electronic configuration just to understand this. But everything that we do, the journey of every element is eventually, again, I'm not going to go into detail, probably most of you know that the outermost electron has to be 8, the octet rule or duet rule in case of helium. Is the what really ultimate goal of every matter is to get to that inertness or freedom, and the ideal gases really represent that. So this is chemical nature of everything that we are made of, that also does the same thing. This is one of those examples. Sodium chloride eventually forms sodium chloride only by having and one electron, which is extra electron, goes into the chloride, which makes it 8 here and makes it 8 in the sodium, which is the octet rule that is followed by the ideal or noble gases or inert gases. So that is really the overall goal of life, even for matter. And so the duality becomes non-dualities, which is where it does not want to react anymore. So chemically speaking, duality is the cause of the world we perceive or recognize with 5 senses. Or maybe even the 6th sense, but ultimately his goal is to be non-reactive. And once you have this, you have the existence of human being at the physical level, ethereal level, astral level, mental level, and spiritual level. And once you get to the spiritual level, everything becomes the same, and that includes matter. And that normally is done by this fundamental knowledge that is created by meditation or yoga and understanding at the highest spiritual enlightened level. That normally comes back to explanation through scientific understanding, and then when we create the material manifestation, this is where I believe people are able to understand as to what's going on. I am assuming that my 25 minutes is over, so I will stop at this point and then see if I can answer any questions when they come up. Thank you.
Also, I'd like to request Dr. Ganesh to give the books, to the speakers. Yesterday we did not, use it. So today I think we should give him this lesson.
Thank you, Professor Balram. Very interesting presentation. So first let me felicitate the speakers. Judith. Thank you, and be there for the questions. Yeah.
Bring the book for a minute.
Yeah. Sure. She wants you to do this. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Dr. Sushim. Yeah. Thank you very much. Professor Balram, we will send you an e-copy.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, but of course we'll send you the real copy also. Thank you. Sushim, you can go to the stage.
I will be in Delhi in about 10 days, so I mean,
great.
somebody
Great. We'll try.
Delhi, I will collect it from
Yeah.
there. Thank you.
So,
We will be having discussion, so you can also participate.
yes.
Absolutely. Looking
now-
forward to.
Thank you to the 3 speakers, Judith, Sushim, and Balram. Now we have enough time, We have time till about 11:15. That's more than 45 minutes, okay? And we can go through the question and answers right now. And just a very brief summary. Judith's talk on particularly focusing on anticipatory systems and characterizing them was a very good opening talk for the day. okay, and helping us look at the world in a different way. And then, of course, Sushim's talk on the different systems of philosophy and converging to the concept of Dharma. I'm sure there are going to be lovely questions coming on to you. And of course, Professor Balram Singh's talk attempting at the unification of the mechanical, chemical and biological systems. And it was quite a fascinating idea where you come to a consciousness quotient, you know. That was very interesting. So the floor is open, and I hope we'll have a very rich discussion now. Okay, please, anyone who wishes to ask for a question. Yes, sir. Yeah, I'll just give you the mic so that Thambi. Yeah, he'll just give a few seconds. It was also being recorded. Illa. On. It has to be on. So. Clear. Battery out because they are recording, that's why. Yeah. You can use this.
Hello, check.
So my question is to Judith.
Hello.
We have a lot of seers who sort of predict what's going to happen, and we have Nostradamus who also predicted a lot of things, and and I don't know if you have read this series Foundation, and where there was this psychohistory, so where they said it is a basis of predicting many things. So what is your opinion about this? Is it possible, you think, or some people have more anticipatory kind of reaction?
Well, yeah. The things that we can predict with what we currently understand. I mean, you have to build a model to predict, right? And it has to be well enough encoded and thorough enough to cover what aspects of that system you're trying to predict. So if we don't really understand how it works, then we're kind of stuck without good predictions. Or if we think we understand how it works, but we haven't tested that, again, the question is, do we have enough of the right information encoded in our model? And when you look at like weather reports, weather forecasting, you get some idea, because it's only accurate for a very short time from now. If they're predicting tomorrow, you have some confidence that they know what they're saying. But next week, it's not worth planning that far ahead, right? Because at least where I live, if they tell you it's going to rain a week from now, it's a total, you might as well flip a coin. So they aren't obviously putting enough of the right kind of information in. And from my perspective, the information that's missing that science needs to start studying now is relational information. So interactions and the relations by which they happen. What happens if you change one relation in an interaction? How much does that change the effect? Why would it sometimes change it radically and sometimes not at all? These are the things we don't really understand, but when you can have, say, a dosage issue, like, was it your talk that you were talking about how a kilogram of salt, or was it, yes, that we need salt to survive, but it can kill you too in the wrong dosage. So dosage is a relational issue. And it's one that we navigate every day that we're alive. How much oxygen does a baby have to be exposed to go blind? Things like that. So these are definitely issues that they're gaps in science. And I think the material focus was a consequence of the machine metaphor, the particle, focus, the bias towards particles, and not looking at interactions or relations by which they occur. So those are the areas that science really needs to go right now as quickly as possible. So, next.
Yes, sir.
You have it.
My question to Professor Balram Singh. Sir.
Yep.
We met to have a nice talk in Jagannath Puri. I am Deva Prasad Das. When you are in Puri. Sir, we have a treatment to the body, we have the treatment for mind, and how will treat the soul? Is there anything, any information with you? Number one. Number two, you told about Navadra nine matters. Nine matters.
9 elements.
Yes. How it is helpful to about the souls? Sir, two questions. How to treat the souls, and how to what about the Navadra and in relation with the souls? Thank you, sir.
Well, it's a good thing that you asked the question. Both of them are in that 9 elements. One way to address is the first, just to our own. I mean, people talk about soul and is somewhere we don't know, we need to find out. I look at very practically, the soul is something that is we need to feel. So, I mean, soul really means Atma here, because soul has a very different concept in the Western religions. So although I know we need to use that word, but at least Atma and Atma Paramatma are much easier to understand because they are connected, and in dharmic traditions, Atma can reach the Paramatma, whereas the soul cannot reach the God. So that really is one difference there. But to understand where the soul is or Atma is, well, we can easily see where our mind is. If the mind is a measure of consciousness, and consciousness can be, one can reach the consciousness when one gets beyond the mind, which is through yoga. And to understand where the Atma does exist, you can easily you're sitting there, your mind is going everywhere, maybe that we met in Vedanta Congress, or we may have met earlier, maybe we'll meet again, or various other people. But what is observing that, your movement of your mind going to different places, there is something that is observing, that is you. At least at the very primitive level, we can consider that to be, because Atma, since it is part of Paramatma, is infinite, but at least for our own understanding, using our buddhi, we are able to see that there is something that is able to observe the mind or consciousness. So that is the part, what I mean about the Atma. Atma is part of everything, because from Vaisesika philosophy, everything is connected. The Dravya is part of Padartha. Padartha is part of Dharma, and Dharma is the one which is the force that describes everything. If you want to really think about a ontology, I think Dharma will be the ontology, because that we have to detach ourselves from all that and see that whatever we see. So that will be the ontological understanding of what Atma might be. But then these 9 elements has Atma in it. So because self and Atma, self and mind is part of it, so this always affects. And there are experiments done, and I did not have time to show you, but there is this center in Princeton University that monitors whatever happens. There are random things are happening, and when something happens that major, like earthquake or even some human movement, they find that the random data generator starts making some correlation. So that means that we are connected to the rest of the universe, and that is where I think this integrative approach that Vaisesika philosophy describes and is very logical, and maybe closest to the scientific way of looking at things. Like I tried to show you how the botulinum toxin behaves, how salt behaves, and how human being behave, and that is the way I think we can integrate the Atma in the 9 elements, and with the mind and matter.
So my question was to Judith. Actually, I'm just asking this question in relation to evolution. Now, you say there is entailment, which is a much broader category than causality. And in nature also, according to evolution theory, there is a possibility that any form of species may arise. But what we see in nature is a very limited number of species. We don't see so many, intermediate forms or varieties. So when you say as possibilities, so what comes out in nature as actuality. So do you think there is some relationships or there is some kind of a teleology working behind the natural living forms, rather than accidental errors or randomness, which I mean, in modern science we find that the predictions of evolution theory are not really working out.
We don't understand evolution very well. It's another one that we don't really, science doesn't have a grasp. You can tell that certain forms seem to be related. There's things that arise in different parts of the planet that didn't affect one another, but they are similar. So it's just spontaneous. What is the word for that? Coevolution? I can't remember. No, it's not coevolution, but when two different species, convergent, there you go, develop the same new approach to something in their environment, and they look alike, but they've never interacted in any way, Or when you look back at old forms that are now extinct that are in the fossil record, and you see just the range of different kinds of creatures that don't exist now. It's fascinating, but they don't understand all the aspects that are interacting in evolutionary processes, and that's one of the areas that I think they need to start factoring in anticipatory interactions, where these models are influencing what develops, and that causality is not even encoded in our models at all. It's absent. So if we put that in, what would that do to our predictions? I mean, this is an area that is so fertile, and it's waiting for somebody to just take it and go with it, because it needs doing with global climate change, and we can't really trust any predictions we make about. We can say that something's going to be pretty bad, and most people's models will agree that's bad, but we can't really make any specific predictions that are worth the time it takes to say them, And so the question of what forces are at work in evolution, all I could tell you are my intuitions, because, again, I don't have those models either, I can see what's not there that needs to be there, but I don't know what that will do to the predictions that are coming out. That's for, like young people that are just going into science to do, I think, but certainly we have to start putting that information. And even to get scientists to see relations, like dosage, that's a relational issue. And we know it because we deal with the medical system. We know that a certain amount of something is not enough, a certain amount is the right amount, with medication. And then you can overdose, and that's just as bad as not having any. And so the concept of dosage wouldn't exist if it wasn't a relational universe. So the amount you take and the time over which you take it, those are critical aspects of the equation. And we put them in without really thinking about what that means, but that has to go in there for everything. When you're talking about optimality, what's optimal for one organism. We have these extremophile organisms that live in hot volcanic, steam vents and whatnot in the ocean. And there are even some that have their whole food chain based on that. It's not based on the sun, like most species. And those are considered kind of, oddball things. And so scientists go, well, we don't know about that, so we'll just put that aside and keep going with what we're doing here. But what would kill another species is what they evolved with. So they've encoded that into their cells, and you can't take them out of that environment without it killing them. And that's the kind of thing we've got to start factoring into our thinking, so you can see the relations. You can see that there are interactions going on there, and the relations by which they're happening matter as much as any particle. My father once said that you are composed of all new atoms every 6 to 8 weeks through metabolism and repair. And science tends to want to focus lower and lower, smaller, smaller to the atoms. But he said if you focus on the atoms, you'll chase them right through an organism and never understand anything more about the organism. Well, my father agrees with him, and he's, the rigorous science behind what he wrote. Yeah. So that obviously we got to stop doing that. But people, as I said, they don't go back to the foundations and change those. They just change stuff at the developed end, and that's the problem. Well, consciousness, how do we say that the conscious mind arises from somatic models? Or this is something I've been pondering myself, There is something called synergy that we don't understand, where something happens at a particular kind of relational organization that it won't have, those same material things will not generate that phenomenon at any other, and it happens with all kinds of chemical reactions and stuff like that. With super cooled water that stays in the water state, it doesn't freeze, things like that if it's under pressure and this and that. And the way sound, there's a level of depth in the ocean where sound carries like around halfway around the world, and the whales use it as their kind of internet, but only at this one depth. Sound behaves differently there. And so those are the kinds of things that just fascinate me, and I think consciousness may be like that. It's maybe a synergy of some sort that doesn't happen except under these particular relational organization. And he finally did come to say that it's the organization of systems that confers system properties. It's not what they're made of, because you can take the exact same elemental atoms and create the softest substance known in nature, which is graphite, or the hardest, and that's diamonds, and they're made of pure carbon, but it's the way they're organized and interacting with each other that changes their properties. And I consider that to be kind of, evidence. So I don't know if that answers your question. The trouble is people don't know what's causing consciousness. And you can sort of say, well, it is model-based because we get things wrong. With that error behavior is so common with models. We do that all the time. You think you're dealing with one thing and then it's something else. So it's obviously a model-based process, but how is it so independent of the substrate, How is it? And what happens when the body dies is another big question. So.
Then I'm just going in an order. But
So this is on. Yeah, you can put it. So this is a very general question for the whole panel or anyone who wants to respond. Yesterday, in one of the presentations, it was philosophy was referred to, where science and spirituality should not be conflated. That they really are fundamentally different things that should be kept separate. Now, I certainly believe in the unity of science and spirituality. I'm working toward that. I think Professor Singh is also alluding to that. So I wanted to ask, is a unification of scientific and spiritual perspectives possible? I'm thinking also like T.R. Desjardins had this idea of a mega point where everything comes together, where knowledge eventually comes together. But is it possible for us to find a unification of science and spiritual points of view?
John's question is for anybody to answer. Yeah. So, yeah, sure, great.
Let other people, because well, I begin with the synergy, the very appropriate word has just come, and consciousness. Actually, she has also spoken about the trouble of the people that we are working on the models. This is where the question starts and where the question ends also. Earlier also the anticipation understanding of the system also, and prediction of also. Actually, this is what is the India is known for centuries. Here is the practice involved in its climate, its land, its bhumi jo, what is generated here. Here we come across the means physical, it starts with the observation to the physical practice to those kinds of philosophy, or you say the Jain, Buddha, or whatever they are the systems, they are the practices, they are the ethical, starting with the ethical. See, I just spoken about the word truth, sticking upon it, it changes, it expands the consciousness and expand exponentially, and then everything occurs on it. Therefore, thereby, there from it only the this anticipation and prediction occurs, because whatever is truth, that is ever existed. It is ontological definition, means metaphysical definition. By following the means re-energizing yourself, means as and when जैसे जैसे energy level बढ़ेगा, it will increase. The things of anticipation, things of prediction itself will be seen. Expansion of the consciousness. And Madam is telling, the trouble is that there are the models. We are living at a time with a one model of our own understanding of our own system, means our one system understanding. It will change, it will grow. And whole philosophy is there. Means whatever models we choose of the model of yoga system, it will culminate into the what has been there in the its outcome or its achievement or its मतलब योग हो जाना, जाएगा कहाँ पर. So science is where what we have already well defined in our Professor Balram Singh's what the science is there, how we can understand, means what experimentally we prove about it. But philosophically or spirituality, means philosophically how whatever the level of knowledge is achievable through our this limited existence or our feeling of limited or limitation to grow or to limitless or to the existence or to the experience beyond the bodily level where the body is living. See, as and when the energy level is increasing, level of thinking is increasing, ability to, the word thinking is I think is not a proper word to describe at all in a full potential of this word. Expansion of the consciousness, everything seems to be occurring here. Therefore, thereby the word is Brahman is sarthak, means significant here, and it is means limitless word. And therefore, thereby what has been proven by the scientific method, there the science rests, whatever up to the highest achievement in the science. But where the Madam is telling that death is also for the understandable. Death is something end of the physical, means our contact. How in the our own spiritual tradition people are, see, all Indian philosophy is there for the eradication of the dukh, means non-desirable results. And it also says about how to overcome the death. There is a stage of samadhi. And spirituality is a ज़्यादा अच्छा word है, आध्यात्मिकता, आत्मा में अवस्थित होना, to rest or to come or to realize the self. So process are there in the philosophy or in the Indian system, and here perhaps the science, means what has we come about the we experimentally we can prove upon, we can prove there the where we can have the boundary of the science, but growing within our own selves and expanding our consciousness, there the spirituality ends. So how unifying them is to at least to adopt one system. In Indian spirituality perhaps, or whatever the model of spirituality is there, again the question or model comes. But to become from these models to modellessness in our own our own experiencing or realization of the consciousness experience, perhaps this has to be explored, and this is means an unending something which cannot be defined into the word. So thank you.
If I could intervene, Professor
please,
Ganesh.
please, Balram, go ahead.
Okay. So as I tried to mention this is to answer the question, I think in one word is of course not only question of is possible. I think the real question is whether it's realizable. Are we willing to take all the trouble that needs, just like, we learn in sciences, all the techniques, technology, and, procedural protocols to follow to get anywhere. The same thing is true for this journey, and the models are already available, like Panch Sarira is already says physical science is mostly related to physical. I think more of medical science is now looking into the ethereal. There is some Kirlian photography that people already are measuring the ethereal body, and astral, which is really related to emotion, that also can be seen. There are a lot of hormonal measurements. Mental is still with psychology or psychiatry, where I think people are not getting there, but nevertheless I think it's being recognized as for the human beings. What I think real issue is the spiritual. Spiritual is not something that people can get to, and that as the yoga. 1 minute, I'm trying to here yoga is the methodology that has told, because all these 5 types of bodies are connected through the chakras, and there is a theory of karma, another thing that people may or may not accept, although there is more and more of acceptance because it sounds rational. But anyway, the point I'm trying to say is, to get there one has to practice this yoga. And the day we will be able to, first of all, 1 or 2 of us can show this happening, which is what I think maybe sages in India or elsewhere probably did at one time, and then make that, like I said, you have to become from real to regular to common to standard to ideal. And then in that case we will need scientists to go through this process. Then only they will be able to understand everything else that we talk about. And I believe this is true for, the question would be, okay, human beings can do this. What about the matter, which is one of the major issues that has been raised. Dr. Santa and Dr. Muni and others had raised that yesterday. I was listening to their talk. Is the point is that we as a human being, even if we think we are the highest evolved, which I'm doubtful about that, but let's say we are highest evolved, but we are really at the end of the tunnel. It started with Big Bang, and started somewhere on this earth, actually, maybe 3 billion years ago or something, the life started. And we are the product of this life. If you take out anything, any of this material, just matter, the elements, the chemicals, if you take out of us, there is no way we are going to be there. And we have evolved through these organisms. So for example, our body today has 100 trillion bacteria and only about 30 trillion of our own cells. If somehow bacteria says I'm going away from you, there is no way we will survive. We can talk about whatever else we talk about, we are very evolved, but we have not been evolved. So I think we need to realize humbly, I think that's very much true in Indian tradition, practices, where people still do the prayers to the whole sky, the sun, the plants, and unseen organisms and others. That basically shows that if you do the prayers to them, that means you have accepted them to be higher and they are more evolved, and then only we can learn to get where we want to get, our evolution process. And if we are able to get to our evolution process, we will find the process the same. And one of I did not present this idea, I presented in some elsewhere in scientific thoughts as to how to understand the evolution process. And evolution process is the same. We need to find the features, like Professor Dubey was just mentioning that we need to find a way to measure it. How one of the ideas that one could measure is how this matter has been generated and what is the common feature that matter has and the molecule has, and whether we have as human beings also. And my research group has identified that to be a dynamics, the movements of the molecules. And then you will find the same thing is true for human beings. The dynamics is important for survival of molecules, and dynamics or flexibility is also the feature of survival of human beings, or as we call them to be evolved for natural selection. In that case, then this idea of panchakosa then tells you that we have everything. I mean, we have the physical, we have energy, we have the mind, we have the knowledge, and when we go over all this, then we get to the angels level, or you can call it God, but it is all in us, and we need to realize in that sense there would be no issues about connecting with the science and what is known as spirituality.
Thank you, Balram. Judith, you had wanted to say something?
Well, you know, whether spirituality can be equated with religion, I think is an open question. The Judeo-Islamic, I call it, bunch, which I was raised in but don't practice. Sort of, especially the Christian, I don't know if it's so true in Islam, but they basically tell you not to think, not to ask questions, just have faith. And that's not going to get us anywhere, in my opinion. You know, when they tell you not to ask questions, that's telling you to just shut down your mind. And to me, trying to integrate spirituality and understand it requires question asking. You know, it's kind of important. So for me, it depends on the religion and the person. Some people don't question certain aspects of their beliefs. To me, it's all open, you know, because to me it's all models. So I want to know if they're accurate or not. And if I don't know, if I haven't tested them, then I'm not going to build on those. So that's pretty much why I don't practice organized religion anymore. But, you know, other people will do as they do. And I also have seen a very religious attitude in some Western scientists, you know, traveling with my father. I saw reactions to just him saying that physics is too impoverished in entailment to answer certain questions in biology. He said that, and people reacted as if he had questioned their genetics or their spouse or their kids or I don't know what all. But I mean, red in the face, angry. Impoverished, you said. You know, so the ego in the sense of knowing what the truth is without asking questions about it, I see that in science. I see it in just everyday life. Humans have a real tendency to confuse the map with the territory and not realize they've done it, or even to realize they have a map. When I meditate, it's sensory body mapping, and I'm always fighting that map. You know, because you know where your nose is. You don't have to look in a mirror to touch it. You know where it is. But if you're chasing sensation around your body, you could be in the map the whole time, you know? And to try and see what you're actually feeling in a certain particular, in your elbow, is a constant effort. Maybe I've only been doing it 10 years. Maybe, you know, in 20 years I'll be much better able to stay out of the map and just stay with the body. But I do think that re-knitting those two things together with meditation is what does you so much good. You know, that's been my experience. So,
thank you.
You had a question.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. I was just, before you take a few seconds, from what you said, Judith, and combining with what we have heard yesterday also, it looks like there are a lot of people who are very comfortable and seek comfort in their own incompleteness and inadequacies, you know. Now, this is very interesting, fascinating, you know. And when they are challenged, they become uncomfortable.
Yes.
So when they are incomplete, they are very comfortable. So that's quite a journey for all of us.
Yes, I think that's true.
Yeah.
That's what's
Padma.
optimal.
Padma, over to you.
Yeah. I had a question to Judith, and also connecting up with what Dr. Balram said. It's about two questions. About the entailment that you said, if I understood right. It's about all possibilities, all that could happen, and reality being what does happen. So my question was, given that it's a very dynamic state and we are yet to understand relational data in its entirety, can there be a mathematical limit, like a limit of a sequence, to the number of possibilities that can happen in life, isn't it always dynamic, a creative response? Therefore, how can we possibly exhaust all possible eventualities? So entailment, does it really work? And what you said about consciousness lying outside of it, and given what Dr. Balram said about journey being this journey to noble configuration, everything being towards purnata or completion. So what, only that is a limit. Like others are possibilities. That was one.
Yeah.
Second was, there was a slide which you projected, talking of systems. It had things like placebo, nanibo, Darwin Award, Pavlovian condition, gender dysphoria. So you didn't have time to elaborate. What did you mean by that in terms of that Darwin Award, that particular slide?
Anticipatory dysfunction. So that's your second question. Yes. The trouble with this dual anticipatory nature that we have, and anticipatory systems generally, is that you follow these models off a cliff, perhaps. And that's a Darwin Award. So, if it leads to your extinction, that's suboptimal, I would say. That's kind of what we want to avoid. And we don't even know what we depend on in terms of, say, gut flora. If we create enough of an extinction cascade on this planet such that there's in the soil no more of some certain bacteria that it turns out we actually need. For example, we can't make our own vitamin K. We have to get our gut flora to do that. And we evolved with this gut flora, so our body just predicts it will continue. And we don't know that it predicts that unless it stops being part of our environment. And then we see dysfunction and go, why is that happening? So for me, the issue is that we don't understand ourselves well enough to prevent our own demise, and that's why it's important, I think, to start, this is why I go to conferences and talk about my father's work, because I think medical science needs to start factoring these things in to what they're doing, and city planners and, water treatment centers, and all these things that are part of our existence as a social species. We affect so many other species that we may not interact with directly or not even know we do. And it's all about building better models so that we can say we really do understand what we need and what we depend on, and try to keep a balance. The balance is really the issue. There's a big tendency in Western thinking also to go to either or. Either we need this or we need that. Either this is wrong and this is right, or whatever. And it's usually not either or. It's a dosage. We need a certain amount of that at a certain time of some part of our life or something like that. And we don't really grasp that very well, and certainly not in medical science, Western medical science. So that's an issue. And the first question was, I'm not sure.
Entailment. Is it possible to exhaust possibilities?
Well, I don't know if we could ever find out all the entailment. Time constraints make it impossible for us to really know what could all happen. The only thing I would say is, if it does happen, it's entailed. That's the only real test we have. If something can happen, the universe entails that it can happen. So the entailment exists to support this process that we see unfolding. But is there a way to know what entailment exists without doing the causal, putting it through the experiment to see the causality of it? That would be an interesting question for religious, stuff. If they could get God to appear and actually talk to us, we have stories about that happening, but they don't seem to be doing it anymore. Things like that.
That's the question. In principle, is it only a question of time to generate all possibilities, or regardless of if you had infinite time and regardless of, won't there always be surprises? Isn't that a this thing
Yeah.
of evolution, intrinsic or evolution.
Well, what is a surprise? It's something that you didn't have in your models, you weren't predicting. I mean, humor is another thing that you can really look at through this. You know, where something happens that you were predicting something else was going to happen, and then, you know, so slapstick humor is a big, gets lots of laughs because, you know, you think you know what's going to happen, and then somebody trips and they, whatever. But the element of surprise is very model based, and it has to do with expectation. So again, you're talking about prediction, and prediction relies on models, and the models have to be built some way to be accurate enough to be good predictions, and so that's kind of a circular issue.
Cycles up. Hey, one sec, sir, we'll go by the order. But there's one quick response. There's something called countably infinite. So entitlement probably comes into that set of countably
I think
infinite.
there's an infinite number of models.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, please.
Hello all, I'm Stanton and I'm a PhD student in the Department of Humanities and Social Science, ITM Madras here.
Yeah. You have to keep it closer. Yeah,
Okay.
thanks.
So I have two things here, one is a general curiosity, anyone can give remark on that. And the first one is so much discussion has been done since yesterday on the terminology called consciousness, or the studies of consciousness. And to me, it seems like that the terminology itself is very ambiguous. There is a huge ambiguity in the terminology consciousness. And the notion of consciousness itself also, different people have different notion of consciousness. So it seems like to me, yesterday, from the beginning session, people were giving explanation or definition of consciousness from the philosophical perspective, from the neuroscientist perspective, or from the spiritual perspectives as well, and from biology up to some extent, I guess. So to me, it seems like that though we seem like we are discussing one title, but at the same time, it seems like we don't know what we are going to study. There is an ambiguity of this idea itself. And it seems like, to me, it feels like that we are told that there is something which we don't know, but at the same time we have to know that thing. So to me it seems like that, for example, it seems like there is one master and some 10 students are there. So the idea is the teacher told the students that there is something which even I don't know, and even you people also don't know, but you have to find it. So all the 10 students run in different direction and then saying, okay, these things can be studied in this thing. But now they don't have an idea that what things they are going to study. So it's a bit problematic thing, seems to me. And second thing, I have a question to Dr. Dubey, and that is in the Indian philosophical systems, as you discussed there, you can give me an answer from one particular school as well, or in general as well. If tomorrow, one by one, the Jivatmas get back or resolve or get moksha and dissolve back into the ultimate Brahman, so tomorrow, one by one, all the Atman will go back to the real Brahman. So will there be an end of the world? Will there be the end of this whole sansar or something? Or if that is, then there shall be nothing, that will be a complete cessation of everything. Or it's like that after some time the ultimate bliss will again burst, and then some kind of a bang happen and the Srishti will start again. So it will be a very circular thing of some sort of thing. So that is your question.
Yeah, so that's going to be the longer answer. Yeah. I do want to say one thing about...
Very good questions. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I want to say one thing about consciousness. So defining your terms is kind of critical, yes, kind of before you even start discussing. And one thing I've seen with anticipation is that because all living organisms have this model-based system of prediction and navigating through life with that, information-based navigation, right? A lot of people think that that is consciousness, and so they define consciousness as anticipation. And I don't agree with that. For me, that's anticipation, and then the human mind is doing something different on top of that. It's kind of concentrated the anticipatory process to a real-time thing, and then created this whole fictional space in which we can run models. I mean, dreaming, to me, that's what dreaming is. It's you're playing with your model-based self. You're testing it out. You're giving it room to run. You're trying things. And it doesn't have to be attached to reality at all. You can create whole fictional worlds, and we watch, Game of Thrones, and Lord of the Rings, and, all of those things. Those are, and I'm a writer, so I'm into that stuff, So it doesn't even have to be attached to reality, and it's fun. It's fun to play in other people's models even, right? So consciousness, I think, has to be different from anticipation. There's life and then there's mind. And mind, to me, we are not the only species on this planet that has that. I think it's been proven that there are a lot of animals that have language, that have emotions, that play and dream and so on. So those terms are really important, and you're right to point that out, I think. So I'll let you talk about
Well,
Sushim, that's the second question you're attempting.
But begin with the. But begin with the first one means actually consciousness is the consciousness of something. It is how it is defined, means by one of the systems. So like this is the room, and because of your consciousness of this room, you know this is the room, and you are also the knower that this is the room. So two level of here in consciousness that you are telling, like, I have been listening from yesterday from different things to things. So whatever things that you know or you are conscious of, rather better word, and you are conscious of about that, you are conscious about something. So the consciousness involves everything. So there are the two things. So where we are eliminating, where you are realizing, where you are becoming conscious of your own consciousness and consciousness of your everything that apart from you or extension of you or within you, it is you are conscious about. I think you are feeling difficulty in understanding. No.
Where's the other mic? Second mic.
See, ambiguities are there, and they have been taken care in other system also, like Professor Balram Singh ji has started Vade Vaite Jayate Tapta Bodha. So their criticism also exists within the system or by other system in Indian philosophical tradition. So for the Naya, they have been criticized in the Vedanta tradition, in the Brahma Sutra itself dealing with the commentary. I will not go there, and they are there. So don't confuse with it. They are taken or they have been dealt with the other systems also. So when you will see, then you will come across with them. Acha, rest about what you have told about Professor Shantaji is very much interested to answer on it. Actually, for counting the number of Atma, Jivatma, Paramatma, they have also been differently addressed, or in the Jaina tradition that all means number of Jivs are so many numbers. So what will happen? It says that every Jiv will be after the Kaivalya. Keval means on Keval. Keval means again that is the consciousness. so in the Buddhist tradition, multiplicity of the consciousness, of course, but it has again been taken care or criticized, or it has been in the Brahma Sutra by the Sankara or other tradition, means how they are dealing in how when the nature of the consciousness itself is the same, then how can it be the different? It should be the same, and this is what is the synthesis in the Vedanta tradition, Advaita Vedanta tradition, that the nature of the consciousness should be the Advaita, non-duality. So, apart from this all question, we are concerned here with our worldly existence and what could be achieved with this worldly existence. So what would be, suppose when you become more conscious and conscious after following whatever education, ethics, society or norms they have been set, or the level of process of realization, what would be the achievable? There has been the question which is in the philosophy of the Buddhism, Avyakrat Prashna. So you are going to come before that.
We'll do one thing. We'll do one thing. Definitely, you've raised an important question. We will address this
because the time constraint.
Overshooting time also, but we will address this as honestly as we can.
But
so we will have the last question from him. But please do continue the conversation, and I'm going to be here, and I'll be willing to have a good interaction with you on those questions later. I'll do that. Yeah.
So thank you very much for such wonderful session, and I have one small question to you, that how Dr. Rosen wanted to discriminate organism and machine. Why he not believed organism is exactly like a machine? Because most of the biological sciences, people are following the mechanical models, and they're trying to reduce biology to the Department of Physics and Chemistry. What they are doing in Department of Physics and Chemistry, they are doing exactly the same. And the second thing about Susimji's, that point that our friend raised about the number of souls, there is Shaktivad concept, and Shaktiman and Shakti. Shaktiman is the absolute, and he has variegated energies. So Jivas are known as the marginal potency. He is being infinite, and his energies are also infinite. So the mathematics that we follow here, there is 100 kilo of rice, and then you take out 1 kilo, then 99 kilo. But the mathematics works in the absolute plane. If you take out 1 kilo from 100 kilo, still 100 kilo remains. That means if you take out absolute from absolute, still absolute remain. That Om Purnamidam, that sloka, yesterday, the whole thing we were discussing on based on that. So as much as you take out from this plane, that is never, exhausted. So that concept of infinite, you are dealing with infinite, but you are trying to understand it from the finite perspective. That's the problem. So
everybody goes back to the unity.
You still, that's what I'm saying. If you take absolute from the absolute, absolute remain. That's what the Om Purnamida Purna sloka is saying.
Nature of consciousness is absolute.
Yeah. See, I will tell you an analogy.
Sir, the need for tea is absolute. Sir. So please.
The last one comment I want to make to Dr. Balram Singh ji also. Dr. Balram Singh ji, you wanted to bring a harmony between the three fields of physics, chemistry, and biology. And also you wanted to introduce the spirituality in that. So one small query I have. In chemistry, we know that the chemicals, they spontaneously react. You are from the background of chemistry. So I want to ask you, where the chemicals have the intelligence to deal with what kind of intelligence that we observe in the cellular level. For example, the protein folding, protein, just a molecule of chemistry, does not do that function until unless it is dressed as a protein in a particular structure. So where is that intelligence coming, where and when certain reaction has to occur, and certain reaction has to be isolated from other unwanted reactions. So this isolation or the selection of the space and time, where is that intelligence coming in chemistry? If you can elaborate on that, will be much appreciated.
I think since there is no time to elaborate, I think Professor Ganesh said, but what I would answer in such a way, maybe that will be useful, just one sentence. This first of all, there is nothing randomly that happens. All the molecules that we have studied, I do work in protein dynamics. Every protein molecule is different, even though it may be called the same thing. So, and as far as your intelligence thing is concerned, it comes from the same source as for human beings. How you are separately isolated, your tongue print is different, your DNA fingerprint is different, your walk is different, your talk is different. Wherever that intelligence comes from for you to be different is also the same intelligence that comes from the molecules. So I think if we do the self-realization and we do understand, then we will understand that molecules are the same way. The chemical molecules are the same way. By the way, if I took out all the chemical molecules from you, you would not exist.
Thank you, Professor Balram. So, thank you for this wonderful session. Again in learning. Even this time is not enough for Q&A. You see, we did give as much time as possible. We've actually overshot. But this is a lesson for all of us, you know. In fact, I would like to state that when we organize conferences, one of the things we should genuinely try to do is, because the subject is so interesting and absorbing that people like to have a lot of questions, you know. So we'll try to do something differently. So thank you very much for this session. Thank you for all the participation. But it's not the end. We'll continue, you know. So even if we are all there individually together, you know, we can still have tea and enjoy the conversations. Yeah, please. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Balram. We sign off. Yeah. Namaskar. Yeah. Thank you.
speak on sitting because he is not feeling so well. You can take the hand mic and you can speak. Hand mic. This is on. This is on.
So I think we are into session 2 of the day, and the topic of the session is scientific critique of mechanistic and chemical concepts of life. And there are two speakers, Dr. Sumangala Devi Dasi from University of Delhi and Dr. Alok Kumar Patra from from SRM Institute of Technology in Kanchipuram, Tamil Nadu. So may I request Dr. Sumangala to begin her talk, Thermodynamic Challenge to the Materialistic View of the Origin of First Biological System. To sit.
First of all, I wish to offer my prayers to my spiritual master. Om Agnantimirandasya Gnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurve Namaha. Still not working, I think.
I think you can try this. You want this? This is better.
Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello.
Today I'm going to talk about thermodynamics challenges. Thermodynamic challenges to the materialistic view of the first origin of a biological system. And in this, actually, I am going to explain that how chemical evolution occur. Some scientists, some modern scientists hypothesize that the first biological system came from the chemicals, right? And they Yes. In this connection, first is, this is the German chemist Friedrich Holler. He tried and synthesize from inorganic chemicals some organic compound. Then he think that yes, it is possible that chemical origin can be occur. By following his idea, some scientists like Stanley Miller, Horal, Urey, Operin, Haldane, and Bernal, they also tried to prepare some actually organic molecules which are essential for the first biological system. They also tried to prepare under some control experiment, and this is the actually view they want to show that how the life came from the chemicals. Now these are some key events which some scientists had done some experiment to describe that how first biological system came from the chemicals. But what are the probabilities according to the thermodynamics? We will see in the next actually to know how it is possible that chemicals can give rise to the life. Life can come from the chemicals. How it is possible? To know this, we have to understand what are the main systems, manufacturing. Actually, mechanical system is based on the, we can prepare a machine according to to assemble some parts of the mechanics, and we can design. Any engineer or automobile engineer can design, and because the intrinsic purpose, the purpose of the machine is not inside the parts or in the machine. It is external. It is in the mind of the engineer. Now we can see according to the thermodynamics in the if machine can be actually prepared with the help of some designer, but it cannot be feasible to the thermodynamic according to thermodynamic law. Why? Because if we will leave any machine unattended without any maintenance, just like a car, then it will follow the thermodynamics law and it will achieve the maximum entropy, will achieve the equilibrium stage. But in the case of living material like a seed, if we will leave this without any external maintenance, but it will maintain their equilibrium, equilibrium state, not equilibrium, non-equilibrium state actually, because equilibrium state is this stage to achieve the complete morbidity, or you can say the death. But biological system like a seed, it maintained far from equilibrium steady state. This is biology. This is difference between the mechanical system and biological system. Mechanical system cannot be work itself. And chemical system is also, it has no intrinsic purpose. Like chemists, if they did some experiments inside the laboratory, they did in controlled experimental conditions. But inside the biological system, it is not actually directed by externally by any other person. It governed inside by following the thermodynamic principles. This is the distinction between the mechanical and chemical system and biological system. Biological system, we cannot assemble the biological parts and can prepare a human being with that biological parts. So because the parts of the biological system is not a part, they are the participants, and we cannot understand the biological system outside the biological parts and outside the biological system. And biological system has some intrinsic purpose, like a seed or like any egg of organism. They have complete information, complete purpose to develop into a fully developed organism. According to Aristotle, we also first understand, after understanding the systems of the three systems, mechanical, chemical, and biological system, we also must know what is the cause when modern scientists, we understand the system, distinction about the systems and the cause behind the any physical process or chemical process, then they can understand properly that life can be can be prepared or can be formed all of sudden spontaneously in the outside the living system, or according to the according to Aristotle, he has given 4 important causes: material cause, efficient cause, and final formal causes. But Francis Bacon, he insists that there is only material and efficient cause which can explain any physical phenomena. Why? Because he thinks that we have to understand only matter and motion. Matter means what material the thing is preparing, and motion how the motion came into the effect. That's why he only considered the material and efficient causes. But he did not actually pay attention towards who control the motion of the atoms. Next is intrinsic teleology, because biological systems, according to the Aristotle, he explained the formal and final. Intrinsic purpose, the biological system has some intrinsic teleology to develop in a fully developed organism. And mechanical system, it has the extrinsic teleology. Now, Erwin Schrödinger, he is a physicist. He also felt that how it is possible that the events which in space and time, which can take place within the spatial boundary of a living system, will be accounted for physics, law of physics and chemistry. Because in this picture you can see any mechanical system cannot actually explain itself that where and when the hands and the head will be actually built. But some other designer can think this. But in the case of a biological system, they have all information inside that when and where the organism will develop, when I will develop, where and when air will develop. Now thermodynamics challenges. Why it is in thermodynamics actually? Because chemicals, he said, some scientists said that the first biological system came from the chemicals. But it is not possible thermodynamically, because if it is the energy transformation inside the biological system can be favored by the thermodynamics, but it is not actually favored in the outside the system, aside from the biological system. According to the second law of thermodynamics, everything or every system in the universe tend to achieve the maximum entropy, or tend to the disorder state. But in the case of the origin of first biological system, they explain that the first biological system came from chemicals, from simple chemicals that transform into the complex chemicals, and then it transforms into the living organism. They are explaining, they are hypothesizing that the disorder came, from the stage of disorder, they ordered the situations, they ordered the things, and it is not possible according to the law of thermodynamics, second law of thermodynamics, because in chemical reactions, it is not a chemical reaction. Some chemical reaction is not possible outside the environment, because they are actually governed with, there are some Gibbs free energy. It can be explained because when any chemical reaction, if it is happen in the outer environment, there are two types of chemical reaction. One is spontaneous and second one is non-spontaneous. Spontaneous, but in the case of living system, spontaneous, some chemical reaction are spontaneous and some are non-spontaneous, but they can occur. Why? How they can occur? They occur because they couple the reactions and they make it happen. But outside the living system, in the environment, it is not possible. But some scientists, some scientists explain, like a Stanley Miller, they they create some organic compounds, and but he was unaware that it is not possible that organic chemicals which he has formed, it can useful for the formation of formation of the biological system, because some problems was there. One is a polymerization problem. That in polymerization in the water, it is not possible that amino acid form because of the low equilibrium in the water, in the aquatic condition. There is a low equilibrium. That's why when the amino acid form, they readily disintegrate into the proteins and in some simple compounds. It was not possible to formation of the amino acids in the medium of water. And again, it was a chirality problem. Chirality problem means some living beings required left-handed amino acids and right-handed sugar, but in the environment, in any chemicals we receive, we have in the racemic mixture, 50% left-handed and 50% right-handed. But in the case of living system, we required amino acid, 50% amino acid left-handed and right-handed sugars, 50%. Then how these two combination come together and the organic compounds can be formed according to the living system. Now this is also one flaw in the Stanley Miller's analysis, that how he direct the undirected energy, because when if the chemicals form during prebiotic period time, then how he direct to save some organic compounds to destroy, because in the general case we see if we need some orderly things, then we have to do some external efforts. But in the case of Miller experiment, he explained that it is possible that some from the disorderly state order can be formed without any external effort. And during prebiotic period time, it was one of the major obstacle that they said that a chemical reaction happened, but chemical reaction did not work in the presence of oxygen. And according to the Operin, he said that time was in the reducing environment, the prebiotic time, it was a reducing environment, there was no oxygen. And if we consider that there was no oxygen, then that means there was no ozone layer. And if there were no ozone layer, then due to the ultraviolet rays, the chemicals which are formed during that time, they will disintegrate. How they can be prepared? Now these are some systems which are required to form to prepare a life, to a living primitive cells. Then these are some we need RNA, DNA. It is we have already seen that it is not possible to form according to the materialistic view, according to the chemical origin, it is not possible. And also one mechanism which obtain energy to generate work, metabolic system, it is also not possible outside the living system. And an enclosure to hold the protect these components from the environment, cell membrane. And all these actually systems, one unique principle to join, to connect these all systems together. This is also impossible to explain these modern scientists. He's Stout Alan Kaufman. He's also felt that it is not clear that what makes a cell alive. was also felt the same thing. Now we can see in mechanical system or in chemical system, we need some external effort to examine. But in the biological system, these all system mean biological system all regulate these all systems. I mean nervous system, endocrine system, all systems inside the body without any external effort. Now, yesterday, Dr. Satish also explained that the difference between AI and BI. Biological intelligence can do this all, can maintain these all systems together. But artificial intelligence, we need some external agent to work on it. And Dr. Sandeep also explained about the plastic heart and organic heart. It is not possible to work for the long duration for the plastic heart, but organic heart can work. He is a scientist, James Tour. He's also he did some study on this origin of first biological system, and he felt that he'd say that I don't understand evolution, because I will confess that to you that I don't understand, because I know how it is hard to prepare molecules in the laboratory. And this is a book. He's also said that natural selection, materialistic origin of biological system is just a blind process. According to the Thaxton Bradley, he said that maintenance of the biological system is easily actually explained by the thermodynamics, but the origin of biological system is little difficult, because according to the thermodynamics, it is all explainable: irreversibility, negative entropy, homeostasis, metabolism, complexity, and self-organization, reproduction, growth, and teleology inside the biological system, but is not explainable outside the biological system in the nature. Because biological system can maintain their system far from equilibrium, but as we know, as a natural phenomena, every system tend to attain a maximum entropy outside the biological system. This is the also phenomena biological system easily can maintain, but in the outside body it is not very easy to maintain. Now some thoughtful scientists did experiment, and they proved that life not came from chemicals, life came from life. There are some experiments. Francisco Reddy, he did, and he proved that yes, life came from life. And next is John Needham. He also did some experiment, and he also proved that life came from life. And his Lazarus Plangani, he's also proved. And now, according to the Vedantic system, some scientists proved that life comes from life, and Louis Pasteur also demonstrated with their some experiment and established that yes, life comes from life, established the law of biogenesis, and also similar conclusion was made by the Rudolf Virchow, and that every cell has come from previous cell. And according to the Vedantic system, Vedantic paradigm, it is also been confirmed that every organic whole produces another organic whole. Om Purnamadha Purnamidam Purnasya Purnamudachyate and Purnasya Purnama Ivavashishyate. Concluded that that materialistic origin is not actually possible, and it is actually the life came from life. In organic whole produces organic whole. Yes, thank you.
So I think we'll have question answer session at the end. And may I now request Dr. Alak Kumar Patra to make his presentation, Biological Evidence Against Mechanical and Chemical Simplification in Organisms.
Hello, a very good morning to you all. I first convey my respect to Shanta Maharaj and Muni Maharaj and pranam to Almighty. Next, I convey my congratulations to you all learned audience, and we are all here to discuss about the things which more or less I think you know much more better than me. Still, on some directions, I am here to discuss on some topics, and direction from my heart, direction from personalities from of my heart. Okay, so topic is something. Yeah. Yeah, this. Yeah, yeah. This one. Okay, okay. My topic is biological evidences against the mechanical and chemical simplifications of organisms. And I think nothing has left to say in this last session before lunch about this. Almost topics are covered. So what I try to do that as I am not a philosopher nor scientist, I shall request you to let me finish my PPT and to allow me to discuss during the lunch session. And one paper we have prepared with my research scholar, J.S. Allen, and on that my discussion, I shall try to limit within the genetics and embryology, but I apologize for it will cover something more than that to touch something which I have found or felt important or can be covered within this small session. It is there, but it is not coming. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Okay. Sure. Yeah. Okay. So I shall start from the last word of my topic, that is the organisms. What we understand about the organisms, generally there is consensus, or you can say that popular agreement is there about the organism, that they are living systems with organic structures. Then what are the symptoms by which we can understand what is living organisms and which is not? It can react to stimuli. I am confining myself to scientific observations only. Then I shall try to do to touch something beyond that. Reproduce, grow, adopt, and maintain homeostasis, as already discussed by Sumangala Devidasi. And that is the ability to maintain a constant internal environment against the changed environment. Now, what is structure? Structure, the arrangement of the relations, arrangement of and relations between the parts or elements of something complex. And what do we understand by organized? This is most important to me. Arranged or structured in a systematic way to perform activities effectively as per plan. So, question is, why it is arranged, how it is planned, and does inert material can plan and sense and organize themselves to produce something new. So, in the definition itself of the living organism, scientific definition itself, there is the hints of gap of understanding. In the course of our discussion, I shall try to reveal it. So, what are the organization in living systems? That will much more be important to know in this context. That is, we understand the organizations in living system at first the cellular level, because the organisms, the unicellular organisms are limited to only one cell. So, the living organism, the structure, organization starts with the cells. I shall discuss later. Then the tissue, from the cells arrange themselves to tissues in an organized manner. Then tissues organize themselves in an organs to organic systems, and from organ systems to organisms. These are the level of organizations. We can go to populations and other things. I am not going to that. I am confining myself to this only. So, this is the pictorial view, organizations in living systems, cells, tissue, organ systems and the organisms. And this is not my credit, it is taken from some National Cancer Institute, and that is, it is already, yeah, it is already, but it is not, it is already understood by these 2 days discussion. So, I am going to the next slide. Now, my question is, after going to these organizations, can we frankly speak that human beings are living organisms? Yeah, we can say so, and I think there is no ambiguity among us. So, let us say that this is also the picture taken from some other sources. This is not my credit, and this is the credit of this organization. Therefore, these I have not uploaded prior as officials. Okay. Now, the second topic. Perhaps I have tried to explain something in my words, what I understand by living organisms, to adapt to the discussion of this session. And now we are going to the mechanical simplifications. And what is the mechanical simplification? Mechanical simplification is that living organisms are machines. And what is the chemical simplification? Chemical significance says that the living organisms are facet of chemicals. Now, the most important simplifications comes from the synthetic biology. That is, living organisms are living machines. Yeah, very popular concept, therefore very popular among the youngs, particularly in this time of our society. Why it is so? What is synthetic biology? Synthetic biology, I am not able to define, and synthetic biologists are not able to define at the present state of our knowledge. The better is to understand what is the objective. The use of mixture of physical engineering and genetic engineering to create a new life form. and therefore synthetic life form. This is their objective. And this multidisciplinary research field, depending primarily on molecular biology, robotics, and artificial intelligence, targets to create artificial cell or life form. This is their objective, their target. And let us move to the next slide. Will future robots be able to give birth to their own children? This is the question, and most importantly very popular, and I have taken it from YouTube. Yeah, that is very popular among the youngs. So he has written, I am saying about futurist Thomas Frey, who has welcomed all community to join the discussion on future robots' ability to give birth to their own children. And then he has said, in the context of future artificial intelligence, it is possible. They say that Thomas Frey argues that it is possible. As a futurist, I can say that synthetic intelligence, synthetic life form is possible, and therefore synthetic mother, that is producing synthetic child, that is synthetic pregnancy is possible. And he is saying that many of our advancement over the coming years will challenge our sensibilities. They will challenge our understanding of what constitutes life, our rights as humans, our moral compass, our sense of authority, and especially the ethical limits of science. This is some of the, you can say, the ambitions of the synthetic biology. The first very beautiful figure is of synthetic mother and child. Second is how the robotic mother is giving birth in the laboratory. And third is the model of some babysitter, which is robotic babysitter. This is what we call this one. This is the synthetic womb. This is the robot creating child. These are some ambitions of the synthetic biology. And after that, some interesting comments have been made by himself. He has said, even though I write about topics that often make us uncomfortable, it doesn't mean I am giving my seal of approval to them. We are still a long ways from understanding the full implications of something like this. This is most important to me as the student of science. Next is, while I don't see this happening in any viable fashion for several decades, there's always an off chance of key researchers being light years ahead, being light years ahead of the pack, perhaps once developing synthetic spider boards that give birth baby spider boards and much sooner than expected. Yeah. Okay. I respect to this futurist for his future prediction. It is welcome. And now the disclaimer says about he himself says about what he is predicting. Okay, and what is the destination or fate? I am going back to scientific critique of the mechanical and chemical simplifications of life. First, I am going to stick the first point, mechanical simplifications of life, that is the machine concept of organisms, that is the MCO. And is organism a machine? Question is, firstly, it is from my point of view, machines' activities are the activities of their parts. It is already discussed. Parts were there before machine. Machine have not created the parts. And when parts are assembled in a particular way, machine is evolved. But organisms can, that is, the activities of the machine is the sum total of the activities of their parts. But organisms can influence the activities of their parts. This is one basic difference. Second is the reproduction. Machine, can replicate. As per the concept of the robotics, robots can create similar robot. But it cannot develop from the cell level to the organization level, multicellular level, complex organism like human being. And it's, I can say, a grandiose attempt of the modern science to make so. I respect to that attempt also. I cannot say it is impossible in my state of knowledge. Someone may say on their state of knowledge. Machine like palm set cannot build its own parts. Parts were there before the machine. All organisms are self-reproducing, they build and maintain their parts. Mechanical and chemical theories based, secondly I am saying that mechanical and chemical theories are all based on scientific knowledge. Okay. Now the second simplification is chemical simplification. Organisms are packet of chemicals, that is, lives come from matter. So synthetic biology, what said, I have already said. In organisms, like a human, a product of is my question is again, the organism is a product of chemical reaction. This is, I think, a grandiose inference. Wherefrom I am saying, embryological observation said, first, we know during the fertilization, we need the sperm count should be more than 75,000. And to penetrate or to fertilize only one egg in microscopic level. My first question is, why only one sperm will penetrate into egg out of 75,000? Material is same, egg, and the environment is same, the sperms are same always. Almost you can say that, okay, all are not same. I can say at least 10 of them are same, thousands of them are same. Why they are not penetrating into the eggs? This is the first question from embryology. I shall confine myself to science to 80%, 90% of my discussion. And second question is, why egg will create one penetration hole for only one sperm, which the egg doesn't know is going to penetrate? And after penetration, why it will close for the others? The stimulant or stimuli are there. Environment is there. Egg is there. The action or activities are different. Is it possible for oxygen and nitrogen, or nitrogen, hydrogen, or hydrogen and oxygen in presence of electric spark to produce other materials than the water? This is my question. Why it is so? From embryology. Finally, whether the zygote will give birth to the male or female young is not known. Which sperm will penetrate into the egg with which sex chromosome, X or Y, is not known till yet. And why? So, I am saying about some other scientific observations, and that is from biogenic elements, we can frame like this, or already discussed from the discussion, like this structure, that from biogenic elements to DNA to RNA, proteins, nuclear materials, viruses, protista, higher organisms. Okay? This is the proposition of the chemical simplification applied. Right? I am saying, I am repeating, biogenic elements, from biogenic elements to DNA, RNA, from DNA, RNA to proteins, proteins to nuclear materials to the semi-living organism, that is virus, sometimes living, sometimes inert, from virus to protista, and from protista to multicellular complex organisms. Okay. Take it granted. I am taking it granted. By all. The methodology of this abiogenesis in evolutionary theory may be termed as unscientific. As a student of science, why I am saying this process or the proposition of science, which are 100 years or more than hundreds of years back, that is old, accepted by thousands of the people, learned persons, personalities, why I am saying it maybe termed as unscientific. Question is, the proposer of the evolutionary theory in his time was not aware of the nanoscale events. In his time, nanotechnology perhaps have not developed into such a level. And he studied, namely Darwin studied, in macro scale only. But the behavior of the living organisms, I am saying not only living organisms means there will be sense organ like brains, the heart, which will, where the Atman will sit, a seed of a heart. No, I am not saying about all these things. I am saying other things I shall discuss later in later slides. I am saying that for unicellular level, organisms, there are also organisms, and their the behavior depends on the nanoscale materials. And the behavior of the material in nanoscale may not be the behavior in macro scale. So, that was also prediction for, it is prediction only. Like futurist Thomas Prey. He didn't know what happened billions years ago in an environment in the world. What was the environment? Which were the materials? How the material developed? From inert material, life developed. What he has proposed is, it is only the prediction. Or you can say, in our, that is Indian philosophical word, anuman, and not anuman also. You can say that guess, scientific guess you can say, okay, scientific guess. But we respect it most because he is scientist. If some philosopher says from other world, no, that is not possible, we disrespect it. That proves we are not scientific students. If we are the student of science, we should be flexible to accept the thesis and antithesis and the synthesis, the process of gathering knowledge in science. The evolutionary theory, the one of the very famous proof is the fossil proof. Insufficient, that is I am saying inadequate. And second is the one experiment by Guy Warholt on stratigraphy proved that the stratigraphy itself cannot reveal the exact chronology of the geological age due to the limitations of the deposition of the deposits with the turbulently flowing water. The particles sometimes by the river are borne by or supported by the turbulent water flow. So, deposition under still water, deposition under turbulent water are different. We cannot say that all deposits in the sedimentary rock happened in still water, and it is preserved for millions of years. It is first unscientific. Yeah. Okay. Second is the genetic observations. As far as I know, scientists say that DNA is the most stable molecular system. And how from a DNA, new DNA will form? What is the cause? And those causes may be present in several times to give rise to different type of species, different type of classes, phyla in the plant and animal kingdom. Why I am saying at the same time the amoeba cannot develop the multicellular organism, and from that the invertebrates or the, you can say the reptiles, the aves, the mammals, all classes cannot. So this happened several times in the geological past. Why it is not happening again? This is my second question to the evolutionary theory. And from molecular biology, or you can say the genetics also, the second important question is, it is the uncertainty, total uncertainty thing happens in crossing over during the meiosis process, gamete formation, germ cells. What happens? This is the double helical structure proposed by Watson and Crick. This is some sort of genetics, molecular structure during crossing over. What will happen? Who will predict it? This is science, I think, far ahead or far behind it, maybe light years behind it. How it will happen? I am not refuting. I am saying that, yeah, I respect, but the limitation of science should be acknowledged. So there are several proofs from different researchers from MIT, USA, or from other researchers of the world. I have no time to discuss it one by one. I have shown from Nobel laureate to all other contemporary researchers about the limitations of the modern biology and the synthetic biology. And these are some of the limitations. One, what I can say, I can read this, the dynamic of 3D chromatin structures during human embryogenesis remains unknown. Key role of CTCF is unknown. Prediction of the way of interactions between the transcription factors and regulatory DNA sequence to dictate rates of transcription and developmental outcomes remains open challenge. It is not XY, I have said, sexual and intrinsic factor that determine the sexual fate of vertebrate cells are unknown, and how the invertebrate to vertebrate develop due to change in new or to develop of new DNA is unknown. Modern science has serious limitations, and the synthetic biology replies itself that life as we know it is the result of evolution by natural selection. As such, natural organisms are more like the product of tinkerer than the results of master engineer's rational design. Are synthetic biology solutions feasible? Thus, in a sense, I am quoting their words, you could say that organisms produced using synthetic biology will be more machine-like than naturally evolved organisms. Their answer is this. And these are based on scientific knowledge. Mechanical chemical theory is based on scientific knowledge. Scientific knowledge is knowledge of human beings. Human beings are living organisms that cannot be defined by the science, cannot be described by the science, human beings. And definition or describing life or living organisms not possible at the present state of knowledge. That is my proposition final. And our scientific knowledge, why it is not possible, I am saying scientific knowledge may be this state, and knowledge of scientists encompasses much more knowledge, of whole knowledge of scientists, which is another set, and scientist is not only knowledge but other system, a holistic system, which is another set. So the scientific knowledge cannot include or describe the whole thing of the scientists or the knowledge of scientists. This is the limitation of our scientific knowledge, I can think. And study of scientists is important because they are great contributors. And science is the product of scientific activities of scientists, and scientists cannot be explained by the science because it is the subset of subset, and a subset of subset cannot be a whole set, and may lead to find the origin of life, purpose, general cause of generation, destination of life, and that needs the holistic study. I am saying the life is a holistic concept, existence, and which is not material. Yeah, human science reads the purpose only, not the origin and destination. That is the. So, we have already said, sometimes simply we cause 100 of language, okay. We don't know the causes of twins. Why one person is chosen by one girl, maybe two persons, twins, which go to love one girl. Approximately appearance in materialistic world, they are same. But the girl will choose particular one person. I don't know why. And how the mammal genes developed from the aves, who has the wings, or from reptiles to aves. The reptile cannot stand, walk. Aves will fly. That genetic code is developed within the reptile's body to give rise to the aves. How it happened? Far away from our scientific observations. So I have said, pardon me, that grandiose word is not, I think, as a student of science, is to be said, but I am compelled to do so. So what I am saying, in this universe, there are approximately, in our galaxy, approximately 10 to the power 11 stars are there in Milky Way. And in the universe, approximately there are 10 to the power 10 galaxies are there. How much we are equipped to know about the whole universe and the cause of the universe. Actually, our level of knowledge is so much limited that we can say ourselves ignorant about the origin and the destination or the general nature of life, living organisms, the universe, and so on, so on. We are in the process of investigations. That is to be acknowledged, that is to be credited. But question is, why should not we be humble to acquire knowledge of life, the problems and their solutions? Why we are saying about the lives? Actually, if we say, what is our problem? Our problem is we want to live forever with mortal body which will die surely. And if we can produce the artificial life, perhaps we can exist in the world for the much more extended time. Number two is, if we can produce life, we can acquire knowledge for huge time. We can have the Anand state. So this question of life, its origin, and the knowledge, that is the acquiring knowledge and developing science behind it, is very important to us. When this never-ending research work of science will continue, and we shall respect on it, let us go to the school of thoughts on the questions, which is everlasting questions. Yeah, I am finishing it, and the answer is given by some thoughts in the Eastern world. We know, as the citizens of India or the person of India, that we have a very rich philosophical literature which is known as Vedic literature, and I differ in the objective of Shastra and science. Vedic science is also in Shastra, so I am not agreeing with that Shastra does not include science, and science do something different from the Shastra. Science has that completely opposite idea of Shastra. Shastra has the opposite idea of science, not always. But the question is, in this everlasting question, who am I, where from we have come, what is the general nature of life, and what is the general nature of universe? Our Indian philosophy has answered in Vedic, literature, which is known as Vedant or Upanishad, which is the extract of Vedas, and the extract of Vedant is called the Gita. The Gita is, we trust, that said by God himself, Lord Krishna, where he is saying, answering the question of Arjuna, that Mamai Vangsa Jiva Loke, Jiva Bhuta Sanatana, Mana Sasthani Indriyani, Prakriti Sthani Karsati, Sarirang Yadavapnuti, Yachaputramati Sara, Grihitvai Tani Sangjati, Bayur Gandhani Vashat, Shotrang Chokskus Parsanancha, Rasanang Ghana Mebacha, Adhisthaya Manaschayam, Vishayanupasevate, Utkramantam Stitang Bapi, Vunjanang Bagmanitam, Bimudhanan Upashanti, Pasanta Gyana Chasusa. Yeah, the eye with wisdom that can see what is the truth behind the life and the life form. That is the answer of Lord himself, and I can now infer that human can be regarded as soul, mind and body as per the Indian philosophy. And realization of human being as the amalgamation of sentient and material bodies and their consciousness with rationality can lead to our goal, I think. Thank you very much for your valuable time and attending this session.
No, she doesn't want to come.
Not want to come? Hello, you can come here. No, we have a position. You have to be there.
So any questions? I think slightly different views. We had one from chemistry and the other one.
Hello, make it normal. Hello, you can tap it. Hello. Hello. It is what? This is good. 1 second. Used to.
Okay. So I just wanted to make both talks I thought were really wonderful presentations. I wanted to make I think later I'll come back and ask a question about the second talk. So I just wanted to make a comment about entropy, because I've thought about this a lot in my own work as well. And first of all, the second law of thermodynamics applies in a closed system, isolated from the general causality. And I think it's safe to say that there are no closed systems in nature. So here we have a law. It's really an idealization. And the assumption behind that law is a random background. And then we can talk about second law. But in fact, what I'm seeing is that in living systems and there's this system dependency. And it could be that the universe itself is not a closed system. In fact, the relational theory says that it isn't. Just in doing a statistical calculation of entropy, which of course you can do for any distribution of points, say, that is a relative. And correct me if I'm wrong about this. This is where I've gone. It is a relative calculation, assuming a random background. If we change the background, the entropy calculation will be different. I think even if we had a random distribution of foreground points or whatever, and a non-random background, we would calculate an entropy, a lower entropy. It would appear to be ordered and energetic. So this is I think, a very important factor when we go into system dependency. And I think it's all about how living systems alter the context of what's going on, whereas Western science has focused almost entirely on the dynamics, what I'm calling the foreground. So we're looking at these dynamics, and we're assuming a certain background. And biology is changing the background, which changes everything about the dynamics. So if you could comment on that, I'd appreciate.
Say something? So I think what she was trying to describe was that, so for something, generally, everything moves along lines of entropy. So what is it that is organizing the things in that background? So if you have a background of universe, and in that background, what is the unifying force that which makes the thing into an organized living being? Because not one is maintenance, one is evolution. I mean, forming the first organism. What she was concerned was forming the first organism. So we have a background of physical objects, we have background of chemicals, we have background of heat, light, whatever.
Excuse me, but my question was for the speaker.
She doesn't want to.
Is actually that thermodynamically the origin of first biological system. Origin of the first biological system is been rationalized. It is not rationalized, sorry, but the maintenance of the living system or biological system is rationalized according to the thermodynamics principle. According to the even second law of thermodynamics, like entropy, cannot be, actually it is not possible that according to the entropy that chemical origin of life can happen, because according to the entropy it explained that everything tends to be attain the maximum entropy or the disordered state, while in the case of first origin of life they explain about the from the simple organic compounds towards the complex organic compounds, from the disordered state to the ordered state. But entropy phenomena is talking about from the order to disorder state. So it is actually not feasible for the thermodynamics to explain the first law of first origin of first biological system.
So does it explain?
Anybody have any other questions? I have a small simple hello. I can speak. Hello. Just first of all, thank you very much for such nice presentation. And it is quite interesting that we found out that a scientist talking about something happening after a few light years. So I mean, if we are depending on some kind of future assumptions, so that kind of platform of futuristic hope should also be applied to the predictions or the propositions given in the philosophical or religious traditions. Why should we waste our time on something which is not observed? What is observed in nature is that life is coming from life. And we are hopeful that in future, after so many light years or whatever it is, that opposite will happen. But here, we have a living system and we have to find solution for life in life rather than in matter. Why not we do that? Also, I'm telling, okay, we accept that, but why should we only overemphasis to matter and not to life? That's my question.
Bruno Maharaj, only one I want to add, that is, I am interested in any subject which we are not looking also. For the limitations of our observations, of our sense organs, the instruments, instrumentations, scientific observations, I am interested to take those knowledge also, which is obtained in philosophical steps or philosophical processes, which cannot be obtained with scientific process. Real scientific process I am saying about the experimental truths. Who has said or who has seen the electron is like this? We cannot say so. Atomic structure is like this. We are looking, day by day that is changing. We have respected Dalton's theory, one except one, all have been proved are false. But respect him as the father of modern chemistry. But we do not respect the philosophers. Again we say the philosophy is as the mother of science. Question is, what we cannot look also for our limitations. I have wanted to say from Shastras that can be realized by other process of acquiring knowledge, which is the proved proposition of philosophy, accepted proposition of philosophy all over the world. And at that stage, which is beyond the scientific knowledge, can we accept as a flexible student of science scientifically at if we cannot look that may be present. What I am saying, if the frequency level is beyond 20,000, we cannot hear. That doesn't mean that is not there. That is producing your ultrasonic photographs, images. That is a reality. But the question is not that. Question is, the person who are in better understanding level, perceived by thousands of millions of our ancestors and our contemporary learned papers, cannot be refuted in one words as they are foolish. We should have respect to that. We should be flexible to accept that school of thought also. We should be respectful to accept the school of thoughts of science. Without science, we are actually incapable of discussing this in this way, in this room. Yeah, I respect that. And for that, I have dedicated my life for that. But the question is, we should not be so much orthodox, we should not be so much close-minded that we shall reject all the concepts beyond the scientific observations or the capability of scientific inference. That is my point. We should accept, we should be flexible to accept the school of thoughts, the experience. And I am saying, the Shastra never says about that only possible by propositions or logic. Yeah, in yoga is also included in our Shastra. It is yogic science, Vedic science, Ayurveda science. Those are all scientific knowledge on the testified facts. They are there in Shastras. If we accept that part, we shall not accept that part. That is our complete, mighty character, which should not be for the academic people. That is my answer.
Another point I want to emphasize.
Yeah.
The overemphasis on objective reality, that we are giving so much emphasis to object. What a subject is trying to attempt to understand or study in scientific field. But why not science can make the subject itself at the objects of its own study? That's what I want to say. You are making planets, atoms and electrons, DNA, RNA, so many things, so many objects. But why in that set of all unlimited objects, why not the self should be included? I mean, all the scripturals or philosophical, in East and West, they have given much importance to study subject at the object of their, introspection or understanding, because after all, the knowledge of our own self is much important to do good to ourselves than something else that is not self. So why we should ignore that or say something that is unscientific? That's my also one of the query.
Okay, Pranam, with due respect, I am going to adopt something what Maharaj has said is important, and that is from the last day, that is important. Yeah. Some school of thoughts, some persons understand science in their way, and they think that Shastras are against the science. And the process of making subject as the object is not possible or is not acceptable. No. In social science, in some sects of science, in some schools of scientific study, subjects are also made as object. But question is, the majority has been dominated here over that time, and for their mighty nature, they are suppressing the facts. This happens in our common society. This is not spiritual society that you are actually respect. In our normal, real society, this happens. What I know, that is true only. Others, if it is beyond that, if it is against that, it is not true. And if it is needed, I shall kill him. I shall kill her. Yeah, there are people. Society is such reality. We cannot say that that is not there. But question is, science has also accepted this thing, and let us adopt this humble character as a student of knowledge or science. The scientific way of accepting something, scientific way of rejecting something. When I have not seen the God, I cannot say that is not there. When I have not realized God, I cannot say God is not there. When I have not realized soul, I cannot say that soul is not there. If Shastra says that there are processes by which you can train yourself to realize soul, we can try for that, even we can fail. If we try for IISc Bangalore, we shall pass in the admission test all, that is not the fact.
Guaranteed.
Not is guaranteed. It is not guaranteed. The fact is that we should keep our open mind. Another thing is, if Shastra says that science cannot do it, I am not in favor of this. This is also prediction. Yeah. If they are in the higher level of understanding, realization, we should respect him, respect her, respect the school of thought. But we should not respect that the prediction, science cannot do it. Okay, let them do so. If they dream to do it after light years ahead, okay, I accept that. At the same time, I say that I should accept the school of thought that this life originated from life, and the whole universe is actually Chaitanya-maya. And from that Chaitanya comes in molecular state to body to make it alive. Like you make a robot. If you do not impose the power source, it will not work. That is the life, the Chaitanya, that is coming to the body. I am saying when body is dead body, what happens? Material body is there. Fortunately, all the compounds with the biochemical entities and everything is there. Not like that billions years ago that hydrogen, that is the biogenic molecules, hydrogen, oxygen, carbon, nitrogen, sulfur, phosphorus are there. From there, you have to come to the cell structure. I am saying, in my dead body, everything is there. Still, I am not alok. I am a dead body. I cannot work, which actually distinguishes myself as a living organism.
I want to say something on that point.
Yeah.
See, for example, a machine is there for a robot, robotic hand, robotic leg, robotic, the motor, all these things. So they are not individually a organism.
Yeah.
But if you see a living system, for example, your body,
the
cell is itself every cell is an individual organism. Every organ, they also work in an organism. So they have the potential to exhibit individual, organism characteristic. If you see, even the immune cells, they have an identity of self and non-self. So where such a characteristic is coming in the living organism, which is absent in the sensory motor or the wires or the the plastics, the materials or whatever they are being used in the machine. Means the complete structure. And not only that, I want to say the things that organism consume, it becomes part of that. Like you eat a carrot or a potato, it becomes part of your body. But a machine, the electricity or the oil or whatever you are supplying, it's not becoming part of it. It's not a transformation of the mass is happening. Rather, what is happening is some energy is produced and something coming and something is going. The machine structure itself is not changing. So if you see, I'm not talking about psychological intent, even at the functioning level, like Dr. Sambit was presenting yesterday about plastic heart and the organic heart. There's so much difference that he elaborated, which is a very interesting talk that we witnessed yesterday. So I want to say, why not we also see even at the, what you can say, organization level in the living system and the mechanical system.
Pranam Maharaj. Okay. Actually, one comment is there. Let us try in scientific way and in spiritual way both to advance towards the reality. This is my urge to the conference and the chairs.
I think there are some speakers. I think Sambit can.
Thank you, Sandeep. Thank you, Patra. Thank you, Deviji. We'll break for lunch. I will back in the room. We'll be on schedule. On schedule, right? He's coming. Yes, thank you. Rob, we are ready. Ready, sir? Okay. So, Vanakkam, Namaste, and good afternoon. We hope the lunch was sufficient to keep you awake, at the same time comfortable. Okay. And I'm very happy to introduce Sir Kumar Pichmani, he's an old friend. He's an alumnus of IIT Madras, having studied the civil engineering program here. In fact, he's a practicing civil engineer, and he's a specialist in underground excavations, especially for building metro trains under the ground and so on. And he is also, more importantly, is an adjunct professor in the Department of Civil Engineering. But from 2011, according to him, his life changed, and he is closely following the teachings of Vethathiri Maharishi, whose ashram near Coimbatore, Pollachi, Aliyar ashram is a very famous ashram, you know, Temple of Consciousness they call it. Actually, it's a very famous ashram here, and the core slogan is Valga Valamudan. That means live prosperously. That is the core slogan of the ashram. He's also followed the teachings of Om Swami also. Okay, so we have requested Kumar to chair the session. So I request him to present the chair's remarks, and then we can begin with the session. Okay.
Thank you, LSG, for this great introduction.
In fact, this is one instance of man proposes, God disposes. Because originally we were to have a different chairperson, but I think my colleague is involved with a family function and has not been able to come here. So, and Kumar had met me yesterday and said, Ganesh, would it be possible for me to share my thoughts? I said, here's an official opportunity, jump in.
Thank you, LSG. It's a great honor over here. In fact, I came to know about this conference only yesterday, and one of my colleagues, Professor Srinivasan, he told me that this is happening, you please come, it is your field, and that's how I am here. Then I told LSG whether I could get 5 minutes, and now I get 5 minutes. So that is consciousness working. So it's basically brain waves, not brain wave, but the mind wave that is working. Thought is a wave, everything is a wave. It synchronizes with the frequency of the universe, and this acts like an antenna. This antenna, you get a receiver, and that's how things work. So that is how consciousness works. As LSG said, I am part of the Vethathiriyam, that is Vethathiri Maharishi teachings. I am doing an MSc course there, which is called Yoga for Human Excellence. So it deals with everything that a human being needs to know, so that he is with unity or harmony with nature as well as the society. That is the main concept. It starts with oneself and goes into the arena of the whole world and how you take care. That's how Valga Valamudan comes into picture. Valga comes from the word propitiously. It is actually prosperous, and something called propitiously, which is say Valga Valamudan.
So that is how it is, and the scientific aspect of it is valha. When you say the tongue touches the upper palate. Once the tongue touches the upper palate, your pituitary gland and your pineal gland are activated. That is why if you see all the siddhars and all this, they used to touch the upper palate. Most of the shlokas that gan ganapate namaha gang gang, all that touches your upper palate, that excites your pineal gland. Pineal gland is directly related to your intuition. So that is how your consciousness improves, your frequency with the universe improves. So that is how life and consciousness, there are a lot of things that could be talked, but time is limited. So let us start the session. This session is on life and consciousness. The first talk is by Madhav Chattopadhyay. He is a retired from CSIR, Center for Cellular and Molecular Biology, Hyderabad. Second lecture is from Varanasi, Rama Brahmam, who is from the Center of PG Studies, Pondicherry. So I invite Dr. Madhav Chattopadhyay to present his work on bacterial intelligence and antibiotic resistance.
MKCHYD.
Chattopadhyay, you have half an hour for this.
This is not the first slide. Second slide. This is second slide. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for introduction, and thanks to the organizer for giving me the opportunity. Throughout the first day and half of the second day, we have attended several types of talks and several types of concepts, like philosophical concepts, mainly philosophical concepts. So from that, I am doing a sort of disservice, because I am bringing you down to the ground and make you acquainted with the very, very basic and severe and serious problem which threatens our existence. First of all, let me first slide. My topic is bacterial intelligence and antibiotic resistance. So as it is a mixed population, so let me introduce bacteria, unicellular organism. Next, this is the scale. Micron is 10 to the power minus 3 millimeter, 10 to the power minus 4 centimeter. Bacteria falls in that range. Virus is further smaller, and human limit is 40 micron. 1 micron is 10 to the power minus 4 centimeter. Human limit is 40 micron. Below 40 micron, we cannot see anything in naked eye. So, next slide. Several types of classifications are available, but this is the classification which is followed now all over the world, and it is proposed by American microbiologist called Richard Woos. It is saying that there are some bacteria which reside in the thermal vent and marshy land where toxic methane gas is produced. They are more similar to higher organisms than bacteria, and that's why they are classified under a separate group called Archaebacteria. Archaea means old, ancient. So they are believed to come to the earth first. So Archaebacteria one category, Eubacteria that makes our card, that makes our medicine, and that gives us several types of disease, that fall in the second category. And third is Eukaryota, in which all the higher organism, multicellular organism ranging from protozoa to plants to humans, everything comes. Next. For a long time, bacteria are believed to be unicellular, one cell, one body, and it is independent. Next. But extensive work during the past 2 to 3 decades reveals some other types of feature in them, and it is found that they also live a social life. Next. When we streak bacteria on a plate, we find that when we begin the streak, it is very thick. As we proceed, it becomes thinner and thinner, and ultimately ends in isolated colony. It is observed that the thick line appears first, and the isolated colony takes a number of days. Why? Same media, same organism, same type of incubation temperature. Why does a single colony take so much time? The thick colony is nothing but a conglomeration of single colonies. Then why a single colony, which is not taking the help of other colonies, are taking so much time to appear on the plate? That means it requires cooperation from other organisms. Next. In Jules Verne's famous book 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, this phenomena was described that some organisms produce light in the sea, and it is vindicated, and it is found that it is a real phenomena, it happens, and it requires coordination between bacteria. Next. Then bacteria, when they form another characteristics, whenever they find any solid surface, be it water pipe or mast of the hull of the ship, or our dental or pacemaker, urinary catheter, they join together and they excrete a polysaccharide and get embedded into it. That is a citadel of bacteria. Not only bacteria, other organisms may also reside in, and that requires a lot of coordination between bacteria. Next. Bacteria form some vesicles. They send letters to other bacteria that help them to acquire nutrients, to overcome adverse conditions, and to protect themselves from antibiotics and other antibacterial agents. Next. These are the several features which reveal the social features of bacteria. Next. So throughout the last at least 20 years, I have been writing, speaking, and taking other means to make people aware of one crisis, that is the resistance of bacteria and other microorganisms to antibiotic. Next. Let me start with a story. Shreya Tripathi, a girl in Patna, she got TB. It was found that it was not curing by any other drugs, resistant to all the anti-tubercular drugs. Then they came to know that after a long gap of 40 years, FDA of USA has approved one anti-tubercular drug for use, that is bedaquiline. It inhibits bacterial ATP synthesis and it cures multi-drug resistant TB. She came to Delhi with her father. To her dismay, she was informed that she will not get. Why? Because they told, first you prove that you have multi-drug resistant TB. Then we will examine your condition. After it was proved, she was informed, her father was informed that condition is already bad and chance of survival is very less, so they don't want to waste drug. Her father moved to Delhi High Court. Then Delhi High Court felt that simply on the basis of residence, one cannot be refused access to any drug. So she got the drug. By the time this tubercular organism chewed up a substantial portion of her lungs, she was unable to breathe without oxygen. She was unable to move. And despite getting bedaquiline, she died. So what is the cause? They told this national program for TB control, they were taking care of the affair. So they told that we were parsimonious about the use of the drug, issue of the drug, because stock is limited, and we have to be convinced that really it is the case. Let us look into the matter. This is the chronological order of the whole his case. Next. When antibiotics were discovered, 1928 penicillin was discovered. In the 1940s, streptomycin, chloramphenicol, tetracycline, number of drugs were discovered. Then quality of life was substantially improved. The diseases which were incurable were getting cured. Operations become much more safe. So people started thinking that infectious organisms are no more a threat. Next. Most probably this person told that war with infectious organism is over. But this was the feeling of even the scientists, that nothing to worry about infection. Whenever any infection will come, we would knock it out by application of the proper antibiotic. That was euphoria, and that was short-lived. Next. By this time, organisms resistant to all the therapeutically useful antibiotics have been discovered. Not that they are different organisms. Same Staphylococcus aureus, same Streptococcus pneumoniae, same Mycobacterium tuberculosis. But as some children in the family, very good family also, turn rogue children, they do not listen to anything. Similarly, some progeny of the drug-sensitive bacteria are born drug-resistant due to some genetic changes. They are not amenable to the antibiotic treatment. Next. Several types of mechanism is there. When bacteria divide, cells actually produce 2 copies of their DNA. These 2 strands separate and new strands are synthesized against the old strand. So the daughter cells get 2 DNAs, one containing old strand, one containing new strand. The copying machinery is very highly efficient, but it commits some mistake. So new bases introduced, some bases are omitted, code is changed. That's how they get new property. These drug sensitive bacteria beget drug resistant children. And what is the probability? 10 to the 1 minus 7. 1 in 1 crore bacteria is likely to be resistant. So nothing to worry, it appears. What is the probability that one bacteria will get resistant to 4 drugs at a time? 10 to the 1 minus 28. Nothing to worry, but it did not happen. In late 1950s, there was a Shigella epidemic in Japan, and it was found, the scientists discovered to their dismay, that the organisms were resistant to 3 or 4 antibiotics in high frequency. Then it was discovered that they have the capability of copying their gene, resistance conferring gene, and pass on them to this sensitive bacteria. And by a mechanism called horizontal gene transfer, they can transmit this resistance conferring gene even among the unrelated bacteria. So that is making the situation worse. Next. It was believed for quite some time that when they get resistant, they have to pay some bill. Their growth rate becomes slow. But subsequently it was found that they accumulate compensatory mutation on other parts of the genome, and they regain the capacity of growing fast. When we clone a gene to get a particular valuable product in the bioreactor, it is extremely difficult to maintain the gene. We have to create selection pressure, this and that, so many things we have to do. But surprisingly, when they get drug resistant gene, they retain it. Not one gene, a cassette of gene, they happily repair without any selection pressure. So that is why it is said it is easy to get but difficult to lose. Next. This is the mechanism that in some cases the drug is converted to a chemically inactive variety, like penicillin is converted to penicilloic acid, chloramphenicol is converted to diacetyl-chloramphenicol, that is chemically inert. In some cases, the organisms makes this wall impermeable. In some cases, it enters, but it cannot sit on this receptor on its place because that is disrupted. Like chloramphenicol, tetracycline, streptomycin resistance, they sit on ribosome and do not allow the protein synthesis. But in some cases, the ribosome get distorted, so the drugs cannot sit there. But they can carry out their protein synthesis. In some cases, they enter, but if their energy-driven pump system pushes the drug out and does not allow it to get concentrated within the cell. This is the mechanism by malarial parasite also get resistant to antimalarial drugs. This is the mechanism by which our body cells also get resistant to anti-cancer drugs. So it is a universal mechanism and very dangerous mechanism. And gene deletion, it is found that in Mycobacterium, when the cat gene deleted, that becomes resistant to the drug. Why? So they found that cat gene actually encodes an enzyme, catalase peroxidase. So it was proposed that this INase, anti-tubercular drug, to which the bacteria became resistant, is actually pro-drug. It is not the actual drug. When the enzyme is there, that is acted upon by the enzyme and it is converted into the active form. But when the gene is not there, that cannot be converted, and that makes the strain drug resistant. So it is a very new mechanism, first reported in Nature in 1992, and this is the only report that gene deletion can also be a mechanism of antibiotic resistance. Next. Professor Levy, let us pay respect to him, homage to him, because he expired a few months ago, untiringly making endeavor throughout his life to make people understand that more is the use of an antibiotic, more will be the resistance. It is called antibiotic paradox. He is saying that our body as well as our surroundings is populated by numerous bacteria. They are harmless in nature. The resistant bacteria occurring into them, but in a very few proportion, they are dominated by the sensitive bacteria. By indiscriminate use of antibiotics, by indiscriminate use of antibacterials, get clean, put a drop of antibacterial in your hand will be clean. In that way, we are eliminating, annihilating our friendly bacteria and giving cakewalk for the resistant bacteria, and they are taking over. So, when an antibiotic is introduced for the first time, it works excellently. Slowly and slowly, frequency of resistance is increasing, and after some time, it does not work. Conversely, if an antibiotic is dropped for use for some time, it works excellently. You do not use chloramphenicol because it is very toxic. Chloramphenicol is out of clinical use for quite some time. But if it is used, it works. Next, this is a model that red dots are resistant bacteria, they are dominated, and when they are selected by indiscriminate use of antibiotics. How much time is there? 10 minutes. 12 minutes. Next. So there is evidence I have already given, but contradictory evidence is also there. Bacteria are isolated from places where antibiotic cannot occur, like South Pole or very top mountain, high altitude mountain or forest. Next. I did some work in Germany. I found that in a very deserted place, I got bacteria which are resistant to antibiotic, including chloramphenicol and also to heavy metals. Next. Bacteria can go to the other places by riding on dust particle also. That's how resistant bacteria is spread throughout the globe. Next. This is the place where I was. This is the North Germany, and this is the result that I got. Next. It came as a short note in BMJ, British Medical Journal. Next. And heavy metal select bacteria, because the genes that confer heavy metal resistance co-occur with the genes that confer drug resistance. So even if antibiotic is not there, heavy metals select and that become antibiotic resistant. That is worrisome because many people use the dental amalgam that contains mercury, and it is believed that they are going to their stomach, mercury, and selecting resistant bacteria. Next. This is the cave of South America, Lechiguala cave, and scientists, people, it did not get human touch for billions of years, but when bacteria were isolated, found that they are resistant not only to the recent antibiotics, but their sequence of the gene is similar to the sequence of the gene that we are getting now. Next. So, resistance does not require exposure to antibiotic. Next. It is not known really that what is the function of antibiotic and what is the significance of antibiotic resistance in nature. We published a review with a German collaborator, myself and my wife. Next. In agriculture, antibiotics are used indiscriminately to promote growth. That also helps in the selection and spread of resistant bacteria. It is banned totally in Europe, and but America, they prefer to case review. India, there is no control. Anybody can buy antibiotic and mix. I have seen people dissolving tetracycline in water and giving it to the feet. Next. This is a growth promoter. Antibiotic promotes growth. Not known how they do, and but that promotes people to do that, because that eliminates the necessity of giving more food. Next. So fish, vegetarian and non-vegetarian food also, antibiotic resistant bacteria are transmitted. Next. Next. Outer membrane vesicles, I have already told that we did some work with Dr. Jagannatham, and it is said, it is found that the vesicles sometimes contain antibiotic degrading enzyme, sometimes they sweep the antibiotic from the environment and they do not allow the antibiotics to reach the cell target. Sometimes they carry antibiotic and remove it from the cell. Sometimes they promote horizontal gene transfer. In various ways, these outer membrane vesicles promote antibiotic resistance. Next. Remedial measure, obviously it appears that new antibiotic, it takes some 8 to 10 years and millions of dollars. So people do not get interested. Even if it appears, physicians do not write, because more is the use, more is the resistance. So investors do not get return. They do not invest money. Next. Scientists are tapping unusual sources to get new antibiotics. They trying to isolate compound from this and synthesize it in the laboratory. Next. Several molecular biology tricks are used, and several types of tricks are used. One is remarkable, menaquinone D50 it is named. It hits even resting bacteria, because as you know the antibiotic attacks only dividing bacteria, but this antibiotic attacks also resting bacteria. Next. Several types of molecular biology approach is being adopted to get new antibiotic. Next. Next. Resensitization is the topic. Is interesting topic, because it is better to get antibiotics which is sensitive to the existing antibiotic. That's how with amoxicillin we get clavulanic acid that inhibits the bacterial enzyme beta lactamase that inactivates the antibiotic. So as such amoxicillin will not work, because it will be degraded by beta lactamase. But when clavulanic acid is there, it blocks the enzyme and bacteria is acted upon by amoxicillin. Similarly, there are several other types of approach are being taken. Let me elaborate. Next. Improper use is the most dangerous factor. Now, what is the role of bacterial intelligence? I have mentioned it. Let me elaborate that bacterial intelligence includes by conceptually this biofilm formation, which I have already explained, and this vesicle formation, which I have already explained, and they require quorum sensing. What is quorum sensing? Bacteria population, when achieved a certain number, they start activities like light emission. If 1 or 2 cells emit light, that is not useful. Minimum number of cells must be there. So similarly, polysaccharide synthesis is required for biofilm formation, and that requires coordinated activities, and that's how this quorum sensing is important. And that is why scientists are attempting to isolate agents that disrupt quorum synthesis. Quorum sensing requires production of some signal. They must sit on receptor. So some receptor blocker has been found. Some compounds have been isolated that degrades the signal. Some compounds have been isolated that blocks the signal in the other way by producing antibodies, but what is their significance in the physiological level or biological level is yet to be tested. Now what is done, that in some cases this antibiotic, existing antibiotic, is mixed with the compounds that disrupt codon sensing. Okay, that disrupt, like lactone, bromolactone is a derivative which disrupts signal synthesis. So with curcumin is a compound that inhibits codon sensitive and when that is mixed with an antibiotic, it is found that antibiotic is effective. The dose of azithromycin and gentamicin have been found to reduce when it is mixed with some agents. Similarly, with tetracycline, ciprofloxacin and some other drugs also becomes found to be effective against resistant bacteria when they are mixed with codon sensing inhibitor. So bacterial intelligence, so that is codon sensing or biofilm formation or this vesicle formation, are inhibited by some agents, and scientists are trying them to exploit therapeutically, so that they, instead of going for the costly and time consuming process of discovering a new drug, those agents are mixed with the existing antibiotic, and some promising results have been found. That of course requires another talk, but it is yet to be tested that what we could do. But this appears to be a very attractive policy, because otherwise really the situation is very bleak. Every year in USA alone 23,000 people are dying because of resistance due to the antibiotic resistant bacteria, and it is predicted that by 2050 around 50 million will die throughout the world. That may be an exaggerated figure or grossly inflated figure, but the danger is there, and some people are saying that antibiotic era is over. Now this is the post-antibiotic era. So again let me tell that instead of using new antibiotic, let us try to get agents that disrupt bacterial intelligence, codon sensing, biofilm formation, vesicle formation. Those things, they are discovered, but their biological toxicity and biological stability, other problems are there. So we have to overcome them, and it is my personal opinion that we have to emphasize more on them than to think, than to suffer from the illusion that scientists will come with new antibiotic and solve all the problem overnight. It is not possible. Doomsday is very near. Thank you.
Thank you, Madhavi. Very interesting lecture. I now invite Dr. Varanasi Ramabramam. He is going to talk on ontology of human consciousness and mind, a correlation of philosophical, mechanical and psychochemical systems.
Let me thank Dr. Sadanathan, the organizer, and all of you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Mata Piturbhyan Namaha. Sahana Bhavatu, Sahano Bhunaktu, Sahaviryam Karavavahai, Tejasvinavadhiyatamastu Om Vidvishavai. Gurave Sarva Lokanam, Bhishaje Sarva Roganam, Nidhaye Sarva Vidyanam, Dakshinamurtaye Namaha. Jnanananda Mayan Devam, Nirmala Sphurika Kritam, Adharam Sarva Vidyanam, Hayagriya Upasmahe. Good afternoon. The topic of my ontology of human consciousness, mind and correlation of philosophical, mechanical, next sir. We all know ontology is a branch of metaphysics dealing with the nature of being. I request all of you to note the word being. Being is a very beautiful word, not only in English, we all know being is the present continuous form of the verb to be. The Sanskrit equivalent of that is Sat. Sat is the present continuous form of the verb as to be. So, being has played, that means Sat has played a lot of role in the Indian spiritual and philosophical systems. Around Sat, everything is there. And being is nothing but Sat. So, I will try to discuss about being from cognitive science point of view, and also I will try to combine modern science with it. Next, please. This is another definition of ontology. All this will be covered. Next, sir. Ontology of human consciousness, mind and their functions will be presented correlating Upanishadic insight, modern science and other Indian orthodox and heterodox philosophical systems. I take human mind as a biological phenomena. Here I will, and human consciousness and human mind are aspects of the body. This is how I am taking. And so, and all these things are discussed everywhere in Indian philosophy, Upanishads, Buddhism, Jainism, Shaddarsanas, Charvaka system, and next present up to the present seers like Ramana Maharshi, Aurobindo, Ramakrishna Paramahamsa and others. J. Krishnamurti, even though it appears J. Krishnamurti is a modern philosopher, actually he is another Upanishadic seer. How another way? In the sense that all these have original experiences. They are all their experiences, and the words they used are different. The technical words, every one of us know, each discipline will have a different technical word to represent the same. Next, sir. As I told you, human consciousness is a biological entity and activity present in humans, hence has to be amenable to understand, to be understood in physico-chemical terms as any other biological phenomena. Human consciousness is the awareness of mind. Next. Mind, which is an expression and part of consciousness, is an aspect of human body. Mind does all human mental functions, which are physiological processes. Thus, psychology, physiology. Next. Physics, fields and unraveling form of functions, human consciousness, mind. Actually, there have been many attempts from physics point of view to propose a field like magnetic field, electromagnetic field, like that for human consciousness also, but somehow they did not do much, could not do much. And as all know, 4 natural forces will take care of all the physical, physico-chemical and all processes. And of them, gravitational and electromagnetic forces are common. Gravitational force leads to the mass and electromagnetic force to the charge. All physics, chemistry, biology are either related to mass or charge. Either mass or charge is at rest, or mass and charge is in motion. All is this. Next. That's what. All what all right from the masses to the charges to the atomic and nuclear physics, we have these things. And one more thing, in all the universe, whether on the planet Earth or anywhere, we have mass and charge. Again I tell you, mass and charge. Only these undergo various transformations to give us physics, chemistry, biology, cosmology, and the things. Next. Biology has a philosophy of its own, maybe biology has a science of its own too, and biology is more a chemical science than a physical science. This may be a very, not controversial, but what I mean to say is this. I personally think some events taking place in our body are in nanospace. What all the physics and chemistry we know till now are very good to microspaces. Nano and still shorter, I personally feel the physics and chemistry must be different. That physics and chemistry will be able to say something about all phenomena which we are not able to understand now. Next. And thus the physics people trying from unified field theory, they failed, and also limitation of physics fields like gravitational, electromagnetic, short and long nuclear forces, all those have failed. Next. Yes, sir. Biology has a philosophy of its own, maybe biology has a science of its own too. I personally believe this. And biology is more a chemical science. Okay, sorry, next. The continuous and simultaneous alternate rise and set of conscious states of phases of mind is an aspect of psychological happiness, creating time and its flow, and flow of thoughts created by thought process. It's later. First I ask you all of you to remember the word being or Sat. Sat is the present continuous form of the verb as dhatu. Sat is the present continuous form of the neutral gender. Sun is for masculine gender, Sati for feminine gender, and Sat for neutral gender. We know Ekam Sat Bahudha Vadanti, Brahma Sat Jagan Mithya, Jivo Brahmayeva Na Aparaha. Here there is Sat. Sat is present continuous tense, please. And one definition of Atma is Yasya Gamanam Satatam Tadatma. Which moves continuously is Atma. So, it is a present continuous form. Okay, next. This is a very good experiment in optics which explains Brahma and Mithya. This is Fresnel's biprism experiment in physics, where a single point source becomes two virtual sources in the biprism. Please note the word virtual sources. The real source is S. Virtual sources are S1, S2. They are virtual. They are dependent on the presence of S. But they are essential for interference pattern to be observed. A single source cannot produce interference pattern. We need two coherent sources. In the biprism, single source produces two virtual coherent sources. Coherent means which have same frequency, same phase, same everything, intensity. For interface, I am giving this analogy, please. This is an analogy where the single source, point source is the Atma or Brahman, whatever we call, which is also called pure consciousness. Many names are there. Each individual system of Indian thought gives it various names. Brahman is in the sense of Padartha, Brahma Padartha. Here Padartha doesn't mean matter, but Nama Bhavana Vasana Rahita Vastuhu Padartha. And Brahma Padartha, Atma refers to the Chaitanya movement. Both words, I am Atma, Brahma. Brahman and Atma are one and the same. And here the analogy is, Atmana Brahman is the point source, yes, and Maya is the virtual source. Please, many are repelled by the word Maya. Maya is nothing but psychic energy or mental energy. Ya ma sa Maya, which is not there, is Maya. It is virtual. Virtual in the sense, point sources are virtual. Maya cannot exist on its own. It needs Brahman for its existence. And it is also called Chidabhasa. Yoga, Sankhya people call it Prakriti Purusha. Sanskrit grammarians call it Spota. Yoga at some place also says Pranavam. All these are names for Maya. Maya means psychic energy. Chidabhasa. Chidabhasa is actually the word Chit Abhasa, which is the reflection of Chit. Chit is Atma energy. So, what I want to say is, people have, from Upanishads till today, people have identified the real nature of Atma and the virtual nature of Maya. And why Maya is important? Maya means, please don't be, because some people don't like that word, I know. Instead of Maya, if you want to take anything, Chidabhasa you take. You take Pranavam, you take Spota, that undergoes various transformations, reversible transformations. Reversible means, in Vedanta there is a very, very good word known as Vivartanam. Vivartanam means Purodhana Tirodhana Yuta Vartanam. Reversible becoming. That means the change takes place forward and it comes back. Actually, for this there is a very good analogy. Actually, I am a physics student, first MSc Physics Electronics. Later I did doctorate in bioinformatics, protein science. And in electronics there is a phenomenon known as modulation and demodulation. All our radio, TV, all our communications, there is modulation and demodulation of electromagnetic waves, either radio waves or microwaves. So what happens is, source is Atma, Maya is produced, and that Maya only undergoes various transformations to make us function mentally. To make us function mentally. And all this time, source, Atma is present. Actually, Atma we can say as, they use the word pure consciousness, but how we can say is, in our awareness, nothing exists. In our awareness, nothing exists. When nothing exists in the awareness, it is called consciousness. What nothing? Nothing means either experience or thought or utterance. Any of these won't exist. And actually that state is called Jagrat Shushupti. We have 4 mental conscious states: Jagrat Shushupti, wakeful sleep, Jagrat wakefulness, Swapna dream state, and Shushupti deep sleep state. In a deep sleep state, mind won't function. Mind takes rest. That is the word Shushupti. The same Sushupti is a Jagrat Sushupti. This Jagrat Sushupti is the state of all Jnanis. Their mind, if they want, it functions. Otherwise, it won't function. But for them to do anything, their mind should function. There is nothing one can do without mind functioning. But they are not affected by the functioning of the mind. That's all. So, this analogy is only to tell source is Atman, Maya is a reflection of that in, say, Medha, and all our mental functions are the transformations of Maya. Yaya asantam pasyati sa Maya, through which we find all asat is called Maya. Another definition. And now, next sir. While Maya is undergoing transformations, it will
reflecting media, what you call?
Glass, biprism. Biprism.
It is reflecting through glass.
It's a biprism.
Biprism is a glass.
Presentation of that mirror. That mirror, like you told, yes.
No, this is the source. That S1, S2 are virtual. They are not actually present. They are not present. They are present in
representation.
They are present in the biprism.
No, what is the prism? If
Present,
S is,
signify.
This is the.
no. If S is your Atma, then
Sir,
what is
no,
prism?
no. Atma, yes.
Then prism is what?
Prism is Medha.
Medha.
Okay, next. Next, sir. Next. Here we have four states of consciousness. Jagrat, Sushupti, Swapna, and sleep. These we can clearly see. When Maya undergoes any transformation, all the states are produced in us. While knowingly or unknowingly, daily, we are undergoing this process. In us, all the four states are arising, setting. And in wakeful and swapna states, we have the self-consciousness. In Sushupti and Jagrat Sushupti states, we won't have self-consciousness. And also mind is not functioning. The only difference between Jagrat Sushupti and Sushupti is, in Jagrat Sushupti, we are aware of what is happening. In Sushupti, we are not aware of what is happening. All our deep sleep, you can see. If you have very good sleep, you just sleep and get up, think so early. So, in sleep, mind won't function. Sleep, mind won't function. These are four states. And also, Sankhya system has given a very good delineation of mind, 24 parts, which has divided human mind. In this we have sense organs, action organs. Our mind is a combination of four. Atma is always for observation, seer. The function of Atma is seer, observing what is happening, either to the mind or to the body. So, and we function through sense organs and action organs. Through sense organs we cognize. Through action organs we react. Action organs are movement of hands, movement of leg, vocal cord movement, movement of the bowels, movement of the reproductive organ. All these are karmendriyas. Okay, Sanskrit. This is jnanendriyas. These receive the information from the outside of the body. And the mind in the form of manas is tuned to the outside information. And that is recorded in us as prapancham. See, there are all the technical terms in Vedanta have a different meaning.
10 minutes.
Different meaning.
10 minutes.
So, prapancham is all the information received of the mind is stored. When that information is retrieved, that we call Jagat. Sat, Jagat. Brahma Sat, Jagat Mithya. Mithya means one is not there, or at one moment it is there, next moment it is not there. That is Mithya. And Jivo Brahma Eva Naparaha. That means both are same. That is another interpretation. That is. So, Jagat. Jagat is a present continuous form of the word jag, to move. Yes, Sat is a present continuous form of the verb as, to be. Being and Jagat. Jagat we can call as becoming. Jagat is the becoming, mental becoming. Being and becoming. Next. Next, sir. Hello. And this I try to
because the sound is not coming to the system if you are moving forward.
Thanks. These four conscious states I decided to compare with the brain waves. In brain waves we have patterns of alpha waves. The rhythmic waves frequencies are about 8 to 13. This I corresponded to the wakeful or Jagrata Sushupti phase of mind. Next. Beta waves. This is when actually we will function mentally. When we function mentally, beta waves take care of, and the frequency observed 14 to 30 Hz. These are recorded when we are mentally functioning. The brain waves recorded are, they will be between 14 to 30 Hz. So actually wakeful and dream conscious states are beta wave type, and there are Bahirmukha Drishti, Antarmukha. Bahirmukha Drishti means the mind is tuned to the without of the body, outside physical world, and Antarmukha Drishti means the mind is tuned to within. All the information that is there in the brain, or whatever you call it, is retrieved by Manas as thoughts and by Chittam as Vasana. Vasana means remembrance. We have four Antahkaranas: Manas, Buddhi, Chittam, Ahankaram. So these four are nothing but the vibhutis of Maya. They are transformations of Maya. Antarmukha Drishti, Bahirmukha Drishti. Antarmukha Drishti is in the Swapna conscious state, Bahirmukha Drishti is in the wakeful conscious state. Next, sir. And now we have theta waves. This is deep sleep, or they say delta waves 1 to 5 Hz cover sleep, Sushupti conscious state, and theta waves is another thing. How it is, we have to still know. There are mental states which they have recorded as 4 to 7 Hz. Next. Okay. Means of cognition. I told you this is actually, I told you in the beginning, I am seeing all this from cognitive science point of view. And I am taking information wherever available. Upanishads, Buddhism, Jainism, Shaddarshanas are good. Recent seeds.
What we have generated, we don't know.
Recent seeds, all. For that, anyway, as yesterday and today people have told you, we have three pramanas: Pratyaksha, Anumana, Shabda pramana. A cognition is valid or not, these three will decide. Through sense organs, this is Pratyaksha. Inference, yesterday, inference, we infer from the data. That is Anumana pramana. And then next.
Next slide.
And authority. Many people don't know. Most of us go by authority, either in science or in religion. But many people don't know, especially science people don't know. They are going by authority of earlier scientists, earlier inventions. For example, electron is there means we believe. J.J. Thomson has discovered electron. Yes, we believe, that is written in the book. We never use our time to rediscover electron with our experiments. That cannot be done. Because of money involved, our intellect, so many limitations. So the easiest thing is to believe the authority. But we should know, when you believe authority in religion, people criticize you. When you believe in science, people, this is very, authority is always, all of us will follow authority. Will follow it. So this pramana is also called agama pramana, shabda pramana. We believe in Shankaracharya, we believe in Vishishtadvaita, we believe in Dvaita, we believe in Shaktadvaita, we believe in Suddhadvaita, we believe in Rama Maharshi, we believe in some other person, we believe in Aurobindo. We take their authority for granted. Even though we are lesser souls, we don't know anything about what they said, for example. So we all go by the authority. Shabda pramana is nothing but authority. Vedas they call Shabdas. So what is told in Vedas, that is another school of thought. But by knowingly or unknowingly, whatever kind of person we are, whatever profession we are taking, we are bound by authority. Even science. Next, sir. Okay, next. Okay. See, when our mind is functioning, it also knows from outside, but also we learn languages. See, language learning is part of our learning, part of our knowing. So same mind which says it is door will say this is a. You should know, when we are learning the language, we see the picture through eyes and right to hand. Hand is a karmendriya, eye is a jnanendriya. That is the combined operation of Atma, four antakaranas, karmendriyas, jnanendriyas, this together is the function of our mind. So, because Atma is an oscillator, actually Atma Shakti is because of the breathing process. From breathing, Atma Shakti is generated. Actually, Shrashta Pranaha Atmanaha Tanu. That means the body of the Atma is Shrashta Prana. Shrashta Prana is Prana, okay. Shrashta Prana, I guess what it is, but people may not agree. My guess is oxygen. Others, whatever they agree, I don't know. And see, infrasonic, this gives us the awareness of mental functions and body functions. Biochemical, all our understanding, sense, meaning, intuition, all these are biochemical. They are static. Next, electrochemical, all our thoughts, all our thoughts, feelings, they are electrochemical. And then mechanical. See, I am now speaking, there is a mechanical energy. Electrochemical energy converted into mechanical energy. From mood you will get electrochemical. From mood you will get thoughts. Or from experience you will get thoughts. And this we can compare with the language learning as this state is called Pashyanti. Para Pashyanti Madhyama Vaikhari. Para corresponds to Atma state. Pashyanti corresponds to the mood, volition, intuition, etc. And perception, thinking, feeling comes to Madhyama. And our utterance to Vaikhari. And one more thing. Okay, just next slide. This is while one is speaking. While one is knowing, listening, learner, etc. First the mechanical, it reaches our ear first. Then it becomes a perception. It becomes understanding, and then all that is observed. Please, all that is observed. Experience is observed. Thought is observed. Input or output are observed. Then observance is given by Atma. That is consciousness. Okay. So, human cognition is a result of modulations and demodulations relating to mental energy pulse series, similar to modulation, demodulation happening to carrier radio during transmission, reception of radio, television broadcast and telecast. That is the comparison. Next, sir. Next. Thank you.
Thank you, Ramabramam.
Sir.
Yeah. I thank both the professors for having giving us a very good idea about mind and consciousness, how to view mind and consciousness out of the state of matter, that it is not matter, and how they have compared this with the Vedanta philosophy, how the various aspects from Sankhya Yoga was also communicated. So I leave this chair open for discussions. Yeah, let me have yours first. Yeah.
My question is to Professor Varanasi, and I have one big question and one small question as well. In your definition, in the beginning you defined ontology as the branch of metaphysics which deals with the nature of being. Definition.
No, actually, I am not able to. Again, please.
So on.
Can you talk a little slowly?
Okay. So, in the beginning, you define ontology as the branch of metaphysics which deals with the nature of being. Is that clear? So, if that is the definition of ontology, I'm a bit confused. Like, what is the definition of metaphysics here? How will you define metaphysics?
I don't know.
And then second question.
I don't know.
Okay, then second question. Second question is, I have another question. Second question, when you said, when you talked about pramanas, you talked about 3 pramanas. And as far as I know in Indian philosophy, like there are different schools, 9 schools, and each school has different numbers of pramanas accepted. Like Charvaka, they accepted just 1 pramana only. That is Pratyaksha.
Well, actually, there are 10 pramanas. See, I have taken only 3 pramanas. If you go to other systems, there are 10 pramanas.
Now the question is on the 3rd pramana, the testimony, the authority, where you said that scientists believe the authority of the...
No, I didn't say I'm scientist, I studied physics.
Yeah. So like you're saying that, if I've correctly heard you, that scientists today also believe in authority.
Are also believing.
What Thomson
Scientists are also believing the earlier knowledge. They are not conducting any fresh experiments. If I say there is whole.
But that authority is empirically verifiable. What I would believe is, on the other hand, contrary to that, Shastric things are metaphysical, which is empirically not verifiable. So there is a difference. What I believe.
I don't know that. But what I will say is, authority is necessary, or authority is controlling all the human beings. That's all.
It's a continuation to this question. I will just finish it off. It's a continuation to his question. The authority, I think what he is mentioning is, so distinction between scientific authority and theological books as such. So one first point is, like I'm just echoing whatever he has said, the authority here is established by empirical or it's through peer reviewed, and there is a method with which the authority is established and by whom it's been established is also there. The first one.
Peer review itself is an authority.
Sorry, sir?
Peer review itself is
Okay, okay, okay. So it's empirically verified again. Don't. Sorry?
The reviewer itself is an authority.
Reviewer himself is an authority. Yeah.
They have authority, I don't deny that, they have authority, but that doesn't mean that the truth is established by authority. That doesn't mean that the truth is established by authority.
Established and we will just follow it.
We are following it, I am not denying that, but even in science there are revolutions, they change things. It's again part of philosophy of science and history of science. The structure of scientific revolutions.
Any science or any philosophy, people have obeyed it, people have contradicted it.
Sir, people have
in our country
made revolutions, even in
our country,
okay.
Advaita is denied by Vishishtadvaita.
Okay.
Vishishtadvaita is denied by Dvaita. Shaktadvaita different. But in physics also, they say light is like a corpuscle. They say light is like a wave. They say light is now having a dual nature.
Okay.
So there are many things.
The criticism of the previous school by the later school in the philosophical system, it is like again in that metaphysical system only. It's not like verifiably on some practical evidences they have rejected it or criticized it.
Sorry, I am not understanding.
No, I'll answer that question. Very short, if you allow me to answer. You are talking about empirical correlation and proving it through science. So when you talk about science, you are restricted to your five senses. And the bandwidth of your five senses is so small that the Nobel Prize for Physics went to black matter and dark energy, which says that 95% of the universe you are not able to perceive through your five senses. So empirical relations you can establish only that you can see. Now we are talking about metaphysics which lies beyond the five perceptions. That is only experience. So it has to be proved only through experience. You cannot do experiments.
Exactly. Don't compare these two types of authority. That's the point we are trying to make.
Okay.
When you say authority, so I can also form some metaphysical system and I can say that with time, with age, it gains some currency or it becomes established. Then established by because people follow it. And not because it was verified.
Correct.
So that's the point here. The authority what here we have in scientific arena is different from what is there.
Okay. Parokso is the knowledge that we learn from experienced person. We don't have to take poison ourselves. To learn that by eating poison.
Completely agree, sir.
We accept authority. That is a well-known thing. Even a child learns from the seniors. That is a quite well-known thing. But here the question is, who is the authority? How we know all those things are very complicated and complex analysis that involves. That is the thing we should discuss. Authority is already accepted. You learn from your teachers. You just don't learn from some.
Okay, we can go to the next question. Who was in line? He was in line. Yeah.
Regarding your experiment that you have shown, that S1, S2, S3 as imaginary, that experiment you have shown. Yeah.
Tell me.
So the experiment that you have shown, the soul and the Maya and this one which you have brought the analogy, the experiment physically appears to be good because you have a source and that is showing as two different
virtual sources.
Two virtual sources. That is fine. So when you coming to this Brahma Satyam Jagan Mithya, how do you correlate that example to this particular?
Yeah. I told then again I am telling. Actually, many people don't agree with me. Brahma Sat, not Brahma Satyam, please. Okay. Many people say Brahma Satyam. It is Sat. That's why I am very particular about the Sat because it is Sat only being.
Yeah, Sat is being. Yeah.
Sat
fine.
is being. Satyam is not.
Yeah.
Okay. See, what I by that is this. Atma is source. Virtual sources is Maya.
That's done.
And what all the mental functions we are doing are transformations of Maya. There also, the two virtual sources are responsible for the interference pattern. If no two virtual sources are not there, single source cannot do. Virtual source, interference pattern is produced only by two coherent sources. This is only a single source. The original source is only a single source. It cannot produce interference pattern. You need two coherent sources.
No, that is as far as the experiment is concerned. Okay.
Only comparison I have taken.
No, I am coming to comparison, not for the experiment. I am asking the question on the comparison. When we say Brahma Sat, Jagan Mithya, then the second one, how do you correlate with this philosophy? That
Actually, virtual word has two meanings.
Yeah.
One is which cannot be physically
Verified.
For example, in the mirror, our image is virtual image. You cannot catch it. And mithya has another meaning. It is present now. Next moment is not there. There are two meanings for mithya.
Yeah, next question, please.
Dr. Jagan,
He-
Dr. Chattopadhyay,
he
you
was
wanted to
like-
ask?
Yeah, I was actually going to ask him, probably he was asking the same question. That you talked about Dr. Levy and about antibiotic resistance.
Antibiotic paradox.
When we clean our hands and like that. And actually in 1970s and before that, there was central dogma. Information was one directional. And after 1970, information become multidirectional. And so the scientists were in dilemma, which is the what is the center of information in biology. And now what they are telling, we cannot say where it is, but it is the cell is the integral unit of, or the where the information is in the cell, the whole process actually. So this is bringing some kind of a change in the concepts, and that's where I think your intelligence and other things are becoming, very important. So do you think we need a more conceptual background to explain the biological phenomena than, because in physics and chemistry we don't have any concept of intelligence or any goal directedness? So what is your observation?
Yeah, actually that is already coming. That concept is already in act. What should I say? Already being valid. That your idea, because so far we have treated all the bacterial problem, assuming the bacteria is one organism, one cell, one body. But that is the source of all evil. It is a concerted activity. So when we treat them a single cell, problem becomes very easy. Kill the cell, it will be cured. But when they are living in a society, so our approach should be very different. So there should be sea change in our approach.
I mean, you can see a lot of papers coming out, especially in semiotics, where they introduce concepts of interpretation.
Yeah.
Like when we see a red or green, what is a biochemical reaction which tells us red means to stop?
That quantum sensing,
Yes.
that signal, they also affect this host-parasite relationship.
Yes.
So it is far more complicated than we assumed it to be earlier.
Yes.
So these factors need much more attention. Quantum sensing, biofilm formation, these things, vesicle formation. So attempts are already have started in different laboratories to look for plant products, chemicals, and bacterial products. In some cases, bacteria produce that enzyme degrading enzyme. So if that enzyme is introduced as such, that will be degraded. So in some plant diseases, another bacteria is introduced. They produce the enzyme and they degrade the signal. So several types of approaches are being attempted.
Dr. Madhav, I listened your whole lecture and your title was about intelligence of the bacteria, but I could not find so much your presentation emphasizing the term intelligence in that. But I have read some of the literature about bacterial intelligence from Shapiro and other Ben Jacob.
Actually,
Yeah.
bacterial intelligence is a separate chapter.
Yes.
That I talked in Vijayawada.
Yeah,
so
I was
actually
in,
two talks, we have merged two talks.
So I could not
It
find.
is a very difficult,
So that
challenging
I want to
task.
ask you, when the bacteria, overcome the antibiotic in a drug, so what exactly the mechanism? Is it a mechanism coming from purely physico-chemical reactions or mechanical things? Or when you are saying about intelligence, where is the intelligence located in chemicals or the mechanical forces?
No, right now, intelligence is bacterial intelligence is conceived in terms of chemicals. they secrete the polysaccharide, and the polysaccharide.
Who secrete that? Who secrete?
Bacteria.
Bacteria. So now when you say chemicals don't secrete, the chemical don't know anything, they simply react. But I'm saying, where is the source of that intelligence?
Source is when they are challenged with antibiotic, first they are getting surface.
When you say there is personalities come.
Bacteria, when they are getting a surface, this is a natural tendency. Antibiotic present or antibiotic not present, doesn't matter. Whenever they get any surface, they stick together. And this is a natural phenomenon to live together. And a signal is produced that goes to the receptor, and they start secreting the polysaccharide. Antibiotic may or may not be present there. It does not decode the presence of antibiotic.
You are not understanding my question. But I'm saying all these chemicals, set of chemicals, whatever you say, we put it in a petri dish. And you do what is the bacterial antibiotic things, you do that. And the chemicals don't behave the intelligent manner, what Shapiro says. DNA plus 0 is equal to 0, implies 0. Means DNA by itself does not do anything. What Shapiro says, it is the cell which uses DNA to do all those things, like your hand. Your hand does not do anything. You cut the hand, you see it does not do anything. Hand is being used. If I say the mic is speaking, this mic is being used to produce certain sound.
No,
Mic is not doing that.
DNA as such will not do anything.
Yes, that's what
Because this transcription factor must be there to switch it on. So as such, all the genes are there all the time.
Yeah, I'd like to add a comment here that I've been in many discussions like this, and for the last 2 years in this Google group, Scientific Basis of Consciousness, and we've just debated over and over and over again about this same question of, okay, so where is the intelligence? And I don't know if it's the right question. I think we're just asking the wrong question. From my point of view, I say, well, what if everything is intelligent, and intelligence is on a scale from smart to stupid? Okay. Now we can include everything in that range, and it's all intelligent, and it's not coming from anywhere. It just is. It's just part of. It's the substrate.
Part of the consciousness.
It's part of the existence. But you talk about something like consciousness. Same thing. Is it conscious? It's a false question.
Intelligent and unintelligent.
Yeah. Let me. No. Is it intelligent or not? No. It's intelligent. But the question is like consciousness. It's conscious. What is it conscious of? So a quantum state is conscious of one state. That's it. So we might call it stupid. You know? But it's on the scale. It's still part of intelligence. Anyway, just a thought.
Nice.
My question is to Dr. Madhav sir. Madhav sir. If bacteria is dead bacteria.
Bacteria?
Bacteria is dead bacteria. The bacteria was there, and we have given the antibiotic. It is producing some resistance to it by chemical actions, through chemical reactions. Now, somehow I have killed the bacteria. Will it do it?
No. You are saying the bacteria are producing the enzyme in response to the antibiotic.
Yeah. Then I have killed somehow. Will it produce the resistance?
No, that depends upon the other factors also. Some bacteria produce it constitutively. Okay. In some bacteria, it is produced only under challenge. But it must be genetically competent to produce that. The bacteria must be able to produce that enzyme by genetic change. That is number one factor. Whether it will produce or not, that depends upon the environment. It will not produce unnecessarily. Only when challenged with antibiotic, it may elaborate. So what is your question?
With due respect, I am going to repeat the question. The environment is there, bacteria is there. Same environment is there. Bacteria is there.
Which environment?
In which environment the bacteria was producing the anti-stimulant, that is the resistance to the antibiotic. Resisting material to the antibiotic.
What I understood is question very simple. The cell is there, the bacterium is a cell. If it is living, it is doing certain things, antibiotic resistance, if cell is dead, if somehow you kill the cell, will it do those engineering, natural genetic engineering, what Shapiro says?
By genetic engineering?
Natural genetic engineering.
If that bacteria is killed, will your antibiotic work in the same way? That is what his question is.
No, my question is antibiotic, when I am giving the antibiotic, bacteria is producing some material to resist it. It is becoming resistive to the antibiotic. Now I am killing the bacteria with the same environment, with the same antibiotic. Will the bacteria produce the resistive chemical or not? That is my question.
That's what his question is. Yes.
No, then why not? Materials are there, chemicals are there, everything is there. What happens so that bacteria will not produce the resistive chemical to resist the antibiotic? That is my question.
Okay.
Bacteria is there. No, dead means what?
Because, no.
That is my question.
Because, Alok.
Yeah.
In a bacterial population, let me tell you,
Yeah.
make it more focused.
Yeah.
In a bacterial population, according to what you say, a section will be there which will not produce that.
He's killing all the bacteria.
If I kill the whole colony, whole colony I killed, that was producing the antibiotic resistance. Then what will happen?
How do you kill? If the whole colony is resistant, how do you kill that whole colony?
No. I am saying that by some chemicals or by some means I have
some other antibiotic or anything.
by whatever may be, whichever may be, I have killed that bacteria.
Yeah.
Will it produce the resistive chemical to the antibiotic or not?
Probability remains that they will produce naked DNA in the environment, that antibiotic resistance conferring gene.
Sir, here is a question. Our body is alive, we are doing certain activities, and your body is dead. Will it do those activities? That's what his question is.
No. He is saying that if the whole colony is killed.
No. What I am saying, actually that is repeated by Maharaj. If my body is killed, shall I be resistive? With everything is present.
My body will never produce antibiotic degrading enzyme.
Like that, if the bacteria is killed, will it produce the
there is
resistance?
no question. No, there is no question.
Yeah. Then why?
What
Material is present.
Because
stimulant is present.
Let me tell you, there is a basic concept.
Yeah.
Bacteria produce antibiotic degrading factor only when challenged in dividing condition. If it does not divide, it will not be genetically resistant.
Okay.
Despite being genetically susceptible, it will be protected.
Okay.
And that happens in nature. One section of the cell are called persister. They are permanent problem. They don't divide and they are amenable to antibiotic forever. Despite being genetically susceptible. They need not die. They are alive but they will not divide. That's why the DG50, that what mentioned, that after eats menaquinone, that is a respiratory pigment, and they cannot escape. Scientists are trying to hit bacteria when they are in resting stage. When they are dead, of course there is no question, but they need not be dead. They just don't divide.
Understand.
They are immune to antibiotic.
Understand.
So
Thank you.
nature has equipped them, nicely equipped them.
Thank you.
Now I have a question to the audience. Suppose you have got fever and you have taken prescribed an antibiotic. Even after 2 days, your fever is not coming down. What will you do? I have asked it in the Indian context, where antibiotics are freely available in the shop, like Cadbury. Where antibiotics are freely available in the shop without prescription, like Cadbury chocolate. So my question is in Indian context. Your fever is not coming down. You have taken antibiotics for 2 days. So what will you do?
Meditate. Let me ask that. So that's the one question. Can you issue coronavirus?
Remember one antibiotic says at least 4 days to manifest effect.
We'll have it during tea. It's already 3:30.
Forget about to kill the bacteria or
virus, anything. Strengthen your systems. If you strengthen your systems, no bacteria, no virus will affect you.
So how do you strengthen your immune system?
Yes, a lot of things during my call.
Yeah.
I will
So first thing is your deep breathing. Breathing helps you a lot in this, which I have experienced.
We are going for tea.
Yes. Thank you everyone. Thank you for the session.
Oh, we have to give the gift to the speakers.
So, are we all ready? We can follow. Yeah. So, let us do that a little later. Can we begin the begin the feast, and you can do it sitting somewhere. So, I hope you all have wonderful time, a short tea break, and we are very fortunate to introduce our conference chair, Dr. Arul Lakshmi Narayan ji, who is a professor at the Department of Physics at IIT Madras, and he works on theoretical quantum information and quantum chaos, and we are very happy that he's kindly chairing this session, and he will also share some of his wisdom. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Shantaji. Thank you, Shantaji, and this is the last session of this conference or meeting, and welcome all of you. The session is called Ontological Distinction Between Matter and Life. As Shantaji said, my own expertise is quite different from this, but I remember reading a while back about in the writings of James Lovelock in his book Gaia. I think is the person who started, who kind of made this as a concept. When he was working for the US government, he was challenged by this problem of sending a mission to Mars to find life, whether life existed there or not. So it's a crucial thing as to how to design a probe such that the probe was able to detect whether there is life or not. I don't know entirely, well, we still have not found life as such, as far as I know, in these things, but it is a very important important thing because, well, it tells us so much about what we are. So the session has 3 speakers. The first of them is PSB Sharma, is a Vedic scholar. So in fact, that's an interesting combination of doctors and philosophers in this session. So PSB Sharma is a Vedic scholar from the Kevala Advaita School, Hyderabad, India. And he will talk about the difference between life and matter from a Vedantic perspective. He will talk for about 20 to 25 minutes, and we will immediately follow with a question-answer session because Sharma ji has to leave shortly thereafter. So please, Sharma, I will.
श्रुतिस्मृतिपुराणानामालयं करुणालयं नमामि भगवत्पाद शङ्करं लोकशङ्करं यस्य प्रसादादहमेव विष्णुः मय्येव सर्वं परिकल्पितं च इत्थं विजानामि सदात्मरूपं तस्याङ्घ्रियुग्मं प्रणतोऽस्मि नित्यम् Sabha Kalpatarum Bande. I'm very happy and very much thankful to Sri Shantaji, to Sri Jagannathamji and Bhakti Vijnana Muniji, all the organizers, for giving me a chance to share some views of mine with the august audience. Very much thankful. Actually, I started with a dhyana shloka saying, because of whom I came to know that there is no much difference between the universal I and me, and everything is lying in that universal I. There is no much difference between both. So such a guru, great guru, first I pray him, I sincerely put my head on the lotus feet of his. So as per the Vedantic view, actually I am not going for any slides or anything. I just wanted to give my lecture just as it is without any slides or anything. Reason is I am not that much prepared. Vedanta says, Tasmadva etasmat atmana akasha sambhutah akashad vayuhu vayoragnihi agnerapah adbhyah prithvi prithivya voshadhayah voshadhibhyo annam. This is how it starts, how the entire this matter is formed, from where it has formed. So the ultimate Brahma, from him the matter has come, but there is no difference between matter and the ultimate. Both are one and the same. Like how when Nataraja dances, he is the king of dancers. He dances in very, very different postures. The dancer and the postures and the beautiful product of dance, all the three are one, but looking in three perspectives. Like the way the world, first the matter has come from the same Brahma, it has spread, it just made its own combinations and turned into different matters, like 5 basic elements of Akasha, Vayu, Agni, from there Jala and from there Prithvi, without having any difference, being the same. So there is nothing called Jada, there is nothing called Satya. Both, there is only one thing, that is the ultimate conscious. Other than that, there is nothing. So here the great thing is, if we take from where we have come from the mother's womb. To mother's womb, from where we have come? From father's sperm. Later, okay, some of the Panchikrita Panchabhutas of mother also got added in this, but the original seed, it has come from the father's sperm. So father's sperm, from where it has come? It has come from the food particles or whatever we eat, the oshadhis, the medicated food, veggies or whatever it is. From there it has come. So all these veggies and everything, what is the base for that to come? Earth. Mother Earth is base. So from there all this oshadhis, everything has come. So from where the Mother Earth has come? So Vedanta says it's from water up it has come. So from water to water, from where this jiva has come, the travel of the jiva we are speaking, the exact life form, how it is getting manifested. So there it has come from up, water. So water has come from where? It has come from fire. As per Vedantic view, it has come from fire. And the fire has come from where? The manifestation of fire is from Vayu. And we were there in Vayu earlier. The life was there in Vayu. And to Vayu, from where we have come? We have come from space. If space is not there, there is no Vayu. If space and Vayu are not there, there is no fire. If space, Vayu, fire is not there, then no chance of water. If space, fire, Vayu and water therefore are not there, there is no chance for earth to come. So the process of life is from space, and into space we have come from the ultimate conscious or the Paramatma or Krishna, whatever you call. From there we have come. Undifferently, there is no difference. Though we are traveling and doing all this journey, there is no much difference. That's where the shloka says, Yasyatva, from there, tasmadya etasmad atmana akasha sambhutaha. So from there our journey has started. Here the speciality is in Vedanta, there is no difference between Jiva and Paramatma. This is the Advaita class. There is no difference between Jiva and Paramatma. Shankara says, Deho devalayo proktaha, Jivo devas sanatanaha, Tyajed ajnana nirmalyam, Soham bhavena pujayet. The ajnana is the only thing which is making us to feel different from the ultimate. So how to show this? How Ajnana? Vedanta is something which makes us united with absolute existence. Absolute existence. For example, I'll tell you. Now there are 100 betel leaves. If someone eat one betel leaf, more 99 betel leaves are left. And if someone eats all the 100 betel leaves. So for mathematics, absolutely there is no betel leaf is left, completely it's gone. Some third person later who comes and sees, for him there is no betel leaf there. Person who was sitting beside me when I was eating betel leaf, for him earlier there were betel leaves, but the person who ate that, for him betel leaves are there within him in the form. There is a change in the form, that's all. The form got changed, but betel leaves are still existing in him. Vedanta is something which unites us with the existence. What is existing, with that it reunites us. So we have to understand the difference. Only the forms and names are changing on this earth. Forms and names. Nothing much more. Form will change, name will change. The betel leaf has changed into some other combinations. It has turned into some chemical properties or whatever you say, matter, or it has turned into some other. But the existence, the real existence. For example, existence only we need to, I am a human being. Say something, it is a tree or it is a mosquito. So generally in the evenings mosquitoes do come here. Even in the IIT campus yesterday evening I was seeing one mosquito, if it enters into my room, it proves its existence. For 1 hour I will not have any sleep. So it is that how we just simply get understood or joined with that existence, not the form. This is what Advaita Vedanta says. So for this they have given a beautiful model called quintuplicative combination of the elements, that is called Panchikaranam. We call Panchikaranam. What happens in this Panchikaranam actually? The basic elements, all the 5, generally we don't see the 5 as it is. In Panchikaranam, Sureshwaracharya wrote a Vartikam called Panchikaranam, for which Shankaracharya wrote, and the Vartikam Bhashya was written by Sureshwaracharya. Sureshwaracharya says 5 elements are divided into 2. For example, you take space, you take air, fire, water and earth. They are divided into 2. S1, S2, space 1, space 2. 50% S1, 50% S2. So likewise all the 5 elements. And the 50%, the S2, if all the Panchabhutas are given 12.5, 12.5, 12.5, 12.5, then this entire world is formed. This is what the Vedantic view on life. What Sureshwaracharya says is this quintuplicative combination of the elements. So in this quintuplicative these things, and to understand about Brahma, it is very difficult. But to become Brahman, or to experience Brahman, or to be Brahman is easy. And it is very difficult for anyone through words or through manas to understand this particular system, or to show Brahman, the ultimate, is very difficult. This is what Vedanta says. You can experience it, you cannot say it. How? For example, if someone comes and asks how sugar is, you can easily say sugar is sweet. But if someone asks what is sweet, though you know, you cannot express it, you can only experience it. So this is something which can only be experienced but cannot be expressed. Yato vacho nivartante aprapya manasa saha, where words, manas, everything stops. After that, there is the ultimate I. The ultimate I is there at that place. To understand this ultimate I or the Brahman, we have to go through Brahma Sutras. Sutra means a knot, which was written by Vedavyasa in 555 sutras. Sutra means a knot. Generally in this world, any knot takes us into bandha. It will tie us. The only knot which can liberate us from this worldly things, from matter to the ultimate I, is Brahma Sutra. So we have to know about Brahma Sutra. So after all this, after the jiva coming like this, how the body is working? Prana is coming. If the jivam, the life is there everywhere, even in the jada life is there, even in the chetana there is life. Chetana and jada, in both there is life, but life when enters into chetana, it is called jivi, the one with life. The one with life, let it be any animal or bacteria or whatever it is. If it is with life and existence and with chetana, it is called jivi. And when the life is in supta chetana, it is called jada as per Vedantic view. So here the important thing what we have to know is, it is running with pancha pranas. The body, matter is actually triggering with pancha pranas. That's what earlier there was a question. For a dead body, there are all chemicals in it. So many, everything, lipids are there, profiles, molecules are there, proteins are there, everything is there. But still, the life is not shown in that. If the life is from chemicals, at least we should see the properties again. Vedanta says, it is the ultimate I. Because of that consciousness, because of that ultimate, the body is with life and the chetana is shown. So how it is working? Prana is divided into 5. That is prana, apana, vyana, udana, samana. So matter, in matter, again when it comes to the Chaitanyam, Paramatma as Chaitanya will run this body or this chetana. He shows the existence of chetana. How? In Bhagavad Gita, he says one shloka, Aham Vaishvanaro Bhutva Pranina Dehamashritah Pranapana Samayuktam Pachamyannam Chaturvidham. In Vaishvanara Agnihotra form, I am there in the body of humans or any living being, and it is me who is digesting all 4 types of food, that is Bhakshya, Bhojya, Choshya, Lekhya, one which we just as a keech ke khate jo bhi, and the second one is one which we swallow, we eat normally, and the third one which we lick and eat, the fourth one which we chew and eat. So these are the only 4 varieties of foods that are available. He is the one who is doing pachya of everything, taking the pranavayus, apana and vyana, support of apana and prana and apana. So prana is something which goes 12 inches inside till the lungs, and it will come out as uttama swasa, it will go uchvasa, as nicha swasa, and which is really not useful for this body, it will come out uchvasa, nisvasa. And if any problem occurs, again heart, everything we were speaking, the heart problems, every problem will come. The matter how it turns because of chetana, and though there is no difference, the work is seen through Paramatma, everything. Apana, the second vayu is apana, adhogamana vayorit apana. For all Earth's gravitational forces, the vayus that just go down in our body, they are called as apana vayus. If any difference takes place in the apana, there will be a problem in the tummy and everything. See, system will get disturbed. System will get disturbed. That's where in olden days people used to say, never eat anything, don't pluck anything in the evening and eat. What happens if we eat in the evening? If we pluck something in the evening, till morning it was taking carbon dioxide and releasing oxygen. The same tree just receives carbon dioxide, oxygen, and leaves carbon dioxide. The same thing happens in our system, because apana is something adhogamana vayu. See, 12 inches only the air is coming here, the rest how it is going with mass. When we take water or when we eat food, with mass the oxygen is going inside the tummy. So these all are called apana vayus. Every system is working because of Paramatma. It is been shown very clearly by Paramatma, the ultimate, the entire system is working just because of him. So this is how apana vayus work. Any difference in the apana, in the digestive system or anything, even apana will get spoiled. The energies to the life cells are stopped there. Then the third one is vyana, vyapaka tattva vayoriti vyanaha, the one which spread everywhere in the body and stays in the junctions and all sweat pores. It just absorbs the air from outside, whatever it want, from the pores, and even in the form of madza, it is there in between both the junction points, all the junction points. So in case of any problems with that, again the matter variation will be shown. Chaitanya, matter, both will be not shown exactly. So there some dead things will come as per Vedanta. So here any arthritis problems or something it comes just because of the vyana. And the fourth one is udana, urdhva gamana vayoriti udanaha. For all earth's gravitational forces, any vayus that goes up are called udanas. Udanas come when we swallow. Actually, as per Ayurvedic sense, I think Dr. G is here, we suck air from ears to maintain our brain. This is as per Vedanta. Whenever we swallow, you observe how you just take air from your ears. So this rejuvenates and keeps your brain active. So, matter is working absolutely because of Paramatma, though not different from it. So that is how it is working. The udana, all 5 sensory organs will go and sleep. So to understand the creation, there should be a difference of drik and drishya. Drik and drishya. What is drik and what is drishya? Druk is something which is the one who sees is druk, and drushya is that which is seen. Seen and seer, these two. So druk drushya viveka is very important. For that we have to understand the model of Vedanta, how we are understanding. If druk is not there, drushya is not there. So for everything druk is very important, then only we understand drushya. So everything is with druk drushya, all the world is with druk drushya, and science looks everything only in the form of drushya. Just see the drushya. Druk is very important. I mean, one who is seeing, from there we have to go, and once we do that inner engineering, we will understand the absolute consciousness. By understanding that consciousness, we can understand how this Vedantic view of matter and life, these two are going together. These two are no different from each other. So this is how it says. Then comes samana vayu. Samana vayu is samatatva vyapaka vayoriti samanaha. Staying in nabhi, it just maintains entire body system. So this is what is samana, and there are so many upavayus. This particular life and matter, they join together. That's where I am speaking about pranas. If life has to be there, prana should be there. If life has to be shown, prana should be there. If prana is not there, life will search for another body. That is called punarjanma siddhanta. The Vedanta says, according to your karma, you will get a life in the next birth. This life will search for another body. The one which is not triggering in the dead body, the life which is left there will be in search of some other body. This is what Vedanta says. So to understand this, we should know about 5 sensory organs, 5 action organs, and 4 antahkarana, 4 manas, buddhi, ahankara, chitta, these all. Here what we have to understand is Ichcha Shakti and Kriya Shakti. The ultimate manifests himself as Ichcha Shakti and Kriya Shakti too. So how Ichcha Shakti and Kriya Shakti is working? For example, we will take planet Earth. It is around 6,000 kilometers in diameter. 6,000 kilometers diameter and zillions of weight it is. Still, it is just revolving around the sun, always continuously taking with a absolute speed. it is revolving, that is called as Kriya Shakti, and it is going in an exact plane, seeing the situation. That's where there is a possibility of life on this earth, that is called Jnana Shakti. So Kriya Shakti, Jnana Shakti, these two he taking together, he will just, he manifested everything. This is another form. So there is no much difference between these two. And one more thing is Ichcha Shakti, Kriya Shakti, if we understand the Paramatma in the form of Ichcha Shakti, Kriya Shakti, he manifested this entire universe, for which there is no difference between both. So this is how actually I wanted to speak something different, as time is very important. Here there is no much difference between matter, life. These two are one conscious, that is Paramatma. This is what Advaita says. Vasudeva, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Sharmaji. So we'll have some question answers now, please. Any questions? Yeah.
Bangarayaji, thank you very much for your nice, presentation. I have put one sloka, and Shankara also accepts the authority of Krishna, and he told about the song famously known, Bhaja Govindam, and this is the sloka from Bhagavad Gita. You see, Bhagavad Gita 2.12, where Krishna says, there was never was there a time when I did not exist, nor you, nor all these kings, nor in the future shall any of us cease to be. So your beginning and the end of the conclusion, there is no difference between Brahman and Jivas and matter, contradicts in this existence of multiplicity. So you can comment on this?
So actually the difference between Jiva and Paramatma is just like an ocean and a tide. Okay, from ocean tide do come. So because of ocean only there is a tide, but from tide ocean don't come. That don't mean there is a difference between tide and ocean. Once the tide is suppressed in the ocean, it is nothing but ocean. So when it is in the form of tide, we have to understand this in different contexts. Every time.
So where exactly is the contradiction? He says that nothing, I mean, all the time you existed, I existed, and we will always exist.
The same.
The multiplicity always exists. The identity of the you, me and others does not belong.
That is your interpretation. You could also say it as everybody existed as one single cell, and that is all. So that is, I think, the...
So we have n number of cells in our body. Yesterday, what was told by Sri Jagannathamji, some trillions of cells. Once we give a shake hand and say, it is me, it is not that it is an independent cell or something different from this. All the cells together is called I. Here, Parityajya. Ahantva sarva papebhyo mokshayishyami. The ultimate word is mokshayishyami mashuchaha. So the word moksha is nothing but the ajnana what is there in you, I will relieve from that ajnana, and there will not be any difference between you and me. Mokshayishyami mashuchaha. Huh? Yeah, see, till when ajnana is there, till when you feel yourself to be different, till when you feel yourself to be different from the ultimate, till when ajnana is there. So what am I telling is, because you have ajnana, sarva dharman parityajya, mam ekam sharanam raja, ananyaha chintayanto mam. Anya is different. Ananya, don't think me as different from you. We both are one and the same. No.
Okay.
The multiplicity, I'll tell you, there is gold, for example, and we make n number of ornaments with that gold. So multiplicity looks in the form of objects. So you will find earrings, you will find some chains, you will find so many other things. There is a multiplicity. But when you come to the Moola Padartha, gold is the one. let it be in so many different forms.
And also Sankara told there is one moon and there is so many reflections. That's the argument.
Yeah, yeah.
And Ramanuja countered that. Ramanuja Acharya told, okay, Shankaracharya says there is one moon and there are many medias where the moon is reflected. So already you are talking about one and many. There is moon and there is reflecting media and there is reflection, and then Ramanuja countered that. And you have to discuss the contribution of Ramanuja, Madhava after Sankara. They have given a very good critique of, the philosophy of Kevala Advaita, and that must be also discussed.
So that is what I said. Actually, in the beginning only I said Nataraja is dancing. Manifestation, Nataraja is dancing. So the dancer, dance forms, and the product dance which has come, there is no difference. All the three are one, though those three are looking different.
So apart from these two, I think we will go for multiplicity more and.
Very nicely presented. You said Panchabhutas are Prithvi, Apa, Tejo, Vaira, Akashat. For you said Agni, is Tejas or Agni?
So I'll tell you.
The actual wording is Brahma.
Two answers will come actually with that. Fire and heat, those two are not different.
No, heat is not different.
The same way,
but
Jiva and Paramatma are not different.
No.
You can call it Tejas.
No. The word is Prithvi, Apas, Tejo, Vaira, Akashat.
Yes.
When it became Agni.
When it became?
Word Agni.
Word Agni.
Because Tejas has its own meaning. Tejas means radiation.
All the Vedanta calls it as Agni, and from Agni Tejas comes.
Please don't say all Vedanta says it Agni. No. But how I know Brahma, Prithvi, Apas, Tejo, Vaira?
So I'm speaking Veda mantra only.
I am not Brahma.
Tasmadva etasmad atmana akashas sambhutah akashad vayuh vayor agnihi. It is being told in Vedanta as Agni only.
Telling is
it is there in Bhagavatam. Yeah.
Telling is different. Sir, that explanation I don't agree. Please.
You may not agree.
Yes,
yeah, you can ask question. But whether you agree or not, whether it is there in Veda or not is important.
No, please. Okay, next. You said Sutram, Brahma Sutra, Sutram means tie-up.
Not.
KNOT.
Yeah.
But Guna is not. No, sir. Guna is not. Sutra is different. Sutra is only thread. Guna is not.
Any sutra is used for not.
No. Guna is not. Please.
Okay.
You can refer to anything.
Even I say Maya as not. I can call it Ajnana as not.
It's okay. But the word is Guna.
Now, why Guna only? Why Ajnana is not a not? Anything we can call as not.
For not, people, Vedanta people use Guna.
Where it is?
Saguna, Nirguna.
Saguna is a not.
Sattva Guna, Rajoguna, Tamoguna.
Everything comes out of Ajnana. So that's where I said Ajnana is a not.
Very good. Next, you said Ichha Shakti, Jnana Shakti, Kriya Shakti. You didn't use Jnana Shakti. Later you used
Kriya Shakti and Jnana Shakti. These are the two words which I wanted to use.
Yeah. Only, but Jnana you didn't include.
Yes. Kriya and later I said, I just changed it and I said Jnana Shakti. Kriya Shakti and Jnana Shakti. Yeah.
Ichha Shakti, actually in my talk I gave, Ichha Shakti I compared with biochemical energy, Jnana Shakti I compared with electrochemical energy, and Kriya Shakti with mechanical energy. Will you agree with it?
No, see, I am not aware of any science, so there is no need for me of accepting. Agreeing, my agreeing is not going to do anything, as I am not aware of that subject.
Yeah.
I pay respect to you for important talk. My question is two. Only one is, a drop of water cannot be the ocean. Ocean is a holistic view. As a whole ocean can do some activities which a drop of water cannot do. And number two, this is first question, how they are equal. Second question is that from Srimad Bhagavad Gita. Buhuni me betitani janmani tavacharjuna tanihang veda sarvani natvang vetha parantav. If it is so, that Arjuna and Krishna both are same, Krishna would not say that you didn't know, I know it.
We both are there from the beginning. But because of Ajnana you are not able to know, because of Jnana I am able to know. So there is a chance for him to get the Jnana and be what Krishna is.
And then that I am saying that drop of water and the ocean, but you actually give the...
So here, that's what I was telling. The gold is this much or this much. The Moola Padartha, when you go, okay, for example, there is a big rock on which one peacock is there, and peacock is eating, someone has beautifully sculpted a peacock eating a serpent. Okay. So for person who sees that, peacock is peacock, serpent is serpent, but a Jnani looks in a different angle. For him, both peacock and serpent are one nothing but only stone.
No, what I am saying, the constituting material is stone.
That's what?
No, that may not be the only portion. What is the constituting material? What I am saying, as an existence, a drop of water and the ocean may have
I'll tell you.
of the water
Yeah.
as a constituent. But the system as a whole, ocean system and the drop of water system may not be the same.
Like you are giving, you know, but
I don't actually think that he is saying that a drop of water is same as an ocean.
I did not say that.
I'm sure that
It's
there is no system. I mean, he will probably be happier in a drop of water than in an ocean. I mean, if you say you're going to throw him into a drop of water or throw him into an ocean, but I think there is, I mean, it's at a certain other level that he's talking about. I think last question maybe he will. Okay, last.
Okay, for that question, David Bohm, the physicist, said if you take a holographic film, if you shoot a hologram, the process of manufacturing a hologram, if you cut the hologram into half and you project it, you get the full picture. Its intensity is halved. You cut it into half again, you will still get the full picture. So the property of a hologram is even if you cut it into a millionth of the size, each of that film will have the properties of the entire picture. It may not be manifesting to you as it is manifesting when the whole film is shown, but that doesn't deny the existence of the entire characteristic that. So here when you're talking about the water and this one, you're talking about the essential. In the physical chemical parlance, we call it the intrinsic property. But like extrapolating that energy, that analogy to the larger picture, we are all, when we say we, the stone, the tree, the being, the bird, everybody is essentially carrying the intrinsic properties of the universal whole or the Paramatma as it is said. But we all display different, we all appear different depending upon what the functions and the samskaras have come. Thank you.
So, one small clarification. Sir. Sir, one small, sir.
Sorry.
Just a small explanation,
Oh, is it?
Excuse me, just a small, just 30 seconds, I don't take much. In Vedanta it says, I have placed my finger inside this. So, how much space is there? Only a bottle full of space. I removed this. Now what is it is indicating? The room space. The same finger. I remove the entire room. It shows the Mathakasha. So when we are in very Ajnana or something like that, the Akasha that is shown is a bottle level. But there was no difference between everything. So I have to give an example of Akasha to understand rather than going into water. When we take, space has no difference. This is bottle full, this is room full, and entire Vishwa. That is the another perception to understand Paramatma.
Thank you. I am Hari, student here at IIT Madras. One question and also, okay, let me ask as a question. Fine. We say we do surrender. No? Why do we surrender? Is a question that we might have to ask.
That I think Nishkama Shantaji would answer better.
Actually, whole of our event is talking about ontological distinction between mechanical, chemical and biological systems. And all these three systems, everybody is searching for a unity actually. If you see in a mechanical system, external force is the unity. They are looking the force as the unity. In chemical system, the bonding is the unity. But in the organic system, the sentience is the unity. For example, your body has so many cells and so many organisms like bacteria, worms and germs. And if they don't work in harmony, then that create a unfavorable atmosphere, cancerian atmosphere, diseased atmosphere. So everybody individually they have freedom and the free will they exercise. One will is conflicting with another will and they are fighting with each other and an unfavorable atmosphere is created. So what our Vedic science is saying, we are living in an organic whole, like cells means to serve the purpose of the body. So the reality is an organic whole and there is a center and every serving unit must be working for the interest of the center of that whole. So there comes the surrender. Surrender means the will of the center of the whole, like you are working hard, your hand is working hard, but stomach is enjoying. If the hand starts thinking, why I am working hard, why stomach is enjoying, then hand also will suffer. The same way, the surrender means there is a supreme being for whom we are the serving being. We are thinking we are the subject, everything else is the object. But there is a higher plane, the higher center for whom we subjects are also objects.
Only one sentence.
Actually, your
talk is there. Yes, sir. No. As regards Swamiji, your question is surrender, na? You belongs to Madras? Okay. Have you visited sea? You take bath in the sea? Never. Anybody? Yes. Okay. When the big waves are coming, if you stand before the waves, what will happen? That will smash you. If you surrender, so that will nourish you. So this is the surrender. Go with the rhythm of the nature. No. When
I'll answer you.
Go against nature, that will smash you.
So actually there are two things.
Excuse me, Sharmaji.
One is Ishvara Srushti and the
Sharmaji.
other is Jiva Srushti.
Sorry, actually we are also going far afield from the title of the talk, of the subject of ontological distinction between matter and life. So surrender is a very big topic, and you can please consult outside. So we will thank Sharmaji for a wonderful talk. And thank you all for the questions. And now we have the second talk of the session. Deva Prasad Dashji, MD Ayurveda from Gopal Bandhu Ayurveda College, Puri, Odisha. He will talk on understanding life beyond machines and chemicals. You have a cell phone on this thing?
No.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Sorry. Thank you, Chairman. My son belongs to your department. He is doing PhD in theoretical physics in Niger. So it is a good combination. I am here. And thank you, Santa Maharaj, Muni Maharaj, he is the bridge who brought us to the scientist. So many times we are with science and scientist. So I am neither a scientist nor a classical man. I am in between. I am a Ayurvedic professor. I am a student in Ayurveda still yet. So topic is today understanding the life beyond the machines and chemicals. So better, because now you are tired with philosophy, Atma, not able? Is okay? What is the problem? Okay. So better we can discuss in the applied aspects, more applied aspects. Okay? Because the madam told me, sir, we are completely tired, so give some remedies how we can running the life smoothly. Okay? So today we can discuss about life. Swamiji? Yes. So this is the life. So the life starts from mother's womb. Then, sorry. Then we went to schools. We enjoyed with the friends. We went to the college. And we became the complete man. Then decay process start. And then the time of the meditations. Athato Brahma Jigyasa, the time of sannyas. And last we will die. So this is the life. The Ayurvedic approach, what is life? So life is 4 dimensions. One is body, one is sensory and motors, indriya, one is sattva, mind, and last is soul. The 4 dimensions. That we discussed before Vedanta, all this, my previous speakers. So,
You want to put the light on or not?
no. So this is the life. Chalti ka naam gaadi. Okay, that already I discussed. The life process starts from the mother's womb. How to protect that knowledge? The Ayurveda gave us that knowledge because it is a part of Veda. This is the life. So it is a 4 dimensions. So that's why in my view, Gita is a book of management. Gita, this is the picture of Gita, Bhagavad Gita. So as for a WHO definition about life, about the health, so that is a physical health, mental health, social health, cultural health, that is cultural and environmental health, last is spiritual health. So that is also in the Sushruta, 5,000 years back, Sushruta gave same definitions about the life, about the health. Samadosha samagnischa, samadhatu malakriya, prasannam atvendriyamana, swastha ityavidhyati. That is the health. So you see, when the concept of yoga came, what is yoga? Anybody? You from Buddhist line, what is yoga? You don't know yoga? In Buddhism there is no yoga? Yoga. What is yoga? Only meditation. Anybody? Union. Anybody? Sir? Correct. So he is right. Thank you, Chairman. Yogastu, what is yoga? As per Patanjali, Chitta Vritti Nirodha. Chitta Vritti Nirodha. To see the activities of mind. So you see, this is the chariot, is the physical body. And soul is sitting there. A soul is here. Soul is sitting there. And driver, mind is the drivers. And horses are the motors and Karmendriya and Gyanendriya, sensory and motors. Okay? Only one question, so to whom I will ask, who is the smallest? The young scientist is, sir? So no, I will ask you. So when your father gave a cycle for you, you recall your childhood. When you got a cycle. Correct. Are you happy?
Very happy.
That happiness continued for how many years?
No, that was instantaneous. I mean, for maybe 3 days, 4 days, I started using the cycle.
Correct. Net you need another cycle. Yes. Then you need a car, a scooty, then motorcycle, car, like that. Okay. So like that, this is the material world. Sorry. Okay. So these are our sensory, our enjoyment, to eat, to smell, to see, to wear, to wine, women, all these things. Always horses that represent to enjoy more and more and more. But absolutely we are not getting absolute happiness. That's why Patanjali told how to make happiness. So they developed the yoga. He collected all informations from the Veda, Purana, Gita, and he wrote on small books, applied books on yoga, Patanjali Yoga Sutra. In first lines, he wrote, Atha Yoganusasana. Yoga should rule over the world. Sasana, like it is Tamil Nadu Sasana, India Sasana, Odisha Sasana, Bengal Sasana. Like yoga should overrule the world. When you become a yogi, happiness will come. Your limitation will be limited. Your desire will be limited. So that's why they told yogastu chitta vritti nirodha. When your mind always you see, these are the sensories. They are always disturbing the mind. Okay. 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 The smell, perfumes, taste, burgers, pizza, dosa, Italy, color, complexions, beautiful women's, touch, sensory, pleasure, touch, and good sounds. They always they need more and more, but we cannot satisfy our mind. They need more and more like more big cycle, more car, more buildings, more foods. Okay. So how many you already took the pizza, dosa, already quintal pizza you already took, but next morning you want more. You cannot satisfy your mind. That's why they developed the philosophy of yoga, how to control the mind. Yes, sir. No. Sir, back GB. Some back there. Sir, last one, Gita.
The chariot.
Chariot. Okay. So that's why they developed the philosophy of yoga, how to control the mind. So you see, always they're disturbing the senses. The 5 horses represent nose, eyes, ears, tongues, and sensory. And mind is in between. Soul is there. So when you see yogastu, chitta vritti, chitta is the mind. Vritti is the function. The function of the mind what? To collect information and to carry out sensory and motors. So when you control your minds, so what will happen? The horses will not disturb. So mind will go inwards. So when mind will go inwards, happiness will be there. No wants, no desire. You are happy with your situations. This is the yoga philosophy, how to make happy to the world. Okay? So, this is the body. That karma, during our 2 days, we call about karma. You know, karma, how the karma creates the disease. Due to last life, we are sufferings, as per Ayurveda philosophy, Vaisheshika philosophy, like to last life karma, we are sufferings. So, this life, let us do such a works, in coming life we will not suffer. So, we have to correct it, we have practice yoga. So, that's why there are 3 types of body. One is physical body, one is causative body, one is subtle body. So, always karma coated with the souls, and then when you die, that your desire will go to the next life. That's why many sadhus suffering in present life. They did the good work, but in their sufferings, because it is the last life karma. If you go to the Bhagavatam, it's only karma. Entire Bhagavatam, nothing is there, only karma. Only the impact of karma. Okay. So that's why you should know how to get a disease-free life in next life. I will not go to the Mano Atma, anything, because it is the more philosophy. I will go to applied aspect. Okay. That just previous speaker told about Pancha Mahabhuta. Okay. In our Indian philosophy, there is in man and environment, Loka Purusha, Pinda Brahmanda. So you should make a equilibrium between Pinda and Brahmanda and Loka and Purusha. Since that day they are telling save the environment, not recently. To save the environment it was 5,000 years back. So the 5 basic elements is controlled by 3 powers. One is sun, one is Soma, that is moon, one is Vayu. Okay? 3 powers control this universe. 3 demigods, they control the universe. One is Soma, Surya, Nilajatha. Soma means coolness, cool. And Pitta is the hot, and Vayu is the movement. Any movement inside the body, outside, is maintained by the Vayu. Any hot due to the sun, any coolness it is due to the Soma or Chandra. So we have to make a equilibrium, a harmony inside the body and environment. So when you born, when a father mother met together, during that time their emotion, their thoughts, according to their thoughts, the soul will enter. Shukra Sonit Charak Sangita, Shukra Sonita Sanjoge, Jo Bhabe Dosa Utkata, Prakuti Jayate Tena. Prakuti, your internal temperament will form according to the desire of the father and mother and your last life karma. If you think holy things, a holy soul will enter. If you think the criminals, so a criminal soul will enter. That's why now we lost our culture. There is no grandmother, grandfather in the house. And who will take care, who will give the moral knowledge to the children? So father, mother is working in the office, grandmother in the village. So who will take care of the children? No culture. Okay. So that's why there are 3 types of prakriti, temperament. So according to your temperament, you have to eat and your deals and do the service. This is the harmony. So life. So here you see recently ISRO made one Bhimamitra. You heard the, I think 1 month back ISRO made one models, so that Bhimamitra, you heard or not? Anybody? Bhimamitra? To send it to the moon or Mars like that? Okay, so you see, the Bhimamitra can speak, can collect the informations. Is it a man? Is he as alive? So these machines are devoid of souls. Atma, according to Ayurveda, is one among the 9 Karana, that just we will discuss about Karanadravya, not necessarily go there. So even if it may be possible to science to create the human organs, laboratory in futures, no. Assemble them just as a human body with a high-end technology, but it will be, but will it be possible to put the life inside that models? But in Ayurveda, in Indian philosophy, they told, soul cannot be neither created nor destroyed. It was a living form of beginning of the time, Kala, and will continue to live forever. That last we already discussed, last speaker told. Here comes some reference from spirituality. Nainan chidan shastrani, nainan dahati pavaka, non chainam kledaityapa, no sosoit maruta. Hence, Atma cannot be created a chemical reactions created by the chemical reaction in the laboratory. We should not mistakenly recognize ourselves as a body, even the mind. We are the immortal souls. That already I told you as per Charak. So Maharishi Charak explained that even at the time of conceptions, it is not only the union of Shukra, sperm and Sonita, ovum, but union of Shukra, Sonita and Atma with responsibility of the formation of fetus. So it is a Charak reference.
That means body and soul together.
Yes, sir. So body is in yes, body is from ovum but soul is enter, because there is some pitruja bhava and matruja bhava. According to your eyes, hair, body will form. Okay. So life has its own purpose, for which the souls descend to the physical body. I told you, due to karma. They search where will come. So they search according to mentality. If you read the Siddhartha books, Hermann Hesse books, have anybody read the Siddhartha written by the Hermann Hesse, who got the Nobel Prize? A French author, small book, sir. And they made one Indian cinema also. It was translated throughout the world. Very nice book. Somewhere you can read. There he mentions about the life and about this. So life has its own purpose. Let us find out what is our purpose. Don't just live. Live purposefully. Why you come here? That's why many times Swamiji told. He gave a nice talk in Puri in a big hotels. Athato Brahma Jigyasa. So you see, you should meditate. Why we came? So nicely he gave that talk. Everyone impressed. So I was impressed by him. So this is the time, the Athato Brahma Jigyasa. You will enjoy the life. Then you have to prepare for the next body, next life. Machines may have their own purpose, but the purpose of human life is altogether different and much higher than the merely accomplishing the worldly jobs. Life has a free wills. In life, one can purposefully and consciously choose action karma. that will lead to the complaints of the Purusartha, Dharmartha, Kama, Moksha. But machine will only perform the tasks as they designed to perform without distinction, the good or bad, kept after their consequence. So only life can produce another life. Machine cannot produce another similar machines. They have to take human help. So, Madam told me, sir, in the talk about how to, sir, I told you can narrate after, how to develop the immunity. Okay? How to develop the immunity. So, leave it. So, okay. When you cross by the car on the roads, you saw them in India, sir, many cows sleeping on the roads. When you make sound, pom, 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 there is no response. Have you think why they are not responding? Anybody? They are in Samadhi. Correct. I am coming to Samadhi. You are right. They are Samadhi. Why? Sir, why they are Samadhi, not others? We give position of mother to the cow. Okay? 4 positions. One is original mother, biological mother. One is Ganges. One is Mother Earth. Another is cow. Okay? The Ayurveda and Yoga people learn from the environment. We learn from the cows. That technique. How to develop the immunity. Especially that infection is going on in China. So that madam categorically asked me to say some things. Okay, sir. Yes, sir. I'll finish within time, sir. So what cow is doing? Cow is doing 2 works. When he is taking the food, here he is, what is the English? Chewing continuously. Okay. So Ayurveda Sutra, it is told, Roga Sarvapi Mandagnu. The most of the disease are due to the faulty digestion. If you eat, when you eat, you silence, don't watch the televisions, don't talk. Arnabeva Brahmam. So you select your food and give times, silence you take and chewing it. So saliva will come. Annameva, that will terms, because Vedanta philosophy, they call how to make gross to energy. The food is the gross. How to make energy due to the process. So cow, what? Number 1, we learn from him how to eat. And then what he is doing? Now he is putting the tongue in both the nostrils. Okay. What is doing? They clean the orifice. Patra sir, please come to me. You see, we discussed about yoga. Nah? You look here. You see, nose is, Vedanta told, no, nasa is sirashidwara. Nose is only door to the brain. So around the nose, all sensory points are there. Eye is there, ear is there, tongue is there, all the sensories. They provide the information to whom? To mind and brain. So when the America, they show morning show the day. When in the morning you put some nasal drops in nose or neti, yoga people they call neti, we Ayurveda call it nasya. So when you put the nasya, that is stimulations. So in a stimulation, tears will come out, all the phlegms, those are suffering for bronchial asthma. bronchitis, you can see better, smell better, no hair, no dark circles, no spondylitis, no frozen shoulders, no depressions. And color and complexions, what you want more? Simple in morning, empty stomach, you put some 2 drops of ghee or medicated oil or sesame oils or almond oils or olive oils, what you have. If early morning you start your days with putting the 2 drops of oils in nose and then do some gargles, then clean your teeth. So that will give strength to the respiratory system and mind. So since last 40 years, sir, thank you. So last 40 years I am putting the nasal drop every day in my nose, sir. So stress will not come. You can manage. Morning, so if you quarrel with your wife and go to the office, what will you do? You reject everything. If you are happy, if some problem is there, then when we came with the file, okay, I can consider. Otherwise, throw it. This is what we learn from the how to clear the systems and organs. So we have simple things. We can clean our systems, clean our heart, kidney, lungs, eyes, nose, ear, everything to clean yourself. Not necessary. Doctors, you say doctors, hospital investigation is temporary. You are your doctors. You should know what you need. Doctors cannot give you everything health. Thank you. You gave the times. So this is the management, health management.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Swamiji.
Sir. That was very useful advice, and I think the most important truths, the most simplest truths are really the most important ones. We'll have a discussion after the next talk by Dr. Lavnesh Garg, MD. He is from the Mohandal Oswal Hospital in Ludhiana. And so Dr. Lavnesh also tells me that he is very interested in physics and he is pursuing foundations of quantum mechanics in the very prestigious Perimeter Institute in Waterloo, Canada.
Ontology. Okay, I'll try to rush through it. Arjuna is here?
Mic you put sound will not come.
This you don't use.
So I was wondering whether I am really eligible to speak today because this has components about biology, physics and chemistry and a bit of Vedanta. And Vedanta, they are experts in the field sitting here. And physics, Professor Arul is there. I'm scared to speak on physics. But I thought maybe I would do a good job of speaking about biology because I am a doctor. But after the last lecture, I think I should not be speaking even about biology. So let's see, what I can make of it. So it has basically 2 parts. In the second part, I will try to bridge the gaps that over the last 2, yesterday and today, there were some issues. I will try to address those issues from my perspective. And in the first part, because I was told there would be a diverse audience and from different fields, I will try to rush through the present state of knowledge that we have, from the material sciences. So this is the hierarchy, and the classical, it's a bottom-up approach, starting with logic and math, which are said to be the most rigorous and pure disciplines. And then it is a one-way thing, and then you reach ultimately from physics, chemistry, biology, and philosophy, theology, and everything. Physics started surprisingly with basically it's all about calculating the changes in positions of particles with time. And particles in Newtonian physics are just point particles, they are abstractions. And there are forces, so you calculate the change in position and time using Newton's laws. So it doesn't really talk about what the stuff is made of. It talks about matter, but what that matter is. But then physics went ahead and smashing, in the particle accelerators, smashing matter to bits. And more and more constituents were discovered, smaller and smaller ones. So you had electrons, protons, and neutrons, and then they discovered quarks and a zoo of particles. In fact, one famous particle physicist compared physics to botany, because I always hated botany because there was so many families of plants and all that I could never remember. But then particle physics also became a zoo or botany. Even the forces, the four fundamental forces, they are electromagnetic and nuclear forces and gravity, they are mediated by particles. So it is all about particles. But then it is just like kicking the can down the road. Because see, as they say, what is the earth resting on? The earth is resting on a turtle. And where's the turtle resting on? The turtle's all the way. But with modern physics, there is something of ontology that is talked about. For example, string theory says that the particles are just different particles are different modes of vibrations of strings. And in quantum field theory, the vacuum is not really absence of everything. Vacuum is sitting with activity. And you have excitations which lead to the various kinds of particles. And deep down it is all about information or data. So that the ontology reduces to, they say the biggest illusion is the illusion of solidity. The stable, you, me. Deep down it is all numbers, it's all data. So we might be living in a huge computer simulation. There are so many Hollywood movies on that stuff. Then there was a twist in the tail with relativity. Even the objective time, the background time which was always flowing at the same rate, that was lost. And then you keep an eye on those red circles. This is the second gap in the ontology, because there is one view that is a block universe, like an entire loaf of bread is always there. It depends upon you how you slice it. If you move faster, the slice changes, and in the same slice you would have something different which is coexisting with you, the simultaneity. So objective time is lost, but there is a debate about it, whether you will live in a block universe. Then this is the entire inflationary cosmology scenario. So physics has really described from the microscopic to the entire cosmic level. So you can explain the planets, the galaxies. So these are galaxy clusters and superclusters, and using there's at the time of Big Bang, radiation was released. I mean, that radiation you can still catch from all around, the cosmic microwave background radiation. And using the spectrum of that, you can actually calculate what happened at what stages, in fractions of seconds after the Big Bang. But then, what happened, what was there before the Big Bang? Was it a multiverse, or is a big universe being created out of other universes? So one of the claims is, Big Bangs might be happening all the time. It might be happening right now, out of my pocket, a huge universe is springing up, but it's in a different plane. I mean, there's all sorts of theories. So there's a big gap in the ontology. And chemistry, everything in the universe just has two desires basically. One, to decrease energy, and second, to increase freedom. That is randomness. So these are the two goals, and that lead the atoms to combine into molecules, because those goals are fulfilled. And that's what drives the combinations. And combinations of things that lead to chemistry. And then biology is just more of chemistry. You had very small molecules, amino acids and DNA and stuff, and then you had proteins and the viruses, single cell, multi-cell, and then according to Darwinian evolution by selection, you had generation of conscious beings. Now there is a gap over here, whether actually this was one of the issues, whether life can get generated by that mechanism. Now on the positive aspect, there are some answers. This is a continuum. So the viruses, as Dr. I can tell you, the viruses, when they're in the body, they cause havoc. They are living. But when they're outside the body, they almost behave like crystals. So they are somewhere like non-living outside the body in that sense. And prions, they are proteins, and these proteins, when they infect us, they behave like living things. They lead to diseases, degeneration in the body. There are diseases, the brain gets eaten up, and they can lead to total lack of sleep and death. So these proteins, they are not living, but they are behaving like living organisms in the sense that they're like infective, they're like germs. So they're on the borderline. So there is a continuum, but it is still not solved whether life can get generated by merely as an emergent property. Now the most interesting structure in biology, which is the human brain, and it is made up of cells. And those cells, they form synapses, they form a network, and each cell is connected through dendrites with the other cells. So there are millions of cells which are connected to each other. And the inputs that each cell is receiving through those dendrites, they decide what the cell does. Some are positive, some are negative inhibitory inputs. Now there was a recent paper that some sort of processing is happening at the level of dendrites itself, because the paradigm was that it is a cell, the summation of inhibitory and positive inputs, that decides what the cell does. The competition happens in the cell body, but some dendrite processing is also happening. Then you have these groups of cells. They form centers in the brain, and we have mapped. We can do functional imaging. I see that every day. Which portion of the brain controls what? Which muscle groups are being controlled? What senses which portion of the brain gets stimulated with sensations? And through this spinal cord and these nerves, the entire body is controlled by the brain. Let me tell you something interesting here. So sometimes people have a stroke. This is a very small area where the brain has become dead. This is hardly a few millimeters. That's called a lacunar infarct. But this small thing leads to paralysis on the opposite side of the body. Whereas in the frontal lobe, because I am working in a cancer hospital where you often have patients whose frontal lobe has been removed because of a tumor. And surprisingly, whereas the small infarct caused paralysis, when you remove the frontal lobe, and the frontal lobe is supposed to represent, to encode for your personality, for memory, for emotion, for judgment, for intelligence, not much happens. You can't make out sometimes, the very subtle changes only. There's no devastation, So what kind of, so the lower functions, I believe, the motor activity, vegetative functions, they have a very one-to-one kind of mathematical representation. But the higher functions, what kind of representation, what kind of mapping they have, we don't know. There's another gap. Professor Arul will be interested in this one, that when you do CT scanning and MRI, your data gets stored in a raw data form. But the storage the representation is very different in the two. For example, this is an image of the brain. And if you look in the CT computers, in that every pixel here corresponds to the one spatial portion of the brain. If supposing I lose half of this data, this half of the image will be lost. If I have a CT image. But in MRI image, if this entire half is gone, I still have the entire image. Like you were saying in a hologram. Basically, it is a case-based imaging. Some aspects, some features of the image are represented in the central pixels, like the spatial resolution and the contrast somewhere else. You still have the entire image. This is a case-based representation. I think something of that sort has to be there in the brain. It's not simple one-to-one mapping. Yes. Yes, you could be using wavelets as well, but basically, yeah, there are different aspects. Yes. So then, of course, this reductionist approach, the problem of qualia, which Chalmers famously calls the hard problem of consciousness, you can represent with neuroscience, mechanical functioning, and behavior could just be patterns of functioning, and these are the easy problems. But for example, physics tells you that different colors are just different frequencies. For a human being, we know what it feels like to see red. A zombie or an automaton would be able to tell you this is red color. But the question is it really feeling the red color? Again, the redness. But even that question is controversial. How do we know that it's not that what we're feeling is not just behavior? It's just a pattern of activity. So, and then of course the related question of emergence of consciousness. The claim is, especially the strong artificial intelligence point of view, that when brain circuits become complex, automatically, intelligence and consciousness that arises. Now, the problem with that view is, for example, Hoffman here, he has done so many simulations, and with all the models, that simulation that never generated any intelligent consciousness. So this is sort of trickery here. There is a missing link here. And after you have consciousness, how does consciousness actually operate? The problem is, if consciousness, this is the problem of dualism, the problem of interaction. Now, if consciousness is something immaterial, not of some different stuff, and how does it act on something physical? Because you need to interact. Whenever there is an interaction, there is a transfer of energy and there is transfer of momentum. But of course, in classical physics, in physics also, sometimes, for example, when a force acts at a right angle, for example, in a magnetic field, when a charge is moving, there is no transfer of energy, but then there is transfer of momentum at least. So how do you transfer momentum or energy from the consciousness to the brain, to the physical brain? And then this problem of determinism, because if the world operates according to classical physics, everything got fixed at the time of Big Bang. The initial conditions determine what happens next, and that determines what happens next. So whatever I'm going to say now is already fixed, was already fixed at the time of the Big Bang. So then how do you have creativity? How do you have non-algorithmic thinking? How do you have free will? This is the next question. And so let's try to see, to bridge the gaps here. So the current models were, the neurobiology that we have now is largely based upon classical physics, and which of course deals with macro things and doesn't apply to the micro world, and it was not designed to study consciousness. So let's try some new physics. And for those not in the field, just briefly about quantum mechanics, which is the new physics. Instead of particles, you have something called the wave function. So wave function is the state of the system, whatever. It could be one particle, it could be 100, it could be the entire universe. So the wave function is something that tells you everything about the system. And instead of Newton's laws, you have Schrodinger wave equation. It tells you how the wave function evolves. And the evolution of the wave function is linear, and it is reversible. But the problem is, after that, when you actually measure the system, and the wave function just represents probabilities, potentialities. It could be even mutually exclusive potentialities. For example, an electron could be spinning in one direction or the other direction, and the wave function is a linear combination of the two. So how can it exist in both the combinations? But when you actually measure it, then one of the things gets realized when you actually see it in the lab or when the observer sees it. Now this is called measurement. And so the ontology changes. So the ontology is, now we have a wave function which represents the set of possibilities. The problem is, we don't know whether this wave function, that is epistemic or ontological, whether that actually exists somewhere or it just tells us about a state of knowledge. And another problem is, what makes it collapse? Do you need a scientist? Do you need a mouse? Or do you need a measuring instrument? Or the entire universe? What makes it collapse? What makes the potentialities realized as concrete objects? So this problem gets magnified when at the level of subatomic particles. Okay, you can still understand electron is a combination of things, but the problem is, if you link it to a system, for example, if there is a radioactive material and it decays, an atom is in a combination of having decayed and not decayed, and that's okay, but if it decays, it breaks a bottle and gas is released and there is a cat which dies. And if it doesn't decay, the cat doesn't die. This is a famous Schrodinger cat problem. So according to quantum mechanics, when the one version interpretation, that the cat remains in a state of linear combination unless somebody sees it. So when you see it, it collapses into one of the two states. That's what we see. It goes to the next level, in fact. If supposing the scientist named after Wigner, the famous scientist, Wigner's friend sees the cat either alive or dead. Because she sees the cat becomes collapses into one of the two states. For the Wigner's friend, let's say the cat is alive. But for Wigner, the cat and the friend are still in a combination of the two states. So the reality for Wigner is different from the reality for Wigner's friend. And this is not epistemological. This is not about knowledge. This is not ignorance of Wigner. This is actually, their two realities are actually different. There's a subtle thing here. So, and there another problem is that of non-locality and entanglements. So two particles which are correlated in some sense, if you take one to the other end of the universe and you do something to the one you have, then the results of experiments with the other, they get determined. So how that's happening, we still, there's some, there's a controversy about it, whether it really means something, there's just correlations. But Einstein never accepted it in the sense that he said the quantum mechanics is incomplete. There are some reasons behind these correlations which we don't understand, which are at the moment. But then, like in the question yesterday, how do you say life will never be generated in the lab in a synthetic cell? So some will say that answer that can never be answered. One can always claim you have to do further. But the same thing happened here. You can keep on looking for the variable, for the hidden thing, the reason behind these correlations, and you will not find anything, and then somebody will say, no, you didn't look hard enough or long enough. But see, the beauty is, Bell said, okay, let's presume there are these variables, and let's see what are the calculations. And the calculations are different from what quantum physics tells you. Not that variables cannot be there, but they cannot be there locally. So quantum mechanics is non-local, and that ontology is the change in the ontology of the physics. And these things about quantum mechanics, they were the pioneers in quantum mechanics. They were discussing these things about the philosophical implications. Then World War happened, and America went into creating the bomb, and they said, okay, let's shut up and calculate. There's the operational point of view. Use the Schrödinger's equation and do the calculations. But again, there is a revival of interest in the foundation of quantum mechanics. Now, the bad news is there are these two huge gaps in the ontology of physics and in the consciousness realm. But the good news is there is a potential that the answer could actually link the two. Let's see whether that can be done. So, how quantum mechanics changes things. Everybody believes, okay, because in quantum mechanics things are random, maybe there is a room for free will there. Yes, it does give a room. But I think the more important implication is that the causal closure of physics that breaks. There is a possibility of that breaking out there. So we said when you interact with something, either you transfer momentum or energy. You have to transfer momentum at least. But in quantum mechanics, some people believe that consciousness that actually leads to collapse of the wave function. A human observer collapse of the wave function. And how can you do it? Because there are so many different possibilities in quantum mechanics. You just, if there is a consciousness which somehow chooses one possibility, it is not actually transferring energy or momentum, but the other possibilities are not getting realized. So by choosing the possibilities, it is creating, giving a free will, and so it is controlling the evolution of the system. In fact, Henry Stapp, he has written so many papers on this. He believed that the quantum Zeno effect can actually steer a system. Now, what is quantum Zeno effect? The classical English idiom, "watch, spot, never boils." Actually, it is true in quantum mechanics in some sense. That if you keep on observing the system, getting data from it, measuring it again and again, it tends to remain in the same state. So, by consciousness, what consciousness can do, according to Henry Stapp, is that by observation, repeated observation, it can actually maintain the system in one state, and then it can that way decide the evolution of the system. Then Roger Penrose is a famous mathematician, and Stuart Hameroff is an anesthesiologist. They claim that quantum physics is involved in collapse of the wave function and in generation of consciousness. Now, there is some evidence. They believe there are these microtubules in the brain. In every cell, there are these structures which are highly structured tubules, and they are involved in the creation of consciousness, quantum phenomena in the brain. There is some support for that. There is, as you know, in the West, Alzheimer's is very common. And in Alzheimer's disease, these very tubules, they get deranged, and the patient loses memory, and the consciousness gets deranged. So there is some support for that, but this is still controversial. So has the problem been solved with quantum mechanics? No, unfortunately, no, it's not true. As you see, these are so many categories of theories for the consciousness. That means it is not decided. That's why you have so many theories. Now, let's, of course, there are huge achievements of material sciences, but these gaps, as we have seen, all along there are huge gaps. So we are stuck there. So what's the way forward? Now let's look at the Indic knowledge systems. One could say they're speculative. And the issues raised in the conference for the last 2 days. One is that I already dealt with the living cells, this controversy. And the foundation of science is robust, whereas ancient Indic systems, they're not scientific, then the claims are dubious. And then world is real versus illusion, single versus many. Now let's see the foundation of science. Arjuna, your question that day. So, like we said, the very foundation starts from logic and maths. But the problem with, like Gödel's theorem shows, that any formal system of axioms, if it is a complete system, a consistent system, a rational system, it cannot be complete. So no matter how many axioms you add, there will be one statement which you will not be able to prove. Now the problem is, of course, you don't need to go to, the brain may not be that advanced a computer. But like Roger Penrose said, I'll show you, he designed some tiles, which you cannot write an algorithm for. If you are tiling the floor, every tile you put, you have to think again, because the pattern is not repeating. So he claims that the thought process in the brain is mathematical, but it's not computational, it's not algorithmic. And more than that, even maths itself, some people, there is like the probability theory, there is a huge debates about the nature of probability theory. So in maths also, we say maths is used to model other things, but they say math itself is a model. Now there are questions about the unreasonable effectiveness of maths, but the problem is we keep changing the goalposts. For different kind of things, we think of different kinds of maths. And if you ask rigorous, hardcore mathematicians, they are horrified at sometimes at the ways maths is used in physics. We stretch things to fit the things. So yes, we can't claim that it's that robust. And these are the Penrose tiles, by the way. So now the objectivity. So logic and math, whether they are rigorous or not. Now we come to objectivity in Western sciences. The objectivity is lost. One, when you are participating in the, you are no more an isolated observer, or when you do an experiment. You are actually helping create the results. According to the standard Copenhagen interpretation, the observer creates the results. And more than that, in Wigner's friend, the two realities, like we discussed, the reality for Wigner and Wigner's friend is different. So the objectivity of reality and logic, it's not binary. So that is gone. Now we come to ancient Indian systems. Now the speaker before me made a presentation. When you go into the detail of things, the things become a bit problematic. But at the same time, it's very interesting for several. I thought, how did the ancients, they come up with these medicines? It must have been with hit and trial. But surprisingly, because my grandma, she has been telling me, you have to have Brahmi. Brahmi is in North India called Brahmi booty, though that improves memory. So out of curiosity, I Googled, and in Nature, Journal Nature, I found a proper research paper. They've actually quantified the brain circuits in mice, and that it really helps, it aids in development of memory. Now the problem here is, it cannot be done with hit and trial, because you cannot quantify memory that easily. How did the ancients measure the improvements in memory? How did they associate the correlate with Brahmi that it does link to that? So I don't know how they, but more than that, if we don't go into the fine print, the larger picture, the surprising part is so many years, thousands of years earlier, they came up with the basic fundamental ideas of cosmic consciousness. When human beings, I don't know whether they were really thinking about those things, and how they reached those conclusions, which are very abstract conclusions. Okay, I'm almost through. So let's see the basis of these ancients. For example, Abhinav Gupta, this book, beautiful book, edited by Professor Makaran from JNU. Now he's heading the Institute of Advanced Sciences in Shimla. This is by Abhinav Gupta. I don't know, at least 500,000 years ago, I don't know the exact date. But this person, he was writing on philosophy, tantra, aesthetics, natya, music, and each chapter in the book has commentaries by experts in the field from the world all over. So he was a genius. Then, very interesting, again, something to do with physics. This is from a peer-reviewed journal. This is stellar spectroscopy, Rishi Bhardwaj's yantra, ancient seer, and when they reproduce it using his descriptions, this is what they find: the spectrum of stars in angstroms. These are the wavelengths, Tulika, Rambika, all those in angstroms. I mean, this is the kind of stuff those people were doing. So they did have empirical data, empirical ways of doing things. And so the foundation, but then this is just testimony by authority. Okay, they were great, but that doesn't mean everything they said is right. Let's now go to the next step. So what about the claims? Then Indian logic systems, again coming back to now to the foundations. Indian logic system is not binary, it is multivalued, at least 4-sided, and in Jain and Buddhist philosophy, even 8-sided. So the basis was very good, and they were good in maths. But the problem is, again, they placed empirical evidence at the top of the hierarchy, but the problem is that empirical evidence was not in the lab. You cannot always have it. It might be internal. You have to reach that state. Why? Because it's the very nature of things. It is subjective. So, and in the same book, the same person, Abhinav Gupta, he talks about a lot about spanda. I was surprised about spanda. Spanda is vibration of the universal consciousness. This sounds so familiar. It's like what they claim in string theory. Now one might say, oh, they're okay, they're similar sounding words, but they didn't really understand it. But see the depth of the thing, the sophistication. A universal consciousness vibrating leading to these manifestations. And then the very paradigm is opposite. You see the definitions of consciousness. We tend to associate consciousness with activity, with attention. But what happens in India? You must have seen stories, a sadhu going underground doing meditation. Now supposing there is a deaf and dumb guy, you block every sensation, he's still conscious. Now these people are actually even reducing their BMR, their basal metabolic rate. Even then, so all inputs are gone, but they reach a higher state of consciousness. So the very paradigm is different, opposite. It is a reduction of inputs that lead to consciousness. So brain actually is creating a problem with consciousness. If you are switching off the brain somehow, you are becoming more conscious. And in fact, they really somebody asked about the surrender. I think this is something to do with the controlling the brain mechanisms. See, Swami Rama, I saw the experiments. He could control his temperature in his hand, in different portions of the hand. He could create different temperatures. In our book in physiology, Samsung Wright, about the autonomic nervous system, the author says autonomic nervous system cannot be controlled, but Indian yogis can do it. So they somehow, now see the samadhi, in different stages of samadhi, they are reaching higher and higher level of consciousness, and ultimately nothing remains, no subject, no object, no space and time. And there is a higher state of consciousness. So the very paradigm is now inverted. And so this is not just individualized awareness when you reach the higher stage. It's dynamic, it is formative, and Chitta Shakti. So it leads to involution, evolution, and and it's not binary that consciousness is there or not there. It is a continuous hierarchy. Now, here the higher consciousness, so we will call it Brahma or the field, it has two roles here. One as an observer. Now what is an observer? Like we said in quantum field theory, there is an individual, if you measure the properties at one point, it becomes a particle. There is no particle actually, it's just an abstract model, but when you measure it at one point, excitation at one point is seen in the lab as a particle. Same way, the individual Brahma, as I understand the Vedantic philosophy, the one way to look at it is this individual Brahma, and the potentialities are also on the Brahma, and they get realized. Now, so this is the Vedic metaphor that I am Brahma. Now immediately when I saw this as a mathematician or a physicist, you would think of in terms of a transform. And I was surprised, actually David Bohm actually looked at it as a Fourier transform. Between his concept of implicate and explicate order, like you said, is a hologram. So what is happening is from one domain to the other. So like in any signal, any engineer knows when you do a Fourier transform from the frequency to the time domain, in one domain it is localized, in the other it is like infinite. So this is some sort of thing, that the analogy is there. And so this is beautiful, that just presence and awareness of itself, like Wheeler's, from Wheeler, the universe looking at itself and creating it. That's the entire concept of Vedanta actually. And so it looks beautiful, and there are so many people. Schrodinger actually was very exhaustively, actually very explicitly has written on it. But the point is, what is the evidence? One, I said the meditative states, then near-death experience and reincarnation. Now there are papers from universities all over the world about these things, and the best part is it is being experimented. For example, because I do MRI, I can show you an example from MRI. In functional MRI imaging, they in New York University, they did this brain imaging of Buddhist monks while they were meditating, and they could actually see how what portion of the brain are getting affected. Same way in near-death experiences in ICUs in the world over, they are doing rigorous experiments now, which would satisfy our concept of science. Now, my point is this: we have to really keep, and I'm thankful to Muniji here for giving this opportunity for this interaction. There must be there might be something in every field which we can use, and then objectively, properly sift it out. What is provable, let's accept it, and the other, we can ignore it. So I think more of this interaction is required. I thank Professor Arul for chairing the session, and I hope I didn't make many mistakes with the physics. Thank you so much.
That's a very rare talk which starts from the Big Bang and ends with editing this time. It was really Thank you very much for both the speakers, Dr. Dash and Dr. Lavnesh Garg, from two very different schools of medicine, and both very enlightening. So, sirs, I request you to take some questions.
So, just one clarification. I am not formally affiliated with Perimeter. So yeah, so because I am lucky enough to be to be there and go attend and courses and all that. Yes, just so that there is no disclaimer. Thanks.
It's my honor to give you on behalf of the organizers the Tirukkural, which is fantastic.
No, please, sir. I want to take one picture. Okay, you should stand there.
I don't know.
No.
He is the chair.
Yes, I know, but
I'm the back end. He's the front end.
Yes, sir. I want to buy photo from him.
Picture?
Yeah.
Yes. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Oh, it's so humbling, to receive it from you. And this is my great day for me.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
The floor is open for questions. Yes.
Nice. Thanks.
I am asking, sir.
Yes, sir.
It's a very good exposition, sir. In the earlier, I have given a talk where I invariably said human consciousness is a biological phenomena. Human consciousness and mind. The functions are essentially biological phenomena. Actually, I am from physics. I am Dr. Ramabrahmam. I worked as a physics professor and retired.
Yes, sir.
I was also wondering about quantum mechanics helping to understand the human consciousness. Quantum mechanics helping to understand the nature of human consciousness. Many people are working in that. You have shown many slides in that. I published a paper where I said that quantum mechanics and cognitive science, the probe and the probed, and there I said, because human consciousness is completely biological, how far quantum mechanics can help it. And also the mathematical theorems which you, Gödel and other things, all these are, can they really help us to know about the nature of the human consciousness? Because the limitations of for example, quantum mechanics is applicable only to the particles or mass which are which move in the speed of light, for example.
Please make your question short.
Sir?
Please make your question short and sharp.
Yeah. What I mean to say, can we rely on quantum mechanics and mathematical theorems, as you have shown some slides? Can we actually know about it?
I'll try to answer that. See, the point is, we seem to be stuck with at some stage. So we are trying to, the one way out is to look at new things. And the problem with quantum mechanics is, for example, with Penrose's concept, you have to have coherence. And the coherence time is so short because the system is so noisy. The brain is a very noisy system. Now, just as an example, now they're trying to create a quantum computer in IQC, which is in Waterloo. And they're trying to make sure that every disturbance is shielded. The system is shielded. But it's very difficult to shield systems. But then there's Bandyopadhyay in Japan. He showed that you can have the tubules are highly ordered structures. You can have coherence. But there are other claims. You don't actually need coherence. So we don't know what the technical plausibility of the thing. But the idea is to look at new things. And there are so many people who are giving different mechanisms. But conceptually it gives an option, right? Because otherwise a classical Newtonian universe is deterministic. Then you don't have any free will. So this does give a room. Of course, in quantum mechanics also, the collapse of the wave function could be stochastic. It could be chance. It doesn't, again, help in free will. But then it does give you an option. So these are options that quantum mechanics provides. Now we have to search for whether those actually are working or not. In plants, for example, in photosynthesis, quantum tunneling happens. So there are biological phenomena where quantum phenomena are being used.
Also
in the birds, for the homing mechanism. Yes, magnetism.
Trying to understand.
Yes. Yes. Conceptually, there is an option for that.
This question is also for Dr. Garg.
Yes, sir.
It's kind of a comment, and then asking for your comment on the comment, because I've been thinking about this for quite a while from a relational perspective, and with my limited background in physics, I go to cosmology, and then, of course, we haven't been able to integrate relativity and quantum theory, and applying quantum theory to consciousness seems to have these roadblocks that you pointed out. From the relational perspective, I'm getting a different view of the path forward. For example, we have this idea of a wave function, and even Hameroff and Penrose talk about wave collapse. They're talking about how it's orchestrated. We're looking at the particle, and we're looking at maybe a fuzzy particle, and we're thinking of changes, the way the particle changes. From the relational perspective, it's starting to look like would be better to look at the particle as not changing, and the context changes. An entangled context is what actually decoheres into something like a classical reality for those events that were entangled and observed. Do you see any avenue in that direction?
I don't know about that, but I could help you with another, holistic thing, the bigger picture. Some people are looking at Einstein-Bohr's condensate, the role of EBC as dark matter in consciousness. There you have the bigger picture. The entire system moves as one instead of the individual thing. So maybe that is one direction you could look at. But what you said, I don't have any idea what to comment on that. But the EBC thing could be closer to you.
It's just turning it upside down.
Right. I understand that.
Clearly events exist in a context, and so we're looking at the change in events, and we're not looking at the context. I'm saying hold the events constant and look at the change in the context.
Yeah, the perspective from the other side, yes.
Yeah.
Anyway. The frame they used, yes.
If you always require an observer, according to theory, to collapse a state to a particular observation, then in the Big Bang, when it is the origin, if there is no observation, at that stage, how this universe began?
This has been answered because the observer is observing itself. The problem is, did the universe wait all these years before human beings were created, and it stayed in a potentiality since the Big Bang, and once human beings came, then it got realized? No. The answer that I found in the interpretation of Vedanta by the experts is this: the space and time are also an illusion. It's beyond space and time, so you can't really analyze it in those terms. It's transcendental. So you don't see it in those terms that at this milestone this happened and this happened.
Can I also add to that, as actually a physicist, quantum mechanics happens in the lab, and it is for more than 100 years been tested. So and actually an observer is not needed when you're making a measurement and actually you're reading out the thing. I mean A measurement occurs because you're coupling your instrument to the system which you're measuring. And as he said, actually an entanglement between these two is necessary for you to then measure it. In fact, there's a famous physicist, Hawking, I think, he's the one who said, whenever somebody mentions the measurement problem, I reach out for my gun. So I mean, it's not a problem for practicing physicists, both actually theoretical and experimentalists, especially, who are actually doing the measurement. In the sense that if you take an atomic physicist and he or she is looking at a spectrum of something, it's not because they are observing that they are seeing the lines. The lines are there in the spectrometer.
Original substance, whatever it is, if it is indeterminate, indescribable.
It's not. I don't know those words. I mean, what do you mean indeterminate, indescribable? An atom is there. We can describe it.
The Big Bang started from that state.
Yeah.
So many years ago, just like almost like a vacuum. And then what caused this to start?
There is no need for any external thing. I mean, it's one assumes certain initial conditions of those of that, and then that just gives rise to as somebody said about a seed or something like that. So it's inherent in that. There is no need for any further thing. But but we could talk more. But it's not. I mean, I just wanted to say that the role of the observer in quantum mechanics is important at a fundamental level, but not at a practical level, and it does not lead to any conundrums which are, baffling physicists at this point.
Quantum is not able to reduce
Consciousness is not within the gamut of physics at the moment. I mean, in fact, it's not within, let's say, equations or something like that, right? I mean, it's not a field, it's not a force. So it could be, I mean, these are only words at the moment about it being an emergent phenomenon and so on. But and as you know, and this conference has actually discussed much more. I mean, there is a lot of speculation on various models of consciousness and so on. But within physics, within canonical physics, if I would say, consciousness is not at the moment a word. It does not mean that the future it will not be. But at the moment, the phenomena which are described by physics do not need the word consciousness. Neither quantum mechanics nor any other.
But a lot of experts have given the idea that the objects in classical sense, if you come to the quantum level, are just fictional. Objects don't exist in a classical sense anymore.
Yes, that's because, I mean, look at this table. Most of it is empty space. We think that it is there, my hand is here. It's not going through. But actually, if you calculate this thing, I mean, there is a very strong, so what we are seeing is some, reality for us at our level. It does not mean that that is the absolute reality which is there permeating all the, 10 to the power of minus 16 or whatever range which we go from 1 to that. It's a huge scale, right? So we don't, I mean, as human beings, we have to have the humility to say that what we are observing in this scale is not something we should expect to hold in all scales. I think that's...
I agree with that.
Yeah.
But I mean, what comes out is that this consciousness thing is quite undeducible still in the whole of physics.
I agree. I mean, it's not within the gamut of physics. So it's like a ghost or something for a physicist. I mean, it's you might say that. I'm sorry, but actually, I'm not the speaker here. As this thing, I should not be taking away time.
Just one small comment, because I didn't. I just had 30 minutes. So again a disclaimer. There are alternate theories, GRW theory, bomb theory, where you don't have this measurement problem at all. So there are other approaches to it. Yeah. So there are other approaches. So it is not fundamental, but the point is, some people are thinking along those lines. Yes.
This thing is not settled yet.
Oh, yes.
One more comment I want to add to this. It appears to me when the dimension or the scale of the object that a subject wants to understand it is very small or very large, seems to be very problematic. If it is a very small scale or a very large scale. For example, when we are observing a table or a tree or a human being, we are only observing that independent of the entire reality. We are only a small portion of the, like if a mountain is there and we are observing a small portion of that and we are giving a conclusion without seeing the whole picture. So that is one of the problem of our own, finite knowledge, which has been not properly acknowledged, that how much, like for example, Science Magazine in 2005 published a special issue, what don't we know? In that one question, as a doctor, I would like to say you, how much the human span of life can be extended by medical research? How much years? That is one of the questions Science Magazine asked. And many of the 80% of the questions related to life and also the origin. For example, we don't know what is the fundamental stuff that our universe made up of. We are looking for some fundamental stuff, as if that stuff keeps on building up and producing the whole reality in front of us. So what is my main point is, are we separating the object from the knowledge of the object? Are they same or they are different? That we have to discuss.
So those mechanisms, like I said,
object and knowledge of the object.
Yeah. I mean, what I'm trying to say here is, we should study, I don't know how they acquired this thing. How to use brain to reach those states where, for example, they're controlling the autonomic nervous system, or in a state of meditation, accessing things. So these need to be studied properly. And regarding this thing, because evolutionary, this thing, tendencies, because what we see grossly, like you said, the table, the illusion of solidity, because we are designed by evolution to look at this, it's only with instruments and mathematics.
Well, I have some disagreement with that. Yeah. You are saying that I must not see the table at this scale, I must see the table at the very small scale. But why should I? Because I don't get table from that small scale to this. Have we devised any methodology in science from that scale of quarks to the table? We have not done it. We have not produced a leaf or a grass or a table from a nanoscale, quarks.
So we do understand the entire spectrum from
but we not produced it. We not produced it.
Produced meaning what?
I mean, we not.
Yeah, I think we have other questions too. Thank you for that.
Shall I finish it?
Actually, I have the same question near about, in other words actually. But I do not realize. Mechanics is the concept of physics. I have learned and respected professors here who can teach me what is mechanics and what is quantum mechanics. And how can it be developed without consciousness of human being? In the living world, apart from the human being, there are other living organisms also. Can they develop the quantum mechanics? Without the consciousness of human being, quantum mechanics as a branch of physics cannot develop. That physics is there in the nature. Phenomena is there, reality is there. What is being observed and discovered and invented by the scientists of the quantum mechanics. But without their consciousness, if they are dead body, can quantum mechanics develop? Another question, when we are going to observe something, and that is, instrument can take the readings, the reality of the physics that can develop, there is no need of separate consciousness of the mind. But question is, without consciousness, without the contribution of human being, how the instruments can be developed? Who developed the instruments?
I'll leave the answer to Professor Arul. Just one small comment, because repeatedly we are making this conceptual error. First, we should understand the claim. The claim of science is that it's a continuum. So as systems become complex, they develop new properties. So emergence happens. So it is superadditive. If the constituents don't have it, doesn't mean the result, the addition doesn't have it. So there's a conceptual problem here. So continuum is there, so you can always have emergence. Sir.
Thank you. I'm not sure that so your first question was, without consciousness, can somebody develop quantum mechanics? Is that what you're saying? Yes.
So quantum mechanics is there.
No, obviously not. I mean, we're all conscious human beings. I mean, nobody is developing science out of. Of course, I mean, we're all, thinking human beings which are conscious. No one is arguing about that. So I don't know. I mean, see, the need for quantum mechanics arose because one could not explain a hydrogen atom spectrum. You can't go to the plumber and say, you first, tell me what is consciousness before you fix my tap. I mean, this is going to be a problem for your tap. Don't worry about that. Other questions?
Arun, this is a different question.
Yes.
It's perhaps a little abstract, but you can help answer. Is it possible to model consciousness as a field? Are you getting what are you getting my question, Lavnish?
So let me clarify. I am just trying to understand from
Lavnish, it's more a question. It's not even a challenge. I'm telling you, I don't know the answer.
No.
So is it possible to model consciousness as a field?
What I'm saying is, I'm not making any claims here that this is so. I am saying that the Vedantic concept, to make sense of it in terms of the vocabulary of physics, this is one way to look at it. I'm not claiming this is how it is happening.
Okay.
Or, so the analogies. These are not proofs.
Yeah.
These are the tools to understand. Sort of as an analogy, there might be a chance, that we could look at it this way and then make some projections. If this is so, what do we expect? And then measure those things.
I was a little, what do you say, a lot in doubt. The moment you bring in Gödel's theorem, the entire field of knowledge starts breaking down. Because everything starts with axioms. I mean, you cannot live life without axioms. At least I'm not able to understand a life without axioms and how we communicate. I mean, every word is an axiom, literally speaking, because we give meaning to the word.
So
every symbol starts with an axiom because we give meaning to the symbol.
I'm so happy you asked that question because, Professor, I would like to ask.
Actually, Arul used the word. So that's why I really raised the doubt. Is it possible at all?
Just one comment before I pass on to Professor Arul because he is the right person to answer it.
Yeah.
I raised the same question to one top guy in the field, and his answer was that this does not apply to every system. It applies to a very confined set of, like a discipline. But my feeling was it can apply to every discipline because everything is about drawing conclusions from a set of axioms. So, Professor Arul, please, you could answer that.
Arul, it's more about possibility, Arun.
Yeah. No, actually, I'm not an expert at all in these kind of questions, and I think they're very deep. Maybe my response to your Gödel, the Gödel theorem thing is that the Gödel theorem says that within a set of axioms there exists certain statements which can neither be proved to be true nor false. So my takeaway from it, and it's a very simple thing from philosophy kind of thing, who will shave the barber or something like that. So my takeaway from it is that logic is fine, but there is also you should know when the logic has a boundary. It doesn't mean that you go into irrationalism or illogic because it's part of that, but there is an intrinsic sort of a limitation even within very logical mathematical systems. And in fact, I think Dr. Lavnish pointed out there's a very quite a lot of debate actually going on about how much sociology and mathematics is connected. You wouldn't think that you would think that mathematics is very pure, devoid of sociology, but it doesn't look like that. So there is a mixture of these things. I'm not sure that I don't know anything about consciousness as a field. I mean, it appears to me that maybe it's not, because you would then have forces and so on. And actually Schrödinger has mentioned that you perhaps don't need to think about it in terms of forces. So it may need a very different kind of thought thing. But as I said, I'm far from an expert.
This very question we were discussing yesterday,
I see.
I can point to this thing, all of us know.
Yeah.
The great mathematician Ramanujan,
yes,
when asked, how did you do all this? It's there. He
Yes,
said,
yes.
Namakal Tayar told me.
Yeah.
Now, how the hell do you respond to that?
Right.
He said, the goddess of Namakal told me all this.
Yes.
I don't know how to respond to that at all.
Well, there are some people called savants, I believe, who are actually people with a very peculiar medical condition, But they are, they can do wonders with numbers and so on, and they associate, when they see you, they may think of a number. So this is how they are. I think Ramanujan was bordering on a savan, but I'm not a doctor.
Just
please.
one last
I
comment.
should be careful when this is being recorded.
One last comment, more to do with Patra. Patra sir, I'm very worried about whether the human species collectively has an ego. I'm really worried about it. Do we as a species have an ego? Is there so much of anthropocentrism that we discount other possibilities? I don't know. I don't know the answer. It's more a question.
So one thing is that the observation coming from our acharyas, lineage teachers also, and also coming from modern philosophers, is that we have approached the knowledge systems in isolationist ways. Like we want to compartmentalize, and this has not worked out in biology. Like we don't say there is a functional molecule or a informational molecule anymore, because everything is doing almost participating in everything. So this physics, especially in quantum mechanics, already the logic has changed from the classical conception of logic to what logic stands today, and the sense of objects also has changed. So do you think, because consciousness is already there, I mean, you say I don't want to speak about it in physics, but we cannot say that there is no consciousness. So now if the physicists want to say in the beginning there was nothing like consciousness and something could have arisen just like this, but then that is not a holistic approach. So what kind of solutions, I mean, or a honest, what to say, approach could be taken up, which can, take away these deeper considerations of reality? Thank you.
I think that question is too big for me. Actually, it's something which I think we should, I cannot answer honestly. So I think I will not actually attempt that. Sorry. Are there any questions also in respect to the beautiful talk of Dr. Dash?
Yes. Actually, not a question, just to respond, because he has asked about the collective egoism. So in the Vedanta it is Maya, because this is the I consciousness which is also illusion collectively, and because of this collectively illusion the existence of the world is there, otherwise it is Brahman. So this is the philosophical response existing in our philosophical system, Advaita Vedanta. Thank you.
I want to say a small comment to Dr. Das, that you presented from Ayurveda that how the machine concept of organism is not applicable to life. So I want to ask, because as far as I know, most of the people in Ayurveda, they talk about three fluids, that Vata, Pitta, Kapha, and they talk about channel system. So how in Ayurveda we are going something more than body, about spiritual existence of the soul and its benefit, how Ayurveda addresses that, if you can kindly elaborate.
We see in total. It is a holistic approach, not body, not mind, not in total. We measure everything in total. I told we have to make a harmony inside the body. Especially your question, how to mind, no? Now, what is your question? Soul. Okay. When you know that is three conditions. One is hyper, one is hypo, one is harmony, normal. Normal is sattvic, hyper is rajasic, and hypo is tamasic. Accordingly, this is mentally, and physically they call Vata, Pitta, Kapha. Vata is stand for the motions, high speed. That people always hyperactive, they are good starter, they will not think. But if you come to the Pitta people, you cannot collect yes from them. They will think, before going to any project, they will think 1,000 times what should be consequence. Immediately they will not receive anything. So this is the difference. But Bhata, they will jump to the project. You are guru, somewhere student, you are not a Bhata student. They are dynamic. They do immediately. So accordingly, you have to treat and give food accordingly. This is approach. How to treat the mind, how to treat the souls, and how to the body. to make harmony in between. So I gave you one feedback, nausea. Nose is only due to the brains. Yesterday we discussed there are 3 places of prana. One is brains, one is heart, one is basti. So nose is only drawn to the brains. When you are giving anesthesia, sir, general anesthesia, so what surgeon doing? After giving anesthesia, there is a jerk. They put the arms in both the thighs. So when you stimulate the either powder or oils or ghee, any forms, so that will stimulate your spines, that control the depression and spinal problems. And spinal problem, everything that I told you yesterday, bhayo soko kodhat vayu. So when vayu is there, depression is there, pain will there, the spondylitis, frozen shoulder, and sciatica will develop. Something dead, father dead, depression is there, divorce is there, immediate pain will start. So all these are in totals. So you have to see what is the psychological cause, what is the physical cause, what dietary cause, what is the environmental cause. Then you can go to the spiritual cause. See, it's a total approach. It's an approach of life, not through the only medicines. Thank you.
Okay, I think we are at the end of the session. So let's thank Dr. Devaprasad Dash and Dr. Lavnish, and thank you all for participating in this. So I hand over now this to Professor LSG.
No, okay, we have come to the end of the conference. I hope all of us have had a very, what shall I say, a very nice way of learning different perspectives, different viewpoints from all the speakers. I would say if there are more questions at this stage, the conference has been successful. Okay, I think that's a very good yardstick of a good conference. Not answers but questions. So as you know, a good question is worth 1,000 good answers. So it is like that, and I must thank all the participants who have been here, all the speakers and all the people who have chaired the sessions for having contributed to this conference. I believe the videos will be available and we will give the links so that we can go and refer. And I would also request all the speakers here to share the slides to the extent possible so that we can place the slides for learning. And I'm very keen that many of our students here should have access to this. I'm really keen that the younger generation should have access to the different perspectives that have been shared in this conference. It's like I would go back to probably the first talk. Well, we have an elephant. We'll try to do the best job to describe that elephant. Okay, that's it. Okay, and thank you very much for your presence here, and wish you all the very best in your lives. As they say, the best wishes. May you all meet with great challenges and score greater victories. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah.
I would like to heartfully thank Professor Ganesh and our Honorable Chair of this conference and all the participants and speakers, and with their taking the time to come all the way, and the hospitality we received in IIT Madras and the beautiful campus, so many beautiful the animals that we not find in any campus. It's so lovely campus, and such a thoughtful atmosphere of discussion and question and answer session. And I would like to thank very much to Professor Ganesh to devise the event in such a way that this type of dialogue could happen, and we should really thank him for this success. Thank you very much.
One point I shared earlier with John and Judith, I can share that again. You would have seen a lot of deer and monkeys in this campus. The joke among faculty is the monkeys are more regular to class. But that's just a joke. I'm sure we have wonderful students. We need our humor at the end of the day. Everywhere you go to a class, if there are windows, you will find monkeys sitting there and watching the teacher, and the students probably watching the monkeys. Tomorrow, there is a trip organized by Shantaji and all. This is to Sri Perambudur and to Kanchipuram and Pakshi Tirtha. Anyone can join, So